I pay my homage to Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Vahas's feet. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Vahasa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Uh, and I'm grateful to my Dhamma friend who just finished her morning discussion. And this is a continuation of that as another session of the Buddothpado PeoTV English Zoom series. And this is there throughout the day, 24/7. So any person, anybody who want to know more about the Dhamma, the truth, you are mostly welcome to join these sessions because it is going throughout the day. It will be convenient for you to join from wherever you are. And this was a plan or an idea of our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and it was started in mid-February. So it is being continued now. Number of Dhamma friends are giving the sermons here. These are all actually the knowledge and the explanations that we got from our noble friend Aryan Mahansi. We are very grateful to him because we are always guided, we are always advised, and necessary interventions are done by our noble friend to put us in the correct path. So we are trying in our best to convey that message to you all in whatever our capacity. We know Buddhism is a philosophy. It is not just another religion. That is why it is unique. That is why we know very many people who feel that something is lacking in their life. They try to find what is the truth. They feel that uh, even after reaching the highest level of their achievements, at one point they feel that they are not satisfied and they need to find something more, but certainly nothing to do with the material world uh, aim that they were expecting, which they have already got. But even at that point, they feel that there's something more lacking. Then they turn to find out what is lacking actually, where is the truth, and uh, they find that Buddhist teaching has something different to the other religions. Actually speaking, it is important to find out what is the truth is now for such a person, uh, because they have little idea about the true Buddhism. They can go, they can fall onto uh, side tracks sometimes, the wrong pathways, because we know worldwide uh, a significant weight is given to concentration meditation when we talk about the Buddhism. Many people think that Buddhism means concentration meditation. True that concentration meditation gives a very calm and a comfortable feeling. It gives a relaxed feeling. So therefore, people think that that is what is the ultimate truth which is taught in Buddhism is. Uh, so it's not really so, because the concentration meditation is something temporary. It gives a kind of very much relaxed, comfortable feeling compared to the very busy mind level. it calms down. True that it's something like a wild animal being tamed and tied up to a pole so that the wild animal will stay in one place. But actually, it's not what is meant by the Buddhist teaching. It's not what the Lord Buddha was trying to disclose, because that those days the whole India, not only India, I mean even the countries around, there were lots of spiritual leaders, and most of them are doing meditation. Even now, there are people in Himalaya regions who are doing very deep types of meditation where they can tolerate very harsh weather situations. But unfortunately, whatever that meditative state that they are gaining is not something permanent. Always there is a self who is experiencing that comfort. A self who want to maintain that comfort is there. So even we know that uh, in the lay life, Prince Siddhartha, his mother, Queen Mahamaya, she also was said to be observing some seal and kind of meditating. So those practices were there even at that time. And because this is completely different, only Lord Buddha said that this is a unique teaching, this is a unique thing, unique Dhamma, something that you have never heard. And so that is the difference of that. But right now, actually, uh, the important Dhamma teaching has been mostly covered. Many countries like even Vietnam, Myanmar, Thailand, lots of weight has been given for the meditation, and it's almost always, except in some selected places, most of the places it is uh, uh, the trend is to do the concentration meditation. So concentration meditation means it has to be done in a particular posture. So either it is seated or maybe while walking. So those are the two postures generally uh, explained or practicing concentration meditation. But the insight meditation or the vidarshana meditation is done in all four levels, all four postures. So that is what actually Lord Buddha was trying to disclose. And at the beginning, we know that he was hesitant when he reached the Arhat state. He was hesitant to uh, disclose this Dhamma because he was not sure whether anybody will be able to understand this. So he was hesitant and then he was wondering what to do. And at the end, it is said that in the Buddhist history that he was invited by the the chief of the gods in the heaven to uh, preach this Dhamma, but most probably must have been his own thoughts, Lord Buddha's own thoughts, which was hesitant at the beginning, but then decided to go ahead and preach this Dhamma. So, because of that, we are fortunate to hear that. But as I said, most of the Buddhist teaching is concentrating on this meditation aspect. Really speaking, Buddhism or Buddhist this Dhamma can be applied to any act uh, in the day-to-day life. So it doesn't necessarily mean that uh, it is in one particular posture. So in Buddhism, the main concentration or the main attention is given to the self thoughts and self feeling. So everything is uh, rotating around that central point or the self, because there's a self on this side. So many things comes as secondary things. If the self was not there, things would have been much simpler and much not complicated at all like this. And there's nothing to talk about the samsara journey. There's nothing to talk about the suffering or the sorrow. So it's all because there's a self here. So we have to uh, undo this mess here. We have to talk more about the thoughts. We have to talk more about the self, how the self is formed, what is meant by this self. I'm sure these facts have been discussed again and again in these sermons by different speakers. But still, that is the thing that you have to disentangle. That is the point. That is the major point, major thought that you have to get rid of. Self-we, the things related to myself, the thoughts related to myself, me, myself, I. So anything to do with I, me, and myself, they are all uh, related to each other. And everything else is related to this fact, this thought about myself. When myself is there, there's an art of work. There are frames, there are restrictions, there are measurements, isn't it? When self is there, you are giving measurements to about the other people. You are giving measurements about the day-to-day activities. You are giving measurements about the world. So you want the things the way that you like. You don't want the things that you don't like. And it has to happen like this. It's my way of doing. It is mine. They are mine. I don't want them. I don't like them. So these are, just imagine anything that is not related to myself, either directly or indirectly. You might say, no, these things are not related to me. But yes, unfortunately, you can't escape from any of the stimulus. Every stimulus has something to do with myself. Now, if we go a little deeper about this, one thing we have to understand, what is this self is. What is this feeling called self? That is one thing we have to get cleared. Second, we have to find out how this self is formed. And those two questions have to be clarified up to the bottom of it. So, whether you use the word me, myself, or I, always there's a self hiding there. What do you mean by that? If you have a chair in front of you, that is yourself. If you have uh, if you hear a sound from outside, that is yourself. If you feel a taste of chocolate, that is yourself. If you feel a smell of some uh, beautiful, some jasmine flowers, that is yourself. If you feel hotness due to the burning sun, scorching sunlight, that is yourself. If you have a thought about an incident that happened in the past, about a trip that you went, that is yourself. Now, this is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain actually. Whatever the stimulus which becomes a thing, whatever the stimulus which becomes real, that is yourself. Now I think just you can see the beginning of the path. So whatever becomes real, whatever is felt as real, whatever is felt as outside, that means duality. Something or someone is there outside and myself is here. That is the duality. So if you feel any system feels that there is something outside or a person is there outside, that is actually a feel. That is not something that you can explain by words, but I have to use the words to explain this situation. Something which is there as a real thing, someone who is there as a real person, always that is yourself. So we will get that correct now more. Lord Buddha said that wherever there is a itta sanyava or the perception of existence, there is always the atma sanyava or the perception of self. It's like the two sides of the coin, isn't it? So wherever there is a thing, wherever there is a person, always the self is here. So in other words, the world which has become true to you, that is yourself. So the world means the material world, whatever it is, material world is true. That means self is also true. Self is there. So this is at the very gross level. That level we talk about the self will, because that feel of things existing, you have a feel, the system has a feel about things existing, and that feel is taken as myself. The word has been, a thought has been given to that feel as myself. So now we know what the myself is, isn't it? So at the gross level, this feel can come as a burn or a fire. Now think about a situation where you were very angry, or think about a situation where you were very sad, or think about a situation where you were overjoyed, so happy with some event. Maybe at your birthday, you are given a surprise party by your family, or maybe one of your loved ones has died accidentally, or uh, with not without any anticipation, a person, close one dies, or somebody has stolen things from your wardrobe, so you are angry. Sometimes you might notice that one of your competitors has gained a much higher position, whereas you are the person who is eligible more. So you call it jealous, you feel it jealousy. Sometimes you have to do so much of work, but no one is helping. You feel irritated. And sometimes you want to really want to buy a particular piece of jewelry that you saw in a shop when you're doing the uh, window shopping. So you really by somehow want to buy that piece of jewelry. So you are craving for that. You like sweet things. You like particular type of ice creams. You are craving. You want to have eat it, buy it by somehow. You are tempted to go to the supermarket right now and buy some. There are people whom you do not like, and you are averse to them. You want to move away from them. Now, in those situations, the situations, I gave a list of the situations. Those are actually some. What do you feel? You feel some kind of burning, isn't it? You feel some form of heaviness, or you can say that it is a kind of a dark feeling, or maybe it's just a sort of very bright but heavy feeling. Now, in a situation where you are overjoyed with your surprise birthday party, that is also a thought. And you feel very heavy with that thought because your happiness is so much, you are bubbling with happiness. So, all those situations, you feel that thought as real, and the thought is very heavy. You feel that heaviness, isn't it? So, depending on the stimulus or the incident, the heaviness can vary. Now, if one of your close family members died, the heaviness will be more stronger rather than the death of a person who is from your village or from your neighborhood. The heaviness will be less, isn't it? If you just see about a death on the TV, about a well known person in the country, what level of the weight will be there, heaviness will be much less. But still, you have a heaviness, isn't it? In all three situations, it's a field that you have to see. There are only three incidents, and three incidents happened where the sensor function was there. Sometimes it may be the eye and ear too, or sometimes maybe more than two sensors, even the body sensor will be taking a role. So, whatever the sensors which are functioning, the thought has been formed, and thought is the one which is felt heavy. So, this heaviness is something felt, and different names in the form of thoughts are given as anger, sadness, irritation, jealousy, craving, uh, bubbling happiness, aversion, all kinds of names can be given, but it is a heavy thought, or in other words, it is a real thought, a thought which is felt as real. Things are there outside. So, those that feel that heaviness of that thought, that something felt, is yourself. In other words, that stimulus has become a thing to you. The stimulus has become real to you. That is why you feel that. Uh, that is why you feel that it is heavy. So take another thought. You just, when you are walking on the road, you are passing various trees. You are passing mango trees, rambutan trees. You pass plantain, banana trees. Maybe you are passing an occasional house also, a simple house. Nothing provokes any excitation in the senses, isn't it? You are just passing. Even if you are asked, did you see that house? You will not remember because the it was not concentrated. The attention was not given to that. But you know that your senses were functioning, your eyes were functioning, ears were functioning. All five senses were intact. But still, that stimulus did not become a thing to you. That stimulus was not given a value. You didn't feel that it is really there. So, in such situations, Lord Buddha very clearly said, and this is again explained by our noble friend Aranwase in a beautiful way. There's no self in such situations. Just try to think now, there are so many stimuli, so many thoughts that are coming during the daytime or night time, whatever, in your day-to-day life. There are so many stimuli or the thoughts which are not given a value, which you do not feel real, isn't it? They are just passing by. So in such situations, you can't talk about a self. But having said that, in the mundane world, for a layperson, uh, quite a significant proportion of these stimuli or the thoughts are felt as real. So each and every instance of these, the self is created, or in other words, that feel that the system gets as if that thought is real. And each point, that means that feeling of reality means myself. So, as I said right at the beginning, what is picked up is that burning type of thing. Uh, and when you try to identify this more and more, you can feel that burning becomes less and less severe to the same incident. Now, for example, uh, you had a death of your mother or father some time back. You were devastated with the sadness. You were crying for a long time. And even after the funeral, for months sometimes, that thought was lingering in the mind. That thought was alive to you. And because the mother still persisted in the mind, at the mind level, the mother was true. And because of that, the myself was there. That means, in other words, that suffering or the sorrow was there as long as the mother was in the mind as a perception. But now, after some time, your father or the other parent also dies. You might notice a difference because previously your suffering was more because the mother was a thing to you. Thought about the mother was very heavy, and heaviness means always the self. But when the other parent dies, sometimes you do not have that heaviness in your mind, and you will be attending to whatever the necessary things in the household about in this funeral. But you might feel that the heavy feeling that you had with the previous parent is less now. So that is the asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of getting the defilements fading away, which means that self image that you had is less now. That is why that burning feeling was less, and the time that the system suffered because the mind image, the mental image about the father was there, that also becomes less and less. Also, you can take so many examples like that. A food item that you were craving to eat, maybe a particular type of a chocolate or a particular type of a cake or any other sweet meat you can talk about, or maybe even something savory type of a thing. You were craving, you wanted to have it very often. Whenever you see it in a boutique, you will rush and buy it, and you will keep them stocked at home. Whenever it is there in a tea table at somebody else's place, also, your hand will go first to that. But now the system will feel, I use the word system through the self. So the self or the system will feel that uh, the craving that you had to eat, to consume that particular food item is less. Now, if you are offered that, or if you see it on a tea table, you will still take it and eat. You will have that feel also that you like it. It's something that I like. But you had know that you don't have that burning type of craving that you had underneath. You will not bother even if some other people finishes that dish before you take even a few. If it is there, yes, you will take it. And if it is not there, you wouldn't bother. And still, you will feel that it is tasty and you will feel that you like it, but no, without that burning feeling. That is some of the aspects of the asavakya jnana, or the wisdom of uh, dissolving or the fading off of the defilements. Compare things like this. Uh, Maybe a smell you crave for. You have such an affinity or a desire to a particular perfume. You want to have it. When one bottle is over, you want to buy somehow. You might tell your friends, not either in the country or overseas, please can you buy this perfume for me? I really love it. That is underneath, recognize the burn that you have in that thought. The perfume is real to you. It's not identified as simply a sensor function of the nose and the eye, but it has become a thing. The perfume is a thing to you now. It's really there. So, with that perception, if you have it, that means the self is there. The self who wants to have that perfume is there. That is that craving, that kind of burn that you want to have it. So there's so many, related to all five senses, you can work out like this. The way that you responded to that stimulus long ago and the way that you are responding now. I'm talking about a person who has listened to this Buddothpado Deshana for some time. So those are the people who will experience this change. So as I said, whatever is experienced as true in each place, that is myself. So all five senses you can have trials, you can work out, you can research yourself and see whatever is felt as real, whatever the thought which is felt as real, that is yourself. So now we have recognized what this myself is. It is simply a current. It's not the body, because this we discussed yesterday also, and Aryan Vahase quite often repeat this question. Uh, is the body yourself? No, body is not myself, because none of the parts in the body can be pointed out and say that this is myself. So this self feel is not something that you can assign a place. You cannot find the place, you can't locate it where it is. It is not in any part of the body. Now, for example, if now the medicine is advancing and there have been occasions where even heart is transplanted. So when the heart is transplanted, if the self is there in the heart, then that self thing also has to go with the heart, isn't it? So it's only a material type of transplant. You can't transplant the mind to another person. Similarly, in the brain, if you say that myself is in the brain, you cannot assign any point where the self is hiding. when you cut open the brain, you generally see the normal anatomical parts inside the brain. There is some liquid like nature, there is some soft, spongy brain matter, then there are blood vessels, there are some bone pieces, nerves are there. So those are they are all part of the brain, but you cannot point out to any place and say that this is where self is hiding. So self is not in any part of the body. And this fact we mentioned yesterday also, the mind, you can't call that mind is myself, because mind is behaving in very bizarre ways sometimes. So you cannot uh, say that mind is myself. So now you are nowhere, you don't know where this myself is, but it is something that is felt, isn't it? Uh, Noble friend R.N. Mahanse gives a metaphor. It's something trying to explain the taste of the soul. You can explain everything else. You can explain the look of the soul, how it is prepared, what are the uses, and what are the risks of taking it low, less, or more. So, all sorts of things can be explained by the words or the thoughts, but you never can explain uh, the exact nature of the self feel. What you have to do is experience and see. That is all you can say. So, experiencing means uh, that is something felt, isn't it? So, the taste of the salt is not something that can be explained in a word, but it has to be experienced. So, the self feel or the self perception is also like that. First thing you can do is you know from the Darshana explanations, you know that simply all the thoughts are fake ones, all the thoughts are constructed ones right now as a product of the five senses. So when you realize that all the thoughts are fake, all the thoughts are uh, wrong or illusions, then you can get rid of this illusion of self. In other words, self is also a thought. The self is the image of self or the self thought is constructed with the help of the five senses. Like the way your mind constructed the mother figure, mother, the way that your mind constructed the sun, in the same manner, the five senses have constructed yourself, the thought called myself. So that is the breaking point where at the beginning, uh, analyze this fact. Everything is a creation of the senses. Now, one of the beautiful metaphors given by R.N. Mahansi is that a child who has been taken for adoption to another country when the child is very small, and the child will see that figure and also the sound called mom. So the mother is created as a thought in that child's mind. The child will see that figure, child will hear the sounds, child will feel the touch of that figure, and maybe the child will experience particular smells, and time to time all the perceptions will combine to form this image or the thought called mother. So actually, is she the child's real mother? No, it's not the child's real mother. It's a thought. That thought was constructed with the five sense activity. Similarly, myself is also another thought. Myself thought is also coming up with the help of the five senses. As small children, we didn't know even what our body parts are. We were shown the different parts, isn't it? This is my nose. Show your nose, the mother will ask. Baby, show your nose. Show your head. Show your eyes. Show your mouth. Show your ears. Child now knows that your means on. That again is another uh, sound perception. So the child has now perception that your means self. So he learns about the body parts. These belong to me. These are mine. So that is how the self image is constructed, how the self image is coming up. So, in other words, myself is also simply a thought. Myself is also thought. So now the self is established. Myself is established. Not only that, when you see your reflection in the mirror, you put that label to that reflection also. This is myself. And this is my voice. When there is vibration of the ear with the own sound, it's recognized as my voice. And when you are rubbing your hands together, you feel a touch sensation. That is my touch. When I am touching one hand with the other, so that is my touch. So, like that, all five senses will give inputs time to time, and a strong image called myself is constructed. And in other words, myself is simply a thought. That is your self view, isn't it? So, this is the level that has to be broken at the beginning, that all thoughts are illusions. All thoughts are mind constructs right now at this moment. And it's important to realize that the thoughts are just now and here only. Thoughts are not something lasting, just then and there with the perception of the five senses. Or it may be a previous thought which is sparked right now here. So, the previous thought means again at that time it was a function or the combination of the five senses. So, finally, myself comes up as another thought. And this is much stronger because whatever, when you are talking about self, then you are directly focusing on this body. But when you are talking about something else, when the stimulus is something else, the stimulus of the house or stimulus of the mother, stimulus of the sun, stimulus of a parrot who is flying. So, all these stimuli or the incidents, when the system feels that it is really there, when the system feels that he or she is really there, that is the shadow of that is the myself. So I am experiencing that. That is, in simple words, I am experiencing. So, as I said, the gross level, the heavy burns, you can understand very easily. But with time, maybe when you are in the Dhamma path, you identify these heavy burns, these uh, strong currents. That situation, lots of mothers come to the Zoom and say that I used to get angry very often and I was craving for these things. Now I don't feel like that. I have no burning at all. So that is how they word it. True, they are experiencing something, correct. But certainly it is not something that you can be happy or satisfied. It's not certainly something that you can stop from that level. What happened was that gross level defilements could be identified. That was the only improvement that you can talk about. It's more difficult to find out the finer levels because self perception is hiding every nook and corner. So that is more difficult. As Swarnamali said, the 100-watt current is quite difficult, or maybe something less than 100 is extremely difficult. Without the help of the noble friend, you will not be able to uh, identify that. So, whether you like or not, if you feel that something is there, uh, somebody is there, whether you're liking or disliking, your hatreds, whichever is zero, but you still feel that person is there, person is real. Supposing the postman comes at the door and ring the bell. It's a sound there that you get, isn't it? But instantly see the feel that you get, the real door and the real postman standing and waiting there. That comes as a quick shot into the mind, isn't it? You heard only a ringing, that means only your ear vibration, but instantly you have a picture of the postman waiting at the door, and also instantly see real postman is there. It's not something like a picture that you had, something that is drawn in front of you, the postman standing near the door. It's not something like that. You really felt that real postman is waiting there, isn't it? So that is in a very subtle way myself. So there is always that duality is there, dividing. Dividing to the two sides means always myself. So I was trying with these uh, things that uh, to help you to recognize the self at different levels. Always it is coming up with the feeling of perception of existence or feeling of existence. Feeling of the feel of existence is at the very small baby's level. Feel of the existence always is associated with the feel of self. So we know even just the newborn baby, we are just for the time being talking about the newborn baby. But of course, we have to go beyond that level. So even just a day or few hours old baby feels uh, that self is there. The baby has a feel of existence and feel of self. Feel self vibration is there. That is the very basic level. But when the baby is growing up a little bit older, the perceptions are occurring. That means the senses are more active, and the baby will perceive the shapes, sounds, taste, smells, and the skin sensation. So that level, that self feel has turned to be self perception now, which is at a stronger level. So now self perception means that the light is there and I am here. I am experiencing that light. I am experiencing that sound. Baby does not have words like this. I am trying to use these words to explain to you. So the light is there. I am here. Sound is there, I'm here. The taste is there, I'm feeling the taste. Smell is there, I am feeling the smell. And there's cold or something pressing on the skin, something hard, that means solidity. Something moist is touching the skin. Maybe the baby has wetted his nappy, or maybe there's a cold wind. So these are the four things that is experienced by the skin. So that perception is there, and myself is here. So without the words, because the thoughts have not still started forming, without these words, baby feels them, baby perceives them, and the perceiver or self is here on this side. So this is the early stage of duality. This is the early stage we talk about the consciousness. Consciousness or vijnana means always it's kind of dividing. It's there and self is here. It's there and self is here. Always it is repeated. So when you talk about the eye consciousness or chakku vijnana, light is there, self is here. When you talk about the sota vijnana, sound is there, self is here. Then talk about the skin sensation. The temperature is there and self is here. The hardness felt on the skin is there and the self is here. I am feeling it. So in this all five senses like that, the consciousness means the body consciousness, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, smell consciousness, and taste consciousness. All five, and mind consciousness as the last thing. So all these consciousness levels means vijnana, or in other words, division. It's kind of separation is there always. But still there are no thought formation. Now you can't actually talk about the mind consciousness in the small baby who doesn't still have that thought formation. So it is only the five consciousness or the five levels of separation as light, sound, taste, smell, or skin sensation. When the thoughts are formed, when these are combined to form the thoughts, then you can talk about the mind consciousness. Now, that is more advanced. And mind consciousness means the thought. Thought is real. Thought is there. Real thought is there, and myself is here. You can see now this is the process of building up this self image. Feeling of self becomes stronger and stronger. That is simply because the feeling of existing things or existing people becomes more and more strong, particularly when it comes to the level of the thoughts. So feeling of existence is there, and in other words, feeling of myself also becomes stronger and stronger perception. Now strongly when it comes to the level of the thoughts, myself is very clearly here. So this is how the myself is being built up. And as I said earlier, it doesn't stop from the perception level. It doesn't stop from the sensor level. It will go up to the thought level, where now over that perception or that feel, the thought called myself is there. That heaviness that was felt with the gross level is labeled as myself. I felt sad. I felt angry. I was so happy. I felt jealous. And I hate them. And I am averse to these things. I'm craving for that. Now, this is how actually you explain, isn't it? In all these instances, the strongly felt thought, or the thought which was felt real, is labeled, that heaviness is labeled as myself, as a thought. So now it is very clear that the myself, this what is felt as myself, is simply feel, a feeling, what is felt, which cannot be ideally, which cannot be explained in words, but we use so many words to give some idea about what this self is. And when this gross level is identified, uh, more and more identification is happening, that gross level will become less and less significant. So that is why, as I said, that some mothers are saying that I'm perfectly okay. I do not get angry now, and I am doing my day to day work. But you have to ask them actually, if there is an unexpected disaster or a challenge, unexpected challenge, will that calmness be still there? That is a question that you have to ask. Because, particularly, the mothers who are living alone in their houses, or whose children are grown up and the children are looking after the father very well. So, if in such a situation, you have to give a challenge and see how these defilements are hiding. And then only you can realize that the fact that they said, I am calmed down, I have no fire at all with any of these stimuli, how true that is. Because we know that getting rid of this self view and self perception is not easy. Self view is getting rid of the self view means at least once that system should experience the no self anger. In it may happen in an unexpected situation, as an unexpected experience, that you feel that you are experiencing something without the self, without myself on this side. That is a unique experience, but of course, that cannot be explained in words. It is something that has to be felt. So, if you happen to, if that is the level of the Sotapanna state, where at least once that experience is obtained. So, really speaking, if you are expecting, you are hoping to experience that, take my word, you will not be able to experience. That's what Lord Buddha said. As long as you are holding on to something, you will not be able to experience the escape of from this, because even it may be dharma, it may be even nirvana that you are holding on tightly. We know the example of Ananda Thero, who wanted to reach the Arhathood overnight because he was supposed to attend the most important and the very first Dhamma conference after the passing away of Lord Buddha, because that was as a kind of solidifying the Dhamma facts. And it was decided to hand over the different sections of Buddhism to be taken forward to different groups of venerables. Because those days we know that there was no books written. It was just the word by mouth, and uh, the state of the mind of each arhat will be able to convey that message to the next generation. So that is how actually was at that time, because writing in the ola leaves and books came very, very late. So in that conference, Anand Thero was supposed to be an important figure because he was called the Dhamma treasurer. Because that was one of the requests that he did from Lord Buddha, if Lord Buddha did any form of sermons in his absence, to come and repeat it to Ananda Thero. So that was one of the requests that he made before becoming his attendant, his closest helper. So therefore, his participation was utmostly important because he is the person who has listened to all those Dhamma discussions. And apparently he had such a powerful memory power where he could remember each and every of those sermons. So he was trying with uh, walking meditation. The first third of the night, second third of the night, and the third part of the night, he was doing meditation, walking, walking, walking. He felt that he's not attaining the arhathood. You might have a question, how does he know? Yes, that's an important question that we also had. Ananda Thero knew it simply because he has experienced that no self angle earlier. So it has to be persistent. It's not something that is instantly coming up, but it has to come and last permanently. So Ananda Thero realized that it's just still coming and going. It is not coming and lasting. Therefore, he knew that he has still not attained the Arhat state. So at the end, toward the early morning, he was actually fed up. He was holding on to nirvana. He was holding on to the arhathood. As long as he was doing that, he couldn't actually reach that status. What happened was he stopped everything. He gave up actually. He wanted to go and lie down because he was tired. He was doing the walking meditation throughout the night. And the moment he gave up, it says that he reached that state of the mind of an arhat. So this is one of the very clear talks in the Buddhist history. So the lesson that it gives is that as long as you have something as a thing, for Ananda Thero, it was the arhathood or the nirvana. So as long as you are holding the strings to something, you will not be able to reach that. So, in other words, uh, you have to let go everything, and that is the nirvana. That is the situation where there is no burning, no desires, no cravings. So this is one of the beautiful examples that we get from the Buddhist history. So, in other words, if the nirvana or the arhathood became a thing, then there was self. The what we are talking is always a no self Dhamma. So even for the Dhamma, if there is a person, if there is a self just hiding behind, that means that you can't achieve that state. Because when it's in the arhathood, there's actually no person. There's no self there. So when there is no self means the stimulus is not a thing for you. Thought is not a thing. Thought has no value at all. So now we have some idea about the self, how to find out the self. And one more thing I want to say that if you may want to maintain or if you want to have something, if you want to keep something, that is the self. So even that relaxed feeling that you are enjoying, the light feeling that you are enjoying, that you are happy with your uh, with your achievement. You might feel that I feel very much relaxed. I feel very much light and heavy. I can feel that I can tolerate everything. Now, all those instances, it's very clear underneath, it's very clear that there is a self who want to maintain that situation, a self who wants to enjoy that more and more. So that is a self there. That is your self perception or self vibration. So as long as it's there, some form of fine form of desire to maintain something, that is yourself. So I hope that these facts give some form of framework to identify the self. We know that the self vibration, which was at the very basic level in the very small baby, always it becomes stronger and stronger with the growth of the child and then to the adult and the elderly person. The self we turns to the self perception, and then the self vibration turns to the self perception, and now it is a self weave. So strong self weave means the strong self is there. That indicates that your defilements are stronger. That indicates that the current which is created very frequently is at a higher level. So, what is the outcome? If the current is strong at the time of the death, death means I'm talking about the physical death. So, at the point where the physical body is confirmed as dead, if the current of the last thought was very high, the outcome will be very unfortunate, isn't it? The outcome means that the self, uh, uh, the current is very high, definitely more than what it was in the baby. And the next birth will be definitely in one of the lower realms. So, this is why Lord Buddha said that only he gave a beautiful metaphor. He compared the amount of soil and the little bit of soil which he can take on top of the nail. He used this metaphor to for several things. One was that the possibility of being born again as a human, and also he used the same metaphor to indicate that how much people out of the whole population will be able to understand this Dhamma. Uh, so you can see that it is such a rarity to be born as another human being. We know that many other religions actually do not believe about the rebirth. They feel that always the person will be taken or to the God. So they are actually happy and relaxed also, because anyway nothing bad will happen to them and they are going to the God. So what we know is there are enough scientific evidence to prove that people who are talking about children who are talking about the previous birth, and those factors have been proved actually. Small babies, small children do have still some sort of thoughts related to the previous births. But what happens is that one thing they are unable to tell it at that time. On the other hand, what happens is subsequently, when the thought starts forming, those previous perceptions will quickly disappear. So only a very handful of children will tell about the previous birth, which is quite often the parents discourage that because they know that it's going to be kind of inviting to trouble. So we know that rebirth is something very clearly explained in Buddhism. So now we have to go back to the zygote level and find out how did this self thing come up from that level. Even a single cell has a vibration that we know. That has been proved scientifically. So even one cell, called even the amoeba, will have the vibration. Even the amoeba will try to move away if there is some danger. That is because of the self field. That is because the amoeba is also vibration, and the it moves away when there is some sort of danger or some form of uh, uh, intervention. So same thing about the zygote. The zygote also has a vibration. Zygote means a single cell that is formed with the union of the sperm and the ovum. So they will combine together and then uh, uh, form another different type of a cell, which has the vibrations of the two cells. So any live cell means it has a current or it has a vibration. Yes. So even the single cell has vibration. It has that self vibration is there. And what happens? Actually, these things cannot be proved by the testing or any kind of laboratory work. But these are all findings of the deep wisdoms, the super wisdoms of Lord Buddha. And now it is being explained by Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend. So, uh, because of this super wisdom, these facts have come to light actually. So now we know that vibration which was there in the zygote is synchronized by another vibration, a matching vibration, a similar vibration. That process is called telepathization. And in one of the sutras, Lord Buddha explains that if this telepathization does not occur, the the zygote will not have the push to grow forward. So what happens is that the zygote will, maybe you can label it as an abortion. So what happens is this: the push given by this vibration, which is synchronized, it has a mind power, it has a mind current, mind kind of vibration, whereas the cell has a physical type of vibration. We know that all the rest of the whole world, including the self, all kinds of, they are all vibrations. The Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, those four are all vibrations. So there are different types of vibrations, but commonly they come under vibration. So there are trillions and trillions of vibrations. So always there's a large possibility that this zygote will be equaled or synchronized to another vibration. That is where the initial current is coming. And from then onwards, this current or this vibration is the one which pushes the zygote forward to multiply to uh, cells, more and more cells, and organs are formed, and it completes to a baby or a fetus. And it continues to grow, and it will come out as a baby at the end. So this vibration, there are some very good metaphors given by R.N. Mahanse. One is that the dynamo of the bicycle, or sometimes some of the vehicles where the spinning of the tires will start the power. Also, the common thing is a spin top. So if you give a little push to the spin top, that will start spinning. And that spinning is the one which initiates these movements. But what happens is the spin top by itself, after some time, it will create its own energy. And then it will continue to spin. Not only that, it will move from one place to the other also. So it's a beautiful metaphor actually, given by our noble friend. So the initial push given to the spin top to start spinning is something similar to the vibration that was synchronized to the zygote. And thereafter, the spin top will create its own energy and then it will go on continuing to spin. Similarly, the bicycle dynamo, when you spin the tires, when you are pedaling, it creates some power in the dynamo, and that will help to light the headlight of the bicycle. So there are some vehicles also where the spinning of the tire or the movements of the tire initiate some current, and then that will continue to help with the moving of the tires forward. I'm sure you can find more and more suitable and more clearer metaphors or examples from the day-to-day life. It's always the initial power or the initial vibration which became the starting point, and then that continues, and thereafter the zygote itself will multiply and will carry forward this vibration. And when the baby is born, when the senses are functioning, when the organs are mature, and when the senses are functioning, they will start creating its own current. That is the time that R.N. Mahasi was explaining it as the 5 solar panels. So the solar panels are capable of creating some energy. The 5 solar panels will continue to create the energy, and it will add more current to the system. So now it's independent, isn't it? You do not need any current from outside. You do not need anything additional from outside because the 5 sensors itself are creating enough current. So can you see that it is all kind of a system, all kind of a mechanical work? That current which is created is the one which is felt as myself. So what a big misconception is there. It's a huge misconception that you do not understand or you do not realize unless a noble friend like Lord Buddha or Avaran Mahanse explains these things in a very simple manner. We would have never been able to recognize, or we wouldn't have been able to understand it ourselves. So this current is the one which is created right at the level of the zygote, which was brought forward, and then now it becomes independent when the senses are functioning, creating its own current. The vibration or the current which was synchronized to the zygote is dormant. It's not obvious until the baby is born. When the baby is born, I said that at the beginning, there is a feel or there is a self vibration, and there is this there is this self exist. Sorry, the feel of existence and feel of self. That is a vibration level, the very basic level. So even at that level, the baby experiences that something is there, some feel is there, and then in a gentle way, in a subtle way, myself who is experiencing is also there. So some stimulus or something is felt, and along with that, self is also felt. So that is because of that hidden current, or we call it sasava. The name or taints was the closest word that we could find. So the word taints was used to explain that. So this is being continued and brought forward, and then that is the one which is manifested as more gross level defilements later on. So now you can see that there was no escape from the self right from the beginning. The self was there in different levels, from the level of the zygote up to the level where the death of the physical body occurs. And what happens is that afterwards, when the physical body comes to an end, this current will not come to an end. That is the worst part of it. The current will remain. Current cannot be destroyed with whatever the physical destructive measures. Current will remain, and it will synchronize to a suitable status. It may be something with a physical body, or it may be something without a physical body. So if the current is not zero, it will synchronize to a suitable level. It may be even as an animal or any other lower realms. We give different names. Sometimes we call hell, or kind of different names are there to the lower realms. And of course, if the current is less for some reason, if it was a person who fortunately got into this Dhamma path and whose current level has come down, then that current will definitely synchronize to a higher realm, or Sukumaloka, we call it Sukumaloka, where all kinds of things like Brahma world, human world, heavens, all kinds of things are explained. All kinds of names are given. So they are called higher levels or higher realms. So that is when the current is less, or the vibratory power is less, the fire is less. So you can see that this is endless actually. The main thing, this current means that is a self. So current has been given a name, and say myself during this time of the life. And you wouldn't call myself when the physical body comes to an end, but it will reappear in some way. And if it has a physical body, then you will be labeling it again as myself. Whether you name it or not, the self is there as a current in whatever the realms, whatever the level of the world, it's there as a current. So what I wanted to tell you as a summary was that this self is the reason for all this suffering. And self means if any of the thoughts, which will include the words, which will include the activities, which will include the thoughts. So they are all coming under the group of thoughts. If a thought is felt as real, if a thought is felt as true, as long as this happens, always that is yourself, that is a self. So you may not recognize this unless you hear this in one of the Dhamma sermons like this. Because you might say, how can you say the tree is myself? How can you say that outside house is myself? So unfortunately, that is the truth. That is something that you could not understand. That is where you need the help of the normal friend. So, taking these points together, you know that all kinds of restrictions, measurements, framing, all kinds of things happen when the self is here. When the self is not there, what is the difference? When the self is not there, that means there is no current, no burning at all on this side. The system will be able to experience the stimulus in a better way. You know that when there is a current on this side and there's another current in the other system, your current will always give some judgments, isn't it, about the other system. Your current is something like that. You are wearing a dark pair of glasses. You are seeing the things wearing that dark pair of glasses. So actually, what happens is that when that dark pair of glasses is removed from this end, you will be able to have a clearer picture. I'm just giving a metaphor here. You will be able to get a clearer picture about the opposite side. So now, now what is happening now? You will be able to have a zero current on this side. As I said, that without any measurements or without any judgments, you can see, you can penetrate to the other system and will be able to feel that system in a much better way. This is what was explained by Aryan Mahase as the Maha Maitri. Maha means the broad or great. Maitri means the metta or the compassion. So you will be able to convey your metta or the compassion to the other system without any restrictions or measurements. So that is the advantage when the self is not there. And if there is no thoughts which are felt as real, is there a difference in the way that you experience the world? No, certainly not. There's no difference in the way that you experience the world, but always what happens is without any fire, you will be able to do all your day-to-day activities. You will be able to continue with the things in a more energetic way. Your efficiency will go up. You will be able to take more clearer and more advanced, more sort of effective decisions about your work and the kind of tireless type of working. Now, in a person who is in the mind, who is strongly heaved by the thoughts, all kinds of things like what time is the food, when can we go, this thing happened yesterday and I am going to avoid this situation today. These are all thoughts. All kinds of restrictions are coming when the self is there. When the self is not there, these restrictions are not there. So Dhamma is actually very beautiful. Buddha teaching is extremely beautiful. And so many thousands and thousands of people uh, followed it, and they reached the ultimate comfort where there is no sorrow, no suffering. And that is what Aryan Mahansi is trying to explain to us. And it's up to us to study it more and then try to understand it. Also, Aryan Mahansi explains about the power of Buddha. Power of Buddha means the power with the no self situation, non-vibration. The power of non-vibration means the power of Buddha. So actually Buddha status means where there is no vibration. So power of Buddha means always it is a non-vibration. And the power of the world means the vibration. Vibratory powers are always things related to the material world, and they are the ones which give rise to the burning or the current. When there is no current, when there is no power created, that is where the Buddha state is. And the non-vibration power or the Buddha power is so strong because everything is a vibration. When one stops vibrating, when one system stops vibrating, actually, that affects the whole vibration system because vibrations are kind of balanced to each other's. Lord Buddha said that when Lord Buddha reached the Buddha state, early hours of a full moon Poya day, that is in the in the month of May, a full moon Poya day under the Bodhi tree in Buddha Gaya, India. When he reached that status, he knew that he has come to the end, means the lasting non-vibration. So lasting non-vibration is a very strong situation, a strong power, I would say. And that it says that the whole world was shaken. Well, it may not be a kind of physical shake. It is not something like an earthquake that if you are thinking something like that. But that whole vibratory world, so which is actually not confined to this world, the whole space, they are all vibrations. So all became a kind of vibrated or shaken. I do not know the words I'm using, whether it exactly explains that. So that balanced type of vibrations were shaken because one system has stopped vibrating. One of the beautiful metaphors, very simple metaphors given by R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend, was that if you have a box, a glass box where so many tiny balls are packed up tightly, if you remove one ball, now they are all balanced and they are still. If you remove one ball, the whole system is disturbed and they will have to readjust. They will move slightly and readjust the system. So that is the metaphor given by R.N. Mahansi to explain how when system stops vibrating, when the other vibrations will have to readjust. So these facts are actually theory part, and also these are explained by the super wisdom of Lord Buddha, and now with our Aryan Mahase's super wisdom. So he's explaining these facts. We cannot experience these things with our normal senses, but just as a matter of fact, to learn actually that how powerful is that one system stopping the vibration. That is why I pointed out this. So basically, we were talking about the self in this session. Mm, we know that self is something felt. Self is not something that can be explained. It is a feel. So the uh, feel is not something that you can talk in words, but it has to be experienced. So we use different words to explain what is meant by self. So the easiest way or the most superficial way to explain is that the uh, uh, superficial way to explain is that the gross level where you feel it as something heavy, something uncomfortable, something burning, or something like lightning. So you can use some metaphors only to explain this. That level it is easy to identify, as I mentioned, but finer it becomes, it's difficult. So such situations, actually, you have to uh, come out with your experiences to one of the Zoom discussions and try to get the uh, clarification or try to get the explanation to that. And as I mentioned, there are some of our friends who are in this Dhamma pathway. They sometimes feel very much calm and quiet and very comfortable. They feel that whatever the stimulus that they are exposed to, they can tolerate very well without any burning. But the finer point there is that the self who wants to maintain that relaxed feeling is there. Uh, these are sometimes explained as Brahma levels in sometimes, not all. The Brahma level, again, the self uh, feel is remaining. So, whatever the level of the self, if it is remaining, it invariably leads to the uh, remaining current and leads to the rebirth at some point. Or, in other words, if the current is left even in the mildest form, it will stay dormant, like in the Brahma worlds. It will stay dormant for sometimes very, very long times in kalpas. That is how it is explained in Buddhist history. You can't give it in a number, it's so long. So, for such long periods, this current can stay dormant. And all of a sudden, if a vibration occurs, the current will be prominent, current will be obvious, and the current will be synchronizing to some position. So that is the danger of this. So whatever you are doing, you have to uh, find out whether you are going in the correct pathway, because there are so many side tracks that you can be directed. Knowingly or unknowingly, you might go along the wrong pathway. So all the efforts that you are putting into study this Buddhism or Buddhist teaching will go in vain, will become useless if you fall into one of these side pathways and lose the main and uh, uh, important direction. So that is why the help of the noble friend is there, is a must. always, always you need that help. The guidance must be there always. Uh, Even there may be certain things that you feel that the question is very too simple and too silly like, and uh, then uh, do not hesitate to ask the question because simply you feel that it is too simple. Sometimes it will open up an important Dhamma facts which will be very helpful. So we always encourage you all to join. If you are speaking Sinhalese language, you can always join one of the Zoom discussions which are held throughout the day. Or if you are a person who is speaking the English language, you are welcome to join the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day Sri Lankan time. So these dumb facts, what you heard, may not be the routine things that you hear, but these are actually proven from the sutras. Sutra means the sermons done by Lord Buddha as the original teaching. So if it is matching with these sutras, then there shouldn't be any doubt, isn't it? And Lord Buddha has apparently those days in India, the population, the people, most of them had a higher level of understandability. And the trend at that time was to find out the truth. So it says that in some of the states, uh, like huge amounts, like 7 million of the people uh, reached the Sohan status. So that means they have definitely got onto the path. They have entered the path. A person, uh, a system who enters the path definitely will reach the destination at some stage. The metaphor given by Lord Buddha was that if a tree is bent to the river, one fine day, one day, when the tree is fallen, it will definitely fall to the water and then it will go down the river. So it is something like that. Uh, so that those days actually it is said that the level of understanding of this true Dhamma was very high among the people. Not necessarily to be educated crowd, but their wisdom could be bloomed uh, with uh, with these Lord Buddha's teachings. But now we know that the Arhant's era has gone now, and with that only the limited help is there for the ordinary person, and the limited help means, in other words, the guidance that we receive is not as good as that time. So that is what our RN Mahansi, our noble friend, is trying to do. He's trying in his best to guide us in the best possible way. So take this opportunity, listen to more and more Dhamma sermons, and try to revise the factors. Try to research yourself, and that part is, of course, is up to you, because only the guidance can be given by the spiritual leader, but the understanding or the inner transformation occurs at the efforts of the system. So take some interest, and when you are listening to the Dhamma sermons, try to focus better rather than now when you are doing some work, sometimes you may not be able to concentrate on the Dhamma sermons. So at least the parts, if you feel that this part is very important, try to replay it and listen again, because particularly when you are doing some work and listening, the mind the thoughts or the senses will function alternatively. You will be paying attention to what you are doing, and then alternatively, time to time, the ear function will come, and then you will be listening to the deshana. Actually, you can't pay 100% attention to the sound when you are doing some other work. However much you say confidently that I was listening to this very well, it doesn't really happen. So always, if you feel that a particular Dhamma discussion is very useful, always try to listen to it again if you have not been able to pay the full concentration to that, because there are some small points which are very important. You can easily miss them, and applying these Dhamma facts to the day-to-day life is the other most important thing. We know that the basic 4 steps, we spoke to you yesterday also about the 4 levels of contemplation that was explained by R.N. Mahansi, our noble friend. Firstly, you had to understand that these all are creations of the mind, or in other words, these are all thoughts. So whatever the naming you do, it may be a thing, it may be an action. So all of them, they are words, isn't it? So the word or the thought is the interpretation of whatever the stimulus. So all are basically thoughts. And secondly, what you have to understand is that there is no permanently lasting thought either. The thought is something which is coming and going very fast rate, something which is created then and there. Actually, what happens is these are sensor functions only. Sensors are functioning. It's like the lightning of the fire. It's like 5 types of sparking, lightning, and they combine together to form a different type of spark, which we label as mind or the thoughts. So the thought means that the combination of the 5 senses and combination of the 5 senses that happens instantly. So you can't talk about a thought which has been there and which is going to last tomorrow also. So in other words, there's nothing permanent called thought also. And it is just the function of the senses. And you know that there's no person called self. The name self is given to explain that feel that occurs when the thoughts are taken as real, when the thoughts are felt as real. So these are the 4 steps of the 4 levels of contemplation as a summary. So when you have the initial knowledge about the darshan, how this world is created, how this world is felt as real, and when the world is felt as real, how that feel called myself, which is labeled as myself, comes up. So that is how the self is coming up. So when the self is there, uh, everywhere there is a problem, isn't it? So when you find out, or when the system finds out where this self is hiding, finally the self has no place to hide and it vanishes. So just the system is functioning, the senses are functioning. At the end, you can't, uh, you cannot actually find a current on this side. When there's no current, when the current is zero, the system will function as long as the fuel is put in. Fuel, not sorry, the system will function until the fuel which is there runs out. And when the fuel runs out, no more new fueling, and the physical body will come to an end. And there's no current now because no more fueling was done, no new current is generated, and the end of the physical body brings up the end to everything, which we call the anupatisesa nibbana. So the physical body is also no more there, current is also no more there, and there's nothing to be synchronized. So this is actually what the Lord Buddha was trying to disclose. People still do not feel that not being born again is something which lead to lasting happiness. They feel that they want to be born more again, but always they say, no sorrow, please, no sadness, please. I want to be born and I want a happy life. So that is what has taken these people to the direction of doing more and more meritorious work. And they try to do the good things in the best possible way. They try to avoid the bad things, but they want to be born and they want to have a good life always, not to suffer. Is it possible? No, it is simply not possible because life itself is a sorrow. The unfortunate living beings do not realize that living itself is a sorrow. Aging, uh, falling, getting the sicknesses, illnesses, growing, all these are sorrows, part and parcel of the sorrows, which people do not realize actually. Some of the sorrows they take up as uh, happiness. Now they know that if a child is growing, they are very happy. If a child is born, they are very happy. And maybe the falling sicknesses, when the child or the adult is recovering from the illnesses, then they are happy. They forget about the fact that there was a serious illness, but now they are happy about uh, recovering from the illness. So there are ways that people try to find the happy side of that bitter sorrow or bitter suffering. They see only that happy aspect and they are happy with that. They feel that it's okay. Now everything has settled. Until the next level of sorrow or sadness comes up, they think that they are happy. When the next sadness or the next incident occurs, they are again down with the sadness. They will run like mad to find out the solutions to the situation that occurred. And when they find a solution, again, all that efforts that they had to overcome that sorrow is forgotten. Now they are contented and happy, or everything is fine now. We could solve that matter now. Now we are happy. Now see how blind these people are. Well, you and me also were in the same bucket, isn't it? Now we are trying to get onto the edge of the bucket to escape from there with the guidance of the Aryan Hanse's teaching. We are trying to escape from the garbage pit that we are in. We have to use our own thoughts to escape from that garbage pit. We are weaving a rope to escape using our own thoughts or using the garbage in the pit. We are weaving a rope to escape from the pit. So, like that, we are using the thoughts to escape from this thought world. We are trying to use these thoughts to understand how the thoughts are formed, how the self is formed, and how we can be relieved from this situation. So actually, without this thought formation, you do not have an escape. True. So for you to have the escape, you have to study very well how the thoughts are formed and how the thoughts uh, will give rise to this feeling of self, how this self feeling, how the self we, how the self existence occurs. These are actually all thoughts. These are part of the darshana. So unless you use the thoughts, you cannot have an escape. But now, when you realize that these are all creations of the spirit, we do not have to uh, study each and every thought. That metaphor given by R.N. Mahansi, studying the line pattern of one mango leaf helps you to understand how the all the mango leaves are patterned. So now you know how each and every thought is formed. When you know that how the thought is formed, uh, the significance that was given to each and every thought becomes less and less. The value which was added to each and every thought is not significant now. The thoughts are formed because as long as the physical body is there, thoughts are formed, and uh, you have to be with the thoughts because thoughts are needed to live. So, in other words, as long as a physical body is there, you need to uh, tolerate these thoughts, live with the thoughts. Even Lord Buddha had the thoughts. That is how he was living. Not only Lord Buddha, all the arhants have thoughts. So, understanding means you know the trick of the magic. So, that is what is meant by Buddhist teaching. So, we have come to an end of the session. So, I have given some food for thought. As I said, you have to use your own thoughts to understand this, the way of behavior of the thoughts. So, revise these factors, do your own experiment. That is where uh, the help comes. That is how you can help your system. So I will worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect, and I worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet with the greatest respect for all the guidance that he's doing for us. And may all the listeners be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our uh, Dhamma friends who are helping with us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Teruvan Saranai. Saranai Shani, are you going to read the book for us?
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 68. But some people are not so good at the samatha. Their mind tends to drift away when they try to do the samatha meditation. Some people are very good at vipassana meditation. By birth, they are able to be aware of their thoughts that come and go. They also have the wisdom to analyze the truth about the thought they receive. They find the vipassana much easier than the samatha meditation. We need to have a balance between both the samatha and the vipassana in order to go on the path to nirvana. Otherwise, the mind tries to slip away from our awareness, and you will end up with either thoughts of attachment or thoughts of anger. Also remember, if you are too focused on the Vipassana, that too can cause a problem. Because if you go to an extreme in the Vipassana, it can prevent you from letting go of the two extremes, which is Ajatta, outside, and Bahita, inside. You have to let go of the inside and the outside to realize the pure truth. Letting go of both extremes is called Majjhe Jnana. You realize the pure truth only when you are at Majjhe Jnana, which means in the middle. Majjhe Jnana is a very important point. At this moment, when you are in the middle, you will not be able to form a thought. When you focus too much on how to do the Vidarshana meditation, it becomes a knowledge. When you have too much of knowledge, it becomes an extreme or an antaya. Wherever there is an extreme or an antaya, there are thoughts. And wherever there are thoughts, there is no escape from this Vijnana Maya or this illusion. Where there are thoughts, there is fire. You feel like you are caught in fire. You cannot find nirvana in a mind that is on fire. An educated mind or a foolish mind, both minds can be considered as being on fire too, because both minds have thoughts. There was everybody.
Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet, Thirwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. And we warmly welcome all our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is the 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado, and this we will continue until 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I brief what Shani read for us, actually it was giving an outline about the two types of meditation. Samatha meditation is what is called concentration meditation, where the mind is tried to be, or the thoughts are kept at one point, concentrated on one point. And this is what has been in practice for a long, long time. And also in other religions also this is being practiced. And Lord Buddha found out when he was looking for this Dhamma, when he was trying to understand this Dhamma. He also did concentration meditation under several very famous gurus who were there at that time. And he excelled in that concentration meditation. But he found that this is not the end. In fact, those gurus offered them the second in command like place, so that he can continue to be a teacher and guide the followers or the disciples, because they had lots of followers that time, because the trend was to find out the truth. So there were lots of people looking for truth, going from person to person, trying to understand what is the truth. So anyway, Lord Buddha, he was a hermit actually. He hasn't reached this state of Buddha at that time. So he left those places, and then finally what he found was this, what is called this Vipassana meditation or Vidarshana meditation. And with that he could explore and find out the truth. Actually, it's mentioned as Vipassana meditation in this book, but under that, two things are described by our noble friend R.M. Mahanse. Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, which means that we try to analyze, we take a thought and analyze and try to find out how it is formed, how it is created. The beautiful example that he gives is that if you analyze a leaf of a mango tree, the pattern of that mango leaf, then you know that all the mango leaves have the same, more or less same pattern. So you don't need to analyze or check or examine all the leaves in the tree, but just analyzing one or experimenting and finding out how that pattern is in one leaf, that is enough. So it is called this insight meditation or Vidarshana meditation, where a kind of piercing deep and deep to find out what is the truth. And the Vipassana meditation is something that you experience with that knowledge, where every thought, like you seeing all the mango leaves in the tree, the thoughts, when one thought is analyzed deep, and understanding how it is formed and how the thoughts are behaved, how the thoughts are formed, then you needn't to analyze every thought that comes up, but you know that every thought behaves in the same way. So you become an observer, kind of observing when it comes to Vipassana meditation. So those are the two things I wanted to bring up. All our Dhamma friends have joined, Dr. Kokila, Surangika and Sudharma. Theruvan Sarnai to all of you. We can start our discussion. I was just briefing what Shani read for us, Theruvan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, I actually couldn't join in the part where I couldn't hear what Shani was reading. So was it about the concentration meditation, or what was it mainly about?
It was actually just an outline about concentration meditation and the Vipassana meditation. But under Vipassana meditation, I tried to explain what is meant by Vidarshana or the insight meditation. So what it read was that both types are useful as a kind of calming down thing. Concentration meditation is useful, and Vidarshana meditation sometimes increases. I mean, you improve with the knowledge, but knowledge alone is not going to be helpful. So both should be balanced. That was what was read.
Actually, Vidarshana meditation is not only knowledge. Vidarshana meditation is like piercing one thought with
That I mentioned.
with
Yes.
all the with all the things that we know about how mind is created. Are there any questions? I think we can discuss anything related to that, or anything other than that as well. We can ask Surangika or Sudharma to talk as well. Anything?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආයන වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා තෙරුවන් සරණයි doctors and Miss Rangika and Joy. So it's very beautiful the way Dr. Sakuntala highlighted. This is actually I am writing an article also. For that also I have some issues, so I am again seeking help from you, especially to find the best words to be used when we are kind of translating a chapter related to insight meditation. So, Doctor, I would like to explain how I have understood them. So, in penetrative meditation or Vidarshana meditation is, as you said, seeing through the stimulus. It's like going deeper to see the truth of it, how it is formed, that there is no truth in that. How the power is generated with the interaction of vibrations, it happens then and there, and that story. So we call that, if we see, as Dr. Sakuntala said, when you once see through a certain stimulus, when you properly understand, feel it, it's like seeing the stem pattern of a single leaf of a certain tree, or opening a mangosteen so that you see the kernel and everything. It's the same. So the composition of each and every thought or stimulus is the same.
Are you telling that how you are going to solve someone's problem, or giving a talk?
No, Dr. Kokila. What I mentioned was I have an issue with translating these words into English, like Vidarshana
Why do you want to
meditation.
translate? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Why do you want to translate?
I'm actually writing some content under the guidance of
Okay.
Arya. For
Yeah,
that
yeah,
only.
okay.
So, so Doctor, for Vidarshana meditation, the best term to use it, penetrative, isn't it? So insight is also there, but when I
It's
I
the same
researched
meaning, yeah.
extensively. But for Vipassana, doctor, Vipassana is that yang hi tatra tatra vipassati thing that we do not see through each and every stimulus with, I mean, intentionally, but when we mature in the path, naturally we liberate from the thought. We see, I mean, we do not get caught in anything. It's like more, we don't go deeper like that to analyze, but naturally we liberate from each and every thought then and there. So that is Vipassana meditation. There is a difference. I mean, not a vast difference, but still that certain concentration, this Vipassana Kanika Samadhi, it also arises through that. So for that, is it okay to use penetrative meditation for Vidarshana and give within brackets, I give Vidarshana meditation there. And for Vipassana, I use insight meditation and still give within bracket it as Vipassana meditation. Then again in the same chapter we talk about concentration meditation also, doctor. There I researched a lot, and the best word to be used for concentration meditation, samatha bhavana, is tranquility meditation to avoid confusion. So, what do you think actually? Can you just suggest? I don't know whether I'm taking time off your discussion, but still, I thought this is the best platform to discuss this openly. And because the other thing, Dr. Kokila, in the same chapter, I do write Vidarshana, write about Vidarshana Samadhi and Samatha Samadhi. So Samatha Samadhi is tranquility concentration. Vidarshana Samadhi is again inside concentration. It's little, I am trying to, I mean, kind of discuss it, and to avoid confusion, I always give the Pali term within brackets, but still it's a bit
I
of
think
a
Surangika is much better than me for the words because I'm not sure about all these words. What do you think,
special.
Surangika?
Yeah, Miss Rangika, please.
Therwan Sanai. I think Sudharma, for the Vidarshana, if you just use insight meditation within brackets Vidarshana, that would be
better,
I think. But
okay.
I'm open to on the Vipassana. It's anybody else, if they have a better suggestion. I'm not 100% sure what we should say for Vipassana. Samadhi also, the word Samadhi also needs interpreting, isn't it?
Samadhi and Surangika, we can't, I think, change its concentration because Sati Samadhi, there are 5 specific situations on Sila Samadhi. Those things are kind of now for generations, they have written that in Buddhist scriptures, and for Samadhi, we can't change, we have to use the word concentration.
I don't think so,
Yeah, I don't think so.
because I mean, that's not the way, just because it was done, if it doesn't really convey the feeling, the feel, R.N. Maharaj has turned all these words into on its head, right? So from that, and why does he do that? Because it doesn't really convey the feel, the awareness, the supra-awareness, all those things that have been, so when you say samadhi, it's that meditative state. It is a state. It's not concentration. For concentration, even in the
there should be
English
someone to
language,
concentrate.
exactly, there has to be a focal point and there has to be a doer. So samadhi is like a state, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, and I don't. I think you might have to ask Saranwansi too, because I'm not good with words at all. I mean, but the question is, if you the thing is, what is the message that is going to be given?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
that
the
is
most
well
important thing. Yeah.
explained. That is explained under, but this glossary is also important. It's so, no,
So
it's
for
all right.
the
Yeah, yeah.
Samatha Bhavana, Sudharma, I think you can use concentration meditation. That is a
Hmm,
very
hmm,
well known, and
hmm,
nobody, I mean, even in this Dhamma, we are not disputing Samatha being concentration
hmm,
meditation,
hmm,
isn't it?
hmm,
Because that is what has been globally followed, and as we understand it, that is not going
hmm.
to be the correct path on its
And
own.
then, yeah, that's a good idea, and it's yeah, that helps because for vipassana, the best thing is not to translate and just to keep it as vipassana, isn't it? And vidarshana is also, I mean, it's insight is widely used for vidarshana, yes, and insight meditation. So,
In with the
yeah.
vipassana is meditative state without self.
That's true.
Mm,
Mm.
mm.
And what you explained, Sudharma, it's that the flow of thoughts is there without the heaviness, without the power.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
vipassana. Yes, yes, okay. Yeah, so as it is related to the part elaborated by Dr. Sakuntala, I thought I should discuss this. So thank you so much. That helps a lot. Okay. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yeah, as you said, I have talked with Aryan Hanse also, but I think I thought I should ask it here because we will be anyway using these articles and things in these discussions also. Yeah. Yes, that
I think
helps.
another person, maybe if you can ask, is Harshi Sudharma, because I remember right at the beginning of this English Zoom, or at least more than 1 year ago, Aryan Mahanse brought up the topic of particular definitions for these different samadhis and bhavanas and all that. And at that time, Harshi was also on the call and she did some research as well. Because, if you can message her, she might have some good suggestions as
Yes,
well,
she
obviously,
helps
apart
a
from
lot.
asking Aryan Mahansa, of course.
She helps a lot, Miss Surangika. I
Oh, okay,
always,
right, okay.
yeah, I message her. The other thing is Vipassana thing is the biggest problem without,
Vipassana is a
yes,
meditative state which
yeah,
is there all the time. Vidarshana
mm,
is in one thought.
yes, okay,
But that was
uh,
that thing is without self.
yeah,
That is the thing. I'm not good with
mm,
the words, but it is difficult, isn't it?
yes. And Dr. Kokila, as a question, now when we say that use the term radiant mind in association with the newborns, actually there is again a mind, mental image that, okay, the radiant mind, there's something called radiant mind and it's there at the birth and so on. But still, in this Vipassana meditative state, when one liberates from each and every stimulus, again, can we call that state is all as radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind without self again.
Yes, yes. Mm,
Because the self vibration is not there in an arahant.
okay.
It's a
Mm,
radiant mind without the self vibration or the power. That's the difference between the baby and the arahant anyway,
mm.
isn't it? What do you think?
So at the Arahant stage, the taints have no any power. Is that the difference? but
Yeah, there's no power,
yeah, no power.
no
There
tense,
are
no
no
power,
tense even.
No tense.
no
Yeah.
tense.
Mm.
And
So actually, the real radiant mind is the mind of an arahant. We can't again uh, objectify that, but still,
with these words
yeah.
can actually mislead, but I think the main important message is the words are used in different aspects. The you without you, the versus you. So it's very difficult. You just can't say, but it's I don't know. I mean, radiant mind. We can't actually attribute any defilements to a radiant mind anyway. But the radiant mind of an arahant doesn't have the self view, doesn't have the self perception, doesn't have the self vibration. That's it. Radiant mind, sorry, actually that statement is, I think, incorrect. I'll correct it again. I'll try to say it again. Radiant mind doesn't have the, not the self view anyway. Self view is broken anyway. Because even in a baby, there's no self view. There's no self perception as such, just in tense level, isn't it? So it's very, very difficult to say. But the main thing is no power. That we can say, no vibration, because that's the only thing that is there in the radiant mind. Radiant mind, there's no perception whatsoever. It's just a vibration. It's something you feel.
And Dr. Kokila, at that point, we cannot assign a certain period age up to these. I mean, 4 months, 5 months, the
Never
child
do
will
that.
be
Never do that.
never. Yeah, we can't
Why are
because
you trying to even do that?
yeah, that's
Dr. Kokila, if the tense are there, the vibration is there, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. That's the baby.
Yeah.
But the tense means the dasa sangyojana, but in dasa sangyojana, not all can be there, isn't it? Because the view is not there, so we have to be careful in saying, is it dasa sangyojana, the tense?
Sastra means 10 fetters. I
Oh,
actually.
no. Okay, I got you. Sorry. That's the fetters. Okay. Oh, this is complicated. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Got you. It's tense means sasava. Sasava means vibration. Yes. Sorry, these words are not good with me. Anything else?
I think the difference between the radiant mind of the baby and the radiant mind of the arhat state is that no taints at the level of the arhat state, isn't it? The baby
No
has,
tense.
yeah.
Yeah, no tense. But the problem is in actual language, we can't really say tense because no one knows tense. It's
Yes.
mainly the vibration or the power.
Yeah.
Because the tense is the word from, I think, Pali. Something from Pali, I think, that they have tried to develop a new word for that. I don't think in English literature will have the tense, will they? They might, but it is again related to all the Tripitaka, I think.
The word taints I just found, I checked it after listening to these discussions actually. I found it in the dictionary, but it gives sort of some idea like well, dirt or whatever underneath, not surfaced. some meaning like that.
I think they use the word cankers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, as well. Yes.
They say it's mental impurities, but that's like very surface-like, isn't it? When you say impurities, whereas here we are talking about a underlying current kind of thing, which is a far deeper connotation to it, isn't it? Because that in that vibration lies the entire samsaric thing, although
Yes.
everything is lying in that one vibration. Dr. Sakuntala, you were going to check yesterday about that sutra for Joel. Were you able to?
No, actually, I couldn't do it. I wasn't sure whether anyone had interest about that, so I couldn't make it. I will ask one of the nuns from, they remember these sutras very well.
Yeah, no, I was also trying to rack my brain to see, because I remember, I think I know what you're saying, there was something where Lord Buddha said, if you want to meditate in the jungle, obviously you don't go and select a place where there are a lot of mosquitoes or something like that, isn't it? There was some kind of story around it as well. So certain things where you have to practice patience. Then in certain instances you have to not associate with various things. And like that you get several, isn't it, in that
Some
sutra?
very practical points are there in that sutra.
Yes, some practical
I will
points.
need to find it out. I'll be able to find out.
Maybe
if I can.
Astrava, something to do with some. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do it. Sorry, I couldn't do it by.
That's actually in the beginning of the path.
Oh, I think it's in the Sabbasava Sutra, isn't it? Maybe it is.
Maybe
It says
Sabbasava Sutra,
7
yes.
ways to dispel defilements.
Okay, you found it now?
No, I'm just trying to find it on the phone.
Yeah, I think Sabbasava Sutra, yes. Because it explains some very practical points. As Dr. Kokila said, right at the beginning, for a person who is on Dhamma path. There in that sutra, you don't talk about, these are sense created world and not taking the world as real. Those points are not discussed, but in a very superficial manner, some advices given by Lord Buddha in that sutra. Yes.
Anything else? So we can discuss something. Yes, sir.
I can share a personal experience, Dr. Kokila. Last week, I had to undergo an MRI test. So when I was inside that machine, it was like being in the space, because Avyan Mahase at the very beginning several times he explained. So now you still say the world is real, But imagine if you were born in the space without any visual formations around, what would be your experience like? So it was like that kind of experience, because throughout I was there for like more than 1 hour. So the tests are like categorized, I don't know, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, so forth. With each test, the machine generates different sound perception. So I experienced how actually the only sensory organs that worked were like the body sensation, ear, the birth of ear was there, eyes I kept closed, so I no visual uh, formations were there, but still some drug was given, methyl penicillin or something. That bitterness was there from time to time. The thoughts occurred, and the sounds. The beautiful thing was, uh, so different sounds occurred. So the moment I heard certain sound like palm, 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 the perception of bread coming there, because how I was trying to like connect it with not I, but the system was, I mean, trying to give meaning to that particular sound. So when the next sound like duan, 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 so it's running kind of meaning is coming there. So that way I experienced how these perceptions, they are mere sounds, but still, since we knew the mechanism of the how the world is becoming real and the work of this mind consciousness, uh, it didn't, I mean, uh, go far, like there were not no strings of thoughts, but since I was so much isolated and I was there all by myself for a long time, at trance it occurred at the deathbed. So there, when the visual formations occur, maybe due to the illusionary nature of mind consciousness, people must be, uh, I mean, having the thoughts may generate a lot of power then and there. So that kind of realization happened, Dr. Kokila, because throughout the 1 hour I was experiencing the mechanism, actually how this works as a system. So
Yeah,
please, yeah.
it is actually much in the future. Try and not look at the system. Now you have the habit of looking at the system. In the future, if you have clear understanding about Dhamma, you don't need to try and look at the system. Just let it happen. Did you get it?
Yes, doctor, that active contemplation is unnecessary at this level. Yes, but it actually happened. I was doing it intentionally. Yes, I agree. Shouldn't have done.
There's too much
But
eagerness.
anyway, it was no, doctor. It was a beautiful experience.
Yeah,
Don't know. Yeah.
everything is beautiful if you look at it in that way. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, if you get used to contemplation, it will be just another habit. If you imagine teacher teaches you that this is chair, you stop thinking about it. Chair comes automatically, isn't it? Likewise, this non-self perception also should come. Active contemplation is good. it's good for a beginner. Actually, it is good. And then it will keep coming without any effort. It is okay. It's also okay. But then just take it easy and let it happen is the best thing, I think. Yeah. Anything else?
Dr. Kokila, Therasana, in the absence of any specific questions, maybe we can elaborate a little bit more on this Vidarshana meditation and concentration meditation, because we have read it from the book.
Yeah, so what can we, I mean, so if you are taking a chair, so
Yeah.
so the chair, how does the chair happen? So is chair outside? We can see chair outside. Is the chair outside? Actually, there is no chair outside. So chair is actually a perception. Perception actually has no chair anyway. Perception is just like current. So this mind is also actually like a power of a battery where you can see a battery, but the power you can't really see, can you? Likewise, these perceptions are also kind of like that. It's a product. There is a production, but there's nothing in there. So but there is a outcome. There's a output. There's a manifestation. So this whole manifestation of the chair is actually not true. So if you're seeing the chair, you're standing somewhere, maybe just think about this, and you're seeing the chair, there's some seeing happening also. There's this feeling of light when the chair is not there, it is a direct feel. And the feel is just there because of the past vibration of light. It's just that. Just like that. That's all. If you actually get it correctly, you will feel the sense outcome or the existent feel without the light feel. And that's it. That's the important aspect. That's it. That is for the Vidarshana, the Satyajnana is the main important factor for the truth. We have talked about the truth a lot, but the background truth should be there. So what is the truth? There's only, at one particular moment, there's only one stimulus. There's only one stimulus. So what we call living is stimulus, 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 stimulus. That's how it happens. But because of this fast occurrence of this, we feel like it is existing. This is like in in cartoons, if you move them so fast, you feel like they are moving. Just imagine when the train starts to go, sometimes you feel like the trees are going to the other side. It's kind of like that mirage. There's so many experiences you can elaborate on that. So this mirage is due to the speed. So this mirage due to the speed is going to continue until you have the respiration or the functions of the sensory organs. There's no problem in that. It is going to continue. But this suffering is the power, underlying power is the main suffering we have. Suffering, even though we call it suffering, sometimes it comes as happiness too. Sometimes it can come as sadness too. But the main thing is, it is not the sadness or the happiness that is a problem. It is the power behind that. This is so difficult. If you have been happy and you don't feel that alive feel, you will understand. If you are going through a very harsh experience, but still you don't feel as you are in there, that is the important thing. So the Vidarsana has so many aspects about that. So because all the Satyajnana is in one, is collectively affecting that one particular moment. Outcome is the actual meditative state which comes, because once you understand that that this is how it is, this vibration is going to go down anyway. Someone who has understood Dhamma will actually not feel the outside, because they feel the inside. They feel the inside changes but not the outside. So it's kind of feel the perception but not the actual outside story. You know the story, you're in there, you try to do everything you have to do. You get up in the morning, you go to work, you cook, you look after kids, clean the house, go shopping, sleep late at night, wake up early. So the cycle goes. But with the power or without the power is the main important thing. So the meditative state is when actually you feel liberated. So there can be like 3 states we can say. One is that in like first foremost state where you wouldn't feel the outside, you would feel the mind. You are still inside this dream. There's the second one where you will feel you feel awakened from the dream, you still feel. And there would be an arahant where there's no power at all, but the organ functions will be there. So they are kind of the meditative states we can say. But what we specifically talk about the vipassana is the state of an arahant. We don't talk about the other ones. We talk about the state of an arahant where you don't have the power of you or power of self-vibration. So the meditation is completely different. The concentration meditation is completely different. It's just you try hard and concentrate on one stimulus. So this trying hard person is anyway there. So you start with you. You have to, there's effort there to try and focus and then go through that, and self-perception is anyway there. Self-vibration is anyway there. So that's why we hear people start getting addicted to meditative states. In Vipassana or state of an arahant, because there is no self-power, because the self-power is dwindling or slowly going to zero, there's no addiction to the meditative states. So, don't know whether I said anything. Can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Kopila, no, I think that was a very comprehensive explanation. I like the particular thing about, how you tied it to the meditative state as well, because of the conversation we had before with the radiant mind and the arahant. So, I think Aryan Mansi yesterday or day before, maybe a couple of days ago, talked about what is your oldest memory? I think he said, if you go back to your childhood days, how much can you remember? I think he asked in the Andolnatmaka Zoom. I think that was to bring home the point that, he said, can you remember being in the cot? Can you remember being at your mother's breast? That kind of thing. And obviously nobody has any kind of recollection of being in the cot and so on. And I think it was to drive home the point, isn't it? How it is when the stimuli forms and then the self-view forms is the point at which this vibration becomes prominent and real, and then this whole duality occurs, from which point this parasanya, navasanya thing and the perception arises. And from that moment onwards, each time there is a stimuli, whether it is from the sound or the light or whatever it is, that entire vibration then occurs, or the telepathization occurs at that moment, and the whole thing arises again in this very moment. So, and then I think today, this morning, maybe Dr. Sakuntala, you may have been listening. I think it was this morning. He said, if you had seen a chair, even in your childhood days, and if you see a chair now, it's the same thing. And there was nothing else that you saw. But something that crossed my mind at that point is true. The initial stimulus, the telepathization happens from that first stimulus, because it's the same telepathization, the synchronization as you call it. But each time there is also add-ons, isn't it, Dr. Kopila? Because if we say that Sarasanga Kalpalakshayak me mote, or all those experiences are telepathizing in this very moment, every experience in the samsaric cycle, one can think about it in a very, oh my God, all those births type of thing. But is it that is very overt, isn't it? That is a very shallow kind of meaning, isn't it? Because what Adamans is trying to say, or for us to understand, is that everything lies in this one vibration. And the collective experiences, we may think that, we saw many chairs. Ever since the day we encountered the first chair, we saw many chairs throughout our life. But in every one of those moments, that moment is only this moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
Perhaps
actually,
if you can explain that a bit more, yeah.
When we try to type letter A in Google, everything under the A would come like that. When the vibration is here, you can actually vibrate to enumerate number of vibrations. You can telepathize into everything and anything. So that's the problem with the vibration here. So that brings the whole journey. That's how it happens. When the vibration is here, everything is here, because it's not. You can't really say it's in that particular moment, but actually you can't say even no, because it has the potential to do anything. It has the potential to vibrate to anything, telepathize to anything, synchronize to anything. So it is there, because this vibration, the vibration here, is the problem. If this vibration is not there, there is no suffering at all, no birth at all. So the whole samsara journey is like lost, because there's no vibration here to telepathize into that. So, but the one vibration is the thing, like Sirasa or Dharana. When that vibration is there, any radio or any TV may catch it or may not catch it, Unless the Sirasa or Dharana is there, there's always any potential. So that's what the 31 levels are there. So this vibration, so the non-vibration is rarest. That's what the Lord Buddha said, Lord Buddha's explanation of this rarest thing is finding a needle inside, not just the floor, inside sand. Finding a small needle, sewing needle, and the other one was sending a arrow through a horse's what is it? The horse
the hair in his tail, I think.
Yeah, hair in the tail, so that it is torn
Split
into
to 100 times or
split to
something.
100 times. So that is the rareness of that non-vibration moment, or the shana sampatti. That's the rare moment.
Apparently even that's easier than this.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny actually. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's
But,
not funny.
It's terrifying, but because it's how terrifying? Because we don't understand it, we might smile, but actually it's terrifying, because you can understand how rare the possibility of feeling the non-vibration, and there is a chance now with Tarananse, because it's very, very become evident when a human being is there with the non-vibration. It is so easy for every other human being to understand this and also feel this, because only humans can feel this as well, because the beauty of the mind is whatever the vibration, when directed towards the mind or manifested in the mind, you can this power is augmented so much. There's so much variation: anger, hatred, humiliation, jealousy. Not anger, hatred. There may be so many variations of hatred too. So whatever the words, we know that the burning has so much variations in humans. So the other way around, even the craving has so much variations. So but at the same time, only a human being can feel this in the first instance and also can explain it to the world, explain it to other humans, basically. It is so tricky if you can understand. That is how rare this occurrence of non-vibration in the world. 8 billion people, there's one person who may be manifesting, and all the others are trying to become that. At least feel it once. That's how it is. What was the question, by the way? I don't know. I'm going in sidetracks. Did I answer the question, Suranga? I think
Think it was it Sudharma's question?
no. You actually brought up a side question.
It was about concentration meditation and insight meditation, isn't it?
No, actually,
Dr.
she brought up. She brought up something sideways that she wanted to say something that I was trying to add something to that. No, we can't even remember what that is.
Okay, we can't remember.
But
I think it was
anyway,
the vibration happening in this moment about the chair.
yeah. No, actually, you were talking about the whole this 31 realms and the whole the samsaric
Each
vibration.
moment, whether it's this moment,
Yeah. So it is important to understand this telepathization technique because this is what it is. I mean, if you are talking about something like even Joel said this so beautifully when he asked the question, if someone asks me about the job, I get so agitated. It's so normal. It's so normal because it comes with that vibration. The whole package comes. It doesn't just come with the understanding of the job. It comes with the whole package. So if someone talks to me about the job, the whole package comes. Only to an arahant, the package comes, but without the power. That's the difference. Don't say the package doesn't come. Because if this is a human, the human mind works normally. Package comes. If you say your mother, even Lord Buddha knows Lord Buddha's mother before becoming Lord Buddha, There's no way like, I don't know who is my mother. I can't remember who is my mother. That's not how it works. So the human mind works normally. Human mind will have the happiness, the sadness, everything, but without this suffering, without that power, without feeling alive, without feeling the burning. Yes?
So, Dr. Kokilan, this 31 realms in one stimulus, that capability is there only for the human mind. Is it so? It should be the levels of that power generated. Now, for example, when the perception of mother occurs, the power generated in
These
that
three worlds are within the human because the Rupaloka, Arupaloka, Kamaloka is in this because if there is someone in the Arupa can't actually vibrate to the other two worlds. Only Arupa is just the feel. So you just imagine. Okay, now this is very good thing. You know that Surangika said something about which Aryan Hanse told a few days ago that the kid can't remember anything. Just remember like that. That's like Arupa. Because there's a vibration. That's it. Can you even imagine that? That's the beauty of Dharma. That's a vibration. So it's a feel. That's what the thing is. And when it comes to feel, if the Satyajnana is not there, it will never cross that line to say that it is just the sensory organ. And you won't feel the zero power or the non-self perception. for the non-self perception to occur, someone should actually feel or know properly that whatever you feel is the vibration of the sensory organ. This knowledge is going to get reinforced by the experience. When there's no experience, you have doubts. Every day you have doubts. You just imagine and tell. But when you have the experience, you know it's just an experience only. Today, Joel is silent. I mean, Joel must be thinking, wow, what nonsense are they talking? It's a bit, I think it's a bit too much also, because with so much Pali words and so much vibration and all that. But he's going to catch up, I think, one day, because he's so inquisitive about this whole vibration thing, or whole burning thing. And keenness to get rid of this burning is the main factor which drives this human being to non-vibration. Yes, Joel.
Well, I don't want to ask a question because I'm a bit irritated because certain things, it's a bit difficult for me for my age to practice and to grasp it. So I'm just taking my time to understand this.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Go slowly. Just let it go. If you feel like it's too much, just let it go. That's what it is. Letting go is art, Joel. Letting go is art. We really don't know that. If you feel it's too much, we have done this for a long time. And if we felt that Dhamma is a bit too much, because we just let it go. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Main thing is, if you feel like a bit of frustration, just let go. Because frustration is not going to give you any benefit in this path. This Dhamma is felt when you are actually in a very state of tranquility, very without much problems. So that's why Aranwanse always tell that for us to feel the nature, the non-vibration is very close to the nature. So to feel the nature, that's what he says all the time. He doesn't say anything else. So if Dhamma is heavy, just let go. Specifically you, Joel, don't get this as a problem, because the main reason you join our Dhamma discussion is to get rid of your problems. Never take a problem from this Zoom discussion. Just drop them. If it's too much, just drop them and let it absorb. Or it will absorb slowly. It doesn't matter actually. Just go slow. You just take it cool, as like you're listening to music. When you listen to a music, are you trying to, split hairs and understand whether this is the flute, whether this is the piano, whether this is the guitar, whether this is the drum? You don't do that. You just, feel it. Likewise, just feel it. Just feel it. Don't even doubt yourself. Just don't doubt yourself. The doubt, the frustration, is just part of this burning. It doesn't matter. Just let go. And one day you feel comfortable enough to think about it, it might normally come. You don't have to think about it even now because you have heard this Dhamma now. You actually have heard a lot. I think it's such an asset, but don't let it bother you. Don't let this Zoom discussion bother you at all. It should be, if it is too much, just drop it and take it easy. Be happy. We want a happy Joel, not sad Joel. Isn't it, Joel? What do you think?
Like you brought some
Yeah.
tears to my eyes. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Just take it easy. Because none of these things, none of us actually, some people have trouble, this Sudharma is trying to write a book and she's splitting hairs to write which word. And she's trying to ask that, and Surangika and me are trying our best to give an answer which we were, when it comes to someone's actual question, it's so easy to answer. But when it comes to theory, even I struggle. I don't know much theory. So, this Dhamma is so beautiful. If someone is listening to this Dhamma and that person is burning, I think they have catch the serpent from the other side. Is that the correct wording? Like,
Yeah, I think so. Yes, what Aranhasi says is, I think it's a metaphor from Lord Buddha's time. You should catch the snake or the serpent from the head, but not from the body or the tail, isn't it? Then it will.
yeah.
Yeah.
So as soon as you feel a bit frustrated, just let it go,
Yeah.
and you can slowly feel it again. You feel the as I told you again. In the past, just feel the breeze of the normal air in the morning, beautiful mornings. Just feel the morning light. Just feel the birds singing. Maybe the sound of the train. Maybe the sound of the rain. Maybe sound of a cyclone. Doesn't matter. Whatever. You just telepathize to that and just stay there for a bit. This, what is it called? This dream, this world of us, it's full of stuff, One thing, money. Another thing, family. Another thing is, what else? The human rights, or justice, or politics. It's all the topics. They are going to burn you, but they are actually inside this dream. This dream, when you know that it's not true, you can be in the dream without burning at all. And that's what I wish for you, and you're going to get it. So if at all in any discussion, any word of us makes you uncomfortable, just stop it, because none of us are actually wishing that on anyone. As soon as anyone feels, even if you have heard Aranwanse talk, if a mother comes and tells Aranwanse, I can't understand it, what he might tell is, just make a cup of tea, Amma, just make a cup of tea and just take it easy. And we know how true that is because we have done that so many times. So, and the beauty of Dhamma is this: the truth comes when you are in that beautiful moment, when you are in vibration with the nature. Are we running into the other Zoom? I think we may. Is it?
Yeah, we are almost.
Yeah, we are passing. So we'll hand over our Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. We worship our Anwanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing this no self dharma or burning less living. It's a it's something which you are very fortunate even to hear. So wish you all the actually wish you all happiness, super awareness, and zero burning, would say. And may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much, Dharma friends.
Tera Sarnai Dhamma friends.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Saranai, Dhamma friends. Namaskar, Vebhare. Bye-bye.
Tera Saranai. We worship Paranhase as usual, pay our respect to our spiritual leader, our noble friend Aranhase, Tera Saranai. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion today. Tera Saranai, everybody. So as usual, we will start our discussion 2:45 to 4 p.m. Our usual English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma teaching. Other days actually we are generally reading some pages from the book, but today I suppose we can straight away start the discussion. Any of you like to bring up any topics until Dr. Kokila joins us? Okay, Thiruvasanai. I think we will just, maybe we can continue a little bit more of the same topic that we were talking yesterday about the ego, that this question that was brought up by Joel.
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yesterday Dr. Kokila gave a very comprehensive, conducted a very comprehensive discussion regarding Joel's question of how to identify or how to handle if we meet up somebody who is so egoistic, and what is actually, how do we define ego in terms of this Dhamma. So what I felt was, Dr. Sakuntala, so we generally feel that people, when they try to show up, when they try to be recognized among a crowd, we obviously, it is obvious that they are egoistic generally, but still when somebody keeps quiet also, when there is a necessity to talk, so at that point also we feel, actually we know that they do not speak up due to their ego, because in Dhamma discussions now, actually the biggest challenge one has is to identify one's ego. So Aryan Hanse actually explains it in several ways, like it is the self perception, basically self view, or actually conceit also is used to refer to that, manaya. So identifying one's self kind of how much that person is trying to maintain, that self is also defined as the ego. in these discussions. So, for example, now actually what Aryan Hanse always mentions is we cannot see how egoistic we are. That is actually in 7 o'clock discussions. That's why sometimes he makes each other to talk about um, us in order to help the other person only, not to intimidate or not to let down, just to help each other in this journey. So actually, if we try to, yesterday the discussion was basically about how a egoistic person would try to dominate over others and try to show up as if I know everything, because in schools, actually, this self-perception we know is obvious even in small children, because according to Dhamma, once somebody is born, of course, this vibration occurs, and gradually when the uh, five sensory faculties begin to work, of course, uh, with the existence feel and the alive feel, self-perception also gets stronger and stronger. So even among school children, I have experience now, especially when we assign group work. If we select the most kind of talkative person, or who shows up leadership skills to be the group leader, sometimes he dominates over all the other children. Even the most silent one must be having certain things to contribute to that group activity, but that the small child, unknowingly, they dominate over the others and do not let others to uh, be a part of that simple thing. So despite the age, we can see this self-perception, self-view in everyone. It's very interesting the way that the small children show it up. So actually, unknowingly, we appreciate that as leadership skills, and they try to show that to the teacher even, I am the best one and I have done everything. But in the new educational kind of principles also, now what we encourage is to let everyone contribute equally to a project or any sort of activity. So it was a very interesting question that Joel asked. We can discuss it from different perspectives. So that much I can contribute. Now Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika and all have joined. Teruvan Saranai, worship Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's feet, and we can continue the discussion.
Sorry, I just joined. Teruvan and answer. Namaskarayo. What was the discussion point today? Today, didn't Shani read the book? Not yet, yeah?
She informed Dr. Kokila that she is unable to join
it's
today.
okay.
She's
Yeah.
unable to. Yeah. So we were
It's
just
okay.
talking about the ego and some experiences we have.
What was the question?
No, it was just a continuation of the yesterday's discussion. And
Okay.
yeah,
Actually, we didn't have much time to take Surangika's, I don't know whether Surangika's book, I can't remember, but even Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala couldn't participate in that because I think we ran out of time quickly yesterday. So we can talk about it today as well. Yes, Sakuntala.
Yeah, actually, as you said, the word ego has sort of in English language, it has a very superficial meaning where me, myself, and the things related to me, which comes up as thoughts. So that is what is interpreted in the English language when we are talking about thing. But in Buddhist teaching, apart from the superficial, very obvious feeling of myself and the things related to that myself, and also I think it has the Surangika suggested the pride, the word pride also, yes. I mean the proudness or pride or whatever, proudness and trying to dominate and trying to show off, all those are the descriptive words used for ego when we are just in general talking. But in Buddhist teaching, actually, that is the sort of culprit behind all these defilements and this long samsaric journey, where the feeling of being alive and feeling of this self-perception. And the word self-weave is used for the thought that is built up on top of the self-perception. Self-perception is that just the feeling of existence, but on top of that, the thoughts are built up, and then that's described as self-weave. Please correct me if I'm mentioning anything incorrect. So behind this main sort of large outer layer, there are many aspects that we have to discuss in this ego or this self-perception. Wherever now we know that the world, so-called outside world, is a creation of the sensor function. So we have no knowledge or no way of finding out what is beyond this sensor function level. We assume that what we are experiencing is existing outside, and different animals have their own sort of different feelings or the different ways of accepting what was experienced. So when we go think about that line, whatever is taken as a thing or whatever is given a value or whatever is accepted as existing, then and there the self-perception is there on the other side. It's like the other side of the coin, because feeling of existence and feeling of being alive are both sort of going hand in hand. So in very fine places, very fine nooks and corners, you can find the self-existence or self-perception. When you go deep and deeper, with every word you talk, with every activity and every thought, if they are taken as real or if they are not, if they are given a value by the system, then and there this self-feeling or this self-perception is there. That is where the finest forms of ego is hiding. So what our noble friend always says, that try to identify your feel. What he meant by that was that the burn or the burn in relation to that that you are experiencing in relation to any stimulus or any thought. So that is the different names are given, the defilements or maybe self-perception, different words can be given. So I think this is actually the theory part, but when you go to practical side, Surangika gave a nice example yesterday about being in the queue in the bank. If one person jumps and comes in front of you while you have been waiting in the queue for some time, the feel that you get, you can give different names to that feel. It's an uncomfortable feeling, and you might name it as anger or whatever the name you are giving. that is your self-perception, or that is the feeling of existence. So similarly, there will be so many household events, or when you go out, or when you are at the workplace, wherever you are, from morning to night until the time to bed, you will come across so many incidents where you feel that lighting up, or where you feel that fire within you. So this training to understand, training to pick up or recognize this fire, that is uh, what is needed in this Dhamma pathway. So maybe I will give the chance to somebody else to talk. Maybe Dr. Kokila or Surangika can add. Thiruvaan Saranai.
Yeah, I think Surangika can add something too. It's good to have different perspectives, different examples, and I think it's kind of the power of the self-perception that props up. It's like a pop-up. It's a very funny pop-up actually. This ego. It's easy to detect if you're actually into that awareness. Yes, Rangika, is there anything you can add to that?
Yeah, Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and all that, my friends.
And Joel can ask a new question if he has.
Yeah, actually, that might be better because we did discuss ego yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can continue until Joel asks.
I was just going to add what Maren Mahans explained yesterday, which is also the finer points of what we discussed on the ego aspect of it. The things that are, quite hidden and can only be discerned once there is a traversing of the path and understanding of the Dhamma for quite a few years. And that's not to say that people who awaken to the field faster don't feel it also. That is entirely possible. But for those who have, listened to the Dhamma for so long and for quite a few years and are practicing, there is an awakening to the field as the more one realizes the falsity of the sense faculties from which the mind consciousness arises. And this being in the mind kind of starts to fade away. And with that arises that awakening, the inner transformation, as we call it, the awakening to the field. Or in Sinhala, we call it avadiya. So the more that happens, only the more there is a awareness, shall we say, of those habits and traits in which the I or the self or the ego is hidden. And that was the point that was the subject of a lot of discussion yesterday. We heard Sonamali and Narayan Mahansa both explaining by drawing on examples given by certain mothers who post their experiences on the Zoom discussion. But if we turn and look, at our own experiences also, things that, those are things that one needs to be able to detect. And it's not like a person detecting, it's the jnana or the wisdom that comes into play at that point. And to a certain extent, our noble teacher did say when one or two mothers said, oh, I felt that, or I felt this, and I thought I had to say it on Zoom, kind of thing. He said, you don't need to say everything on Zoom. There are things, if it is discerned, if there is an awareness, then all that is needed at that point is the awareness. That little tinge, as Dr. Kokila said, the pop-up. The pop-up is not a very big pop-up. Sometimes it's a little pop-up. You can't even say it's a pop-up. It's like a tinge, isn't it? A little slight tinge here and there. If, something is not kept in its place. If other people's teacups have been washed and your teacup has been left, somebody's forgotten to wash your teacup. Things like that, little bits and pieces. And then my mother always complains if somebody's dog has left poo in front of the curb at the gate. So it's like our gate. So why have they left the poo here? Kind of thing. So it's that unknown, the thing that is not said out loud, isn't it? This is our gate. I suppose does that mean it's all right if it is somewhere else? So things like that, and those are the habitual kind of things. And Dr. Kokila, this is the Gati Nimiti thing that I'm trying to explain. Perhaps you can elaborate on it, subject to Joel asking a question, of course.
Yeah, anyone having a question, we can actually discuss around that too. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, no, Dr. Kokila, that ego, actually, it's the biggest challenge one has to kind of overcome, because although we cannot do it deliberately, it's interesting now when Miss Surangika said the way we choose clothes, way we speak even, because Aryan Vanse always talks about even we trying to maintain lifestyles. I mean, as Ms. Urangika said, in a very subtle way, the subtle need to maintain the self. I mean, maybe as a very good person. Now, most of Dhamma friends, including me, the problem they have faced is trying to be a good person in Dhamma path and in every way possible. So on one side now we discussed how we try to outshine and so on and so forth, and still trying to maintain a self that does not hurt anyone, very polite, and always worrying about other people being upset because of my actions, thoughts. So there is also again the self-perception. So it's so kind of complex, and I don't know, it's when it comes to feel, actually there is a subtle need to maintain a self. There is a subtle need. We of course understand that it is a system. So with that, this gradually dissolves, but still the noble teacher, of course, Aryan Mahanse at once notices and he pinpoints how this ego or the self perception is there in ourselves, though even though we can't detect. So it is sometimes, I don't know, from the way we talk, from the even we are well aware of this also, still it's there. So it will be there until we fully get rid of this kind of, although we say we have liberated from the outside world, there are instances where we still feel that outside world is real. So it is kind of a gradual process getting rid of this will automatically will go away anyway, and the system will continue to be there. Until then, we have to kind of try to understand, try to identify, as you all said, to catch it not as a person through awareness. When the awareness gradually develops, the awakening happens, we will better see the self-perception the moment it pops up. Okay, Teruvan Saranai. Yes.
Yeah, actually, something to add is the main thing which matters is self anger. So this has to be this has to be addressed, and then when the self view is broken completely or without any doubt, then everything comes into one non-self anger, and that's so much easy, and whatever the detection of the pop-up is it becomes a normal thing, because now the normal thing is no self anger, and this becomes a abnormal thing. So the detection rate is higher and higher. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this ego thing that we were talking about and how it fades away when we listen to this Dhamma. And one particular thing what came to my mind is, okay, the ego fades away. And as Sudharma said, we become polite, we become humble. Those things eventually happen when the ego fades away. But when you become humble also, certain people get over your head. So in what way does the ego fades away, and how does humbleness come that it will be good for us and for others as well?
Yeah, this is the thing. When there is no self anger, then when there is no when there's no self anger, everything becomes different. So whatever you feel, you go by the feel, and if you feel that this person is actually doing something wrong, and you might just speak out. It doesn't necessarily matter. But the thing is, because the feel is so high, you can actually feel where they are coming from. That's the most important thing. Why they are doing that, what led them to act like this, so the definitely you will feel everything. It's not just one thing. You will feel everything. So you'll feel if someone is actually trying to do something through higher power of self. It is very easy to detect. So I don't think the common sense is not gone. We already have our own common sense and how this world works, and but because you feel everything, so the feel aspect is much higher. You're not going to be guided by the mind, so you will do whatever you feel. That's it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be benefited from that or not benefited from that. You can't judge by that. Actually, this judgment part is in our mind. Every judgment is in our mind. Whether this is going to harm me or not harm me is our judgment. This is an extreme example of Arahanto, so we can't expect this to happen to everyone in the path. But what I'm trying to say is an extreme example of an Arahanto, someone who has lost this ego. Yes, there is a chance that something can happen. We can't really say no, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they feel it. They feel it. There are so many examples in Lord Buddha's time how they, even Mugalan Thero, he felt that how they came 3 times to kill him. A lot of people, I can't remember the number even. It was a lot of people, and he actually left that place because he didn't want them to get into this problem of harming him. not because he is feeling him. It's because of the kindness, out of kindness. But then when he realized that he can't do anything about it, just gave in. It's this question of whether it will be beneficial for us or beneficial for anyone else is actually in the mind. So all the problems in the mind, or the judgments in the mind, comparisons in the mind, stories in the mind, it's all in the mind. It's everything is in the mind. So mind gives you the story. Mind gives you the internal radio. This internal radio keeps on telling you so many things. If you actually pay attention, you will wonder how this internal radio works. It's just whatever you have heard, but how it works so beautifully. So beautifully, in the sense, it's not beautiful. What I'm trying to say is it's a kind of like a, beautiful organ. Sensory aspect of that is so interesting. It's this internal radio, how it works, and that radio keeps telling this and that. But that's not true. What you feel, you go by the feel. If you feel like helping someone, you just feel like helping them, you just do that. If you didn't, you didn't. It's just a thing, just one occasion. And you need to remember, it's all about no self-anger. All about no self-anger. Whether you are kind to someone, whether you are trying to save him, or whether you are doing something, it's all, it doesn't matter. When you have the no self-anger, because you have had a change in when you have the no self-anger, whatever happens is just an episode of this film. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So these episodes, good or bad, better or worse, justice or injustice in that same way, it's really the outcome of the mind. And this internal radio will keep telling you, judging you, making you go haywire. Just, if you actually detect this, it's so beautiful to detect this, and you just go by the feel. Not necessarily mean anything. You go by the feel. If you feel like helping that person, you help. If you don't feel like helping like that person, you just didn't. It's just a moment. It's just a moment. Just another moment. But this has to be felt. That's the thing. Anything else, Suranka? Do you have anything to add on to that, Poja's question?
Peron Saranai, can I just add something?
Yeah.
Actually, there is a sutra where maybe I can find it out by tomorrow. There is a sutra which has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. I think there are about 7 or 10 simple ways that those are kind of advices how to handle this sort of difficult situations, difficult people, etc. The only one thing I can remember is, if possible, avoid such situations. Now, if there is a place where sort of some form of unpleasant thing is going to happen, avoiding is one of the advices given. But rest of the things I can't remember, but I will be able to find out. And also, just I want to mention about 2 stories. These are actually merely two stories, but we can try to get the message underneath that. So one story is that about a devil called Alavaka. I think our Dhamma friends may have heard about that name. Alavaka, he was a devil, probably a human being who was having that devilish behavior. And Lord Buddha wanted, and the people were having lots of trouble because of him, his behavior. And Lord Buddha went to his mansion or whatever his place one day, and he wasn't there. And then Lord Buddha was sitting on his chair. And when he came, he got very angry and he said, go out. So Lord Buddha obediently went out. Then he said, go in. He went in again. Like that, 3 or 4 times he commanded, go out, come in, go out, come in. And after third time, Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. You do whatever you can do. So then this devilish person realized that I cannot shake this person, and then apparently he listened to them and he changed. So that was one thing. I mean, you can show your humble behavior at up to a point, but maybe you will have to have a different way of handling when it's going to continue. There's another story actually where there was a snake who was very, I would say, the innocent and wouldn't harm anybody. And the story says that the snake was observing seal. So those are added things by the writer, I suppose. And because he was so harmless, one day a woman who went to the jungle, she picked up some firewood and she was looking up for something to tie up the firewood, and she found this harmless snake and she used it as a rope. So finally the snake was really harassed and he was in great pain after this episode. And the snake went and sort of went up to Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha said that at least for your survival, show your hood. So those are two stories actually, just simply stories. But what is underneath is that, I mean, being humble 100% may not be may not be the ideal thing, or may not be helpful for the survivor. So at some point, you will have to show your abilities. But remember, in all these situations, not having a fire within you, when you are showing your sort of strongness or whatever the qualities that you want to show, going beyond this humbleness, when you are showing those qualities, or when you are showing your objection, depending on the situation, it's important that to realize that you are doing it without any fire within you. That is the important thing. So just I thought of adding that. Yes, I think
Yeah,
Dr.
I think
Sudha.
even
Yeah.
those examples, I think even Lord Buddha's examples, it's all guided by the feel. That is the thing.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
it's beyond the mental formation. That's the thing that we have to understand. So when we kind of think that now I have to be humble, I should do this, or then next time I should be now appear angry. That's not the thing. Now that's what I was trying to say. That is not the thing. Like that's not, how can I say that? Because whenever the mind gets involved, it's always there is a bias. So the mainly we understand so like super examples like Lord Buddha or anyone, any Arahant, it's mainly through the feel. So they do whatever they feel. So even the need to do something there, like say enough. You know, we can say enough. Saying enough is not specifically doesn't need to come from the mind. That's the thing. So flowing in the feel, that's the most important aspect of it, I would say, and the lack of self-view. If the self-view is there, whatever you do, whether you are so humble, it's useless. It's useless because the self-view is there. Whether you are humble, whether you are good, we can label him as 100% good person. Again, if there's no understanding of this, no self-dhamma, back to square one. Because your vibration is going to be born again. In the sense that your vibration is going to get telepathized into any other system. Yeah, whatever the birth, it doesn't matter. This cycle of birth is going to continue. That is the thing. We have to understand that. I think Sranka was trying to say that Gatinimiti, Ammanimiti, that's a kind of, the vibration here, which is the power, which is going to be there even after the stopping of the respiration and stopping of this system. That power has no place to telepathize. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I was just
Yes.
listening to Dr. Sakuntala's thing, that something mentioned about sutra, that if something is happening, don't go to that place. I mean, prevent from going to that place. So my other question is,
Even that we can plan
yeah,
it as well as
yeah,
we can go by the feel. That's the thing, Joel. What I'm trying to say is, like you go by the flow, and
yeah,
you just understand. You just feel this is not suitable. So that's it.
yeah. Like for us, it's good. For adults, my question is, like you said about that 14-year-old girl or a child going through that, but she can't say no or enough. Then it becomes a trauma. So how can a child prevent from abuse and all those things according to Sutra, because she doesn't know what is good and bad? How can a child be protected from those things when she's
No, we
going
can't.
to school? Yeah, that's my question.
We can't because if someone has heard Dhamma, definitely we have heard so many stories in Lord Buddha's time where a 7-year-old has understood this Dhamma and has an internal change that they understand there is no self, but continue to live so and marry and have children and all that. But the self view is not there. But still, they have the defilement still, which hasn't gone down yet to become an arahant. Which is, if there's something going to happen, it is going to happen. It's just another episode. That's the thing. The mind only, we have this big story that this is good, this is bad, this is justifiable, this is unjustifiable, this is trauma, this is not trauma. So we are talking about actually awakening from that dream. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the final outcome. At least we should know that, because if you are in this dream, everything in this dream is feeling like a truth. Even when you talk, you feel that it is happening. You feel true. It's actually happening. But it's this whole thing is actually the outcome of the sensory products. Yes, we can imagine that we two are seeing same. Just imagine twins are watching a same problem, but one of them would perceive it in a different way. The other one is going to perceive it in another way. So the way they perceive is different from system to system, the culture to culture. There are lots of changes, but whatever the dream that you see, this is the outcome of sensory organs. See, this is the thing. It is not easy for us to get hold of this quickly, even though we know now, yes, the mind is just a cumulative, effect of the sensory, other 5 sensory organs vibrating together. That is the mind. And whatever the mind, this dream, it's a dream kind of from, if you remember from 2-year-old time, whatever you remember until now, that's the kind of the dream. And when you die, where's the dream? The dream is gone. Where is it gone? Well, is it gone? I don't know. What do you think? So then this dream, this understanding, we are still in that, but we through wisdom we are understanding. It's actually truth. It's just part of the dream, yes. And when the dream changes when you die, if your vibration telepathized to somewhere else, complete different dream. So I have told before also, if the cat is in the same room as you two are seeing 2 different worlds. Cat is worried about the rat. You are worried about something else. So this mind has the ability to, project a lot. Project a lot. And the value given to this one thought is you. This is not easy. It is not easy to come around, like understanding that what Joel said, Joel said that something happening to a girl. If you actually felt that it is happening, that is you, that is the power of that thought. That is what we feel as a life. That is the beauty of this trying and understand how you feel as you are living, how we feel this duality, how this dream has become so true. Can you add something, Srangika, about that?
Yeah, that's, I think, it's the way of perceiving that, isn't it? And that will be understanding to come to the realization that that question is almost flawed, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, the question itself has a problem of taking this world as true.
Yeah, because then what happens is we are concerned about the child, about the safety. So there is the child, there is the safety. The safety is also a concept in the mind, isn't it? Because where did we get the notion of safety? What is safe for one is not safe for another
But don't
person.
take it for wrong aspect, because we still do those things without that deep weight behind it. That's
It's
the
like
thing.
the mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, we still act on it. We still act in this dream. We still look after kids. We still hang around them because they should be looked after. They have that, the safety measures. You do all that. That's the thing. This is very difficult to understand. Understanding this Dhamma only brings this weight down, and that is actually the ego, and that comes down slowly. So you act as before, whatever you know, up until now, whatever you know. I have indicated this before. If someone collapse, we do whatever we know. Someone will call the ambulance, someone will shout, someone will scream, someone will start giving CPR, someone will help to do that. This is all the data we have in this system. Is that a problem? No, but the burning is the problem. So when we understand this, we don't have the burning, but we still keep doing that. Because otherwise we will be like, well, how are you going to act then? No, we act. We act according to this society, according to this pattern, according to the feel we have, because the feel we have is always you feel the other. You feel the other person. You feel the child. You feel the mother. You feel the father. You feel the patient. You keep feeling even your pet dog. You keep feeling everything. So when this ego is down, it's so easy to keep feeling others, and you will keep helping others. That's not a big issue. That's according to the feel, though, not in the mind. It's not, you're not planning to be, I should help this person. That's not the quite way. It just flows. Yes, Sudharma.
Peruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, that's what Taran Mahanse explains as when there is no self-fear, you become the other experience fully and you feel as if the same person. There is no duality there, isn't it? So you are so compassionate, you can feel the other person fully. And I remember one example he always mentions, if you see the cat has caught a squirrel. Since you are a Dhamma person, are you going to let the cat eat it? If there's a possibility, you have to save that squirrel, uh, which is going to be eaten by the cat. So, although we realize Dhamma, all the safety issues, if somebody is going to rob your house, you have to, if you see that, you have to call the police and you have to do everything. But as you say, doing it without the self-view and with the self-view are the difference. And when Joel said that being humble, how can we survive and all, actually one can be so down to earth, humble, but with a strong self-perception. So it's so beautiful the way Aryan Mahanse has that loud laugh. I mean, no self laugh. I don't know what is to be called. Even Joel said, I would like to laugh like that. So they are. Um, so if we are to, can we laugh like that? I mean, we feel, oh, it's bad. We try to kind of control that. That laugh is free of everything, any stress, any self perception. And then sometimes Aryan Mahanse shouts at us, he raises his voice. So can we call he is egoistic? So as you say, we cannot judge it from the way somebody, some system actually reacts to certain situations. It is within and it is to be felt. So actually I understand what Dr. Kokila was trying to explain and all of this. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, I wanted to add that. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
Then anyone can add anything here. It's very interesting to understand also that and a person who has no self-view will never harm anyone. It's very important. Very important to understand these things. They are not purposefully harming anyone. They are not in the mind anyway. And their field is not going to, because the ego is less, there's no way that anyone will harm. But what we have to understand is this pattern of things happening, in this inside this dream. It will go on. It just will go on. If you can help someone to understand this Dhamma through kindness, you will do that. And if not, yeah, that's it. We can't do anything. Did you get that, Joy?
Yes, doctor. Something else that I wanted to ask is that when the Dhamma friend said you feel but others feel, Is it connected to empathy?
Yeah, you can call that, but empathy word is already taken. Empathy with self, without self. How can we explain that, Joel? It's so difficult, isn't it? Empathy without ego, empathy with ego. How can we explain that? That's what Aran said that day, said unbelievable love, because there's no word to say that. Love without ego. How can you say that? You can't really say that. So we don't have words to say these things. So I just can say empathy without ego. How would I know? How do I explain that any more than that? So because we have this empathy word used now with the self view. I am here, I have empathy towards them. What do you think? Again comes to that egoistic thinking pattern, or the thinking pattern that we have, that I'm here, I'm the one who is doing all these things, I'm the one who is going to have empathy towards others. And that's different. So if there is a word in this world, empathy without self, yeah, that is what we are talking about. Is that okay? Do you think, Suranika? Do you have any other words to add to that?
No, Dr. Hawker, I think that's right, because sympathy, empathy, all these words have that automatically, it has the self angle. I think the word empathy has kind of come about from the traditional sympathy, because they're trying to show that we are aligned with that person, we feel for that person, you and me are alike, you and me are one, kind of, concept that is trying to be conveyed through that word. But whatever said and done, ultimately it all comes from that self angle, and which is why the more the Dhamma realization is there, the need to put things into words really crumbles away, because the use of words itself is like useless. I mean, that's not to say, again, to Dr. Vokala's point about that little girl and safety, that's not to say that the words are not going to be used. Definitely, one has to use a language, one has to use a vocabulary to convey certain things, indeed to convey even the Dhamma, the truth. But engaging in meaningless talk, just that rambling of the mind even, there comes a point where it's all useless, and even the formation of the thought itself, it's as if even that mechanism is fed up of the mechanism. The process is fed up of the process of the mind forming words, because even to utter the words, the mind has to form the words first. The mano sankara kind of mental construct happens before it gets turned into words, and the vocal cords are then utilized in order for the words to kind of come out with a sound. But even at the point where the mind is kind of forming the words, even it gives up. I don't know how to explain it, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Maybe you can explain it better. Because inside, innately, with the internal transformation, the complete uselessness of this volitional formation, this abhisankarana, where all these things are getting constructed. Because what are words? Words are trying to denote objects. Words are trying to denote a thing. It's trying to denote a thing where no thing exists. So when that profound meaning gets embedded more and more, the need for words, the need for speech, the need for those things just dies away. So it's not an easy thing to discern or understand, but it comes gradually. But to get to that also, you have to use words. To get to that, you have to convey a question, as you're doing now, Joel. You have to ask, and to ask, you have to use the mind, and you have to be inquisitive. You have to turn, because this Dhamma is understood based on, it has to satisfy the experience that is the jewel now, isn't it? Because the experience, the world, the sensory perceptions driven world that has created the jewel today is not the Dr. Kokila, is not the Surangika, is not the Sudharma, is not the Dr. Sakuntala. So the defilements and the way this construct has happened, which is jewel, that puzzle has to be solved. And that puzzle is a unique puzzle. So Dharma is another unique puzzle. Everybody is a unique puzzle onto themselves because the traits, the cankers that then make up the experience of and the self that is jewel, the self that is Sudharma, the self that is Surangika are quite different. So the way you get about it to get those defilements to fade is also a unique path of its own, which is why you still have to use questions, you still have to use words, but ultimately, and you will come to that point soon, but yeah, the need for all that will eventually fade away.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing. There's this internal radio can tell so many things. Internal radio works non-stop, and
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, can I share a problem that I have? I hope you all can help me with that. So I have come across now, actually now I see the thought pattern, and I feel I always try to exaggerate. Small point, I kind of have the habit of explaining. Sometimes that the main point is hidden. So, and I also have the habit of repeating. So I wonder whether it has come through teaching, because we tell the same thing 100 times when we teach. So I don't know. I see it now. And I feel that others feel uncomfortable also when I keep repeating the same thing and trying to exaggerate. So sometimes I do not mention the most important point. End up speaking rubbish. So that is the mind. I know at least now I see it. So is it a habitual kind of thing, or what?
if the listening people are in front of you, just go by the feel, because you can feel them. You can,
Yes.
if you this is not easy, Sudharma.
Yes.
Lord Buddha once went near Sariputta Ratan Vahanse, that's Arahant. Sariputta Arahant Venerable was explaining Dhamma, and Lord Buddha was walking near them, and Lord Buddha said, it's enough, Sariputta, they have already felt it. They have already they're okay now. Because Sariputta was explaining again and again. So this is the thing, this feel is different from person to person. Even Lord Buddha had the biggest feel. That's what Aran Vahanse was telling yesterday in the, the Andolanatmaka Deshana, that everyone should speak to him. He is saying that with a reason, because he is the non-vibration. We are just in the path. So the non-vibration feels all the vibrations. So the best feeling is the feel without the self-vibration. So it is difficult, but I would say if you tell about 5 times also and you feel that that person has not understood, just tell them to follow up with Aran Vahanse or something like that. Sometimes Some people can't get it. And at the same time, someone might get it and just listen out of respect. Out of respect, they will keep listening. That's the thing. So, and sometimes there's another things too, like someone might say, yeah, I got it. But you feel that, definitely you feel that that person didn't get it. So these are so many different stuff, like it's kind of a mastering the field. You can't do it with the mind anyway.
Doctor?
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
I just want to add to Madam Sudharma's comment, because I know what teacher is they repeat things, because my mother is also a teacher. So I can understand why they repeat it.
Mm. Yeah. But that's in mind. But Sudharma, do you want to talk?
Yeah, no, doctor, I got it. Feel is the solution. Yeah, the more we are awakening to the feel, these problems, at least now we notice that I talk too much, or I go to town with certain stuff.
There's one thing that we can add to that, Sudharma. If you actually feel that what you're talking is true, you get that. Just be careful.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you understand? None of these things are true. We just these are all this in this dream we are talking about.
Dream, film.
Yeah, whatever the word you talk, it is the output of this sensory formation. So even the words now I talk doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means something. It's trying to convey a message, yes, but
More than
your ego, or your power is when you feel what you're talking is true. Can't you see that? Can't you see when someone is telling a story, how engrossed they are in that? How, not the word engrossed, how can, is there a better word, Surangika?
Yeah.
I think engrossed is correct, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, kind of,
they're
like
almost absorbed, right?
Yeah,
absorbed into it.
Living in that experience, even now. It's very evident now. I mean, after listening so many years to Aranwan says Dhamma, we just feel 5% of it, and then still, even that, you can feel this self vibration. You can feel the, that power. Yes, just anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that so for Sudharma's case, now what you said about the feel is good where the audience is in front of you. But now, for example, Sudharma, if you are trying to explain a problem to RN Mahansa or to someone on the Zoom, then and that potential to repeat, because you automatically, I think it's coming from habit. Joel is probably right, because of the teacher mentality. You think you're dealing with maybe 50 children in the classroom, so you're trying to say the same thing in several angles, hoping that you will hit maximum children's ability to understand. And that same thing has almost kind of become like a habit. But when you are explaining a problem of your own, like a Dhamma problem, if you say it once and you are saying it reasonably clearly, and then you get the urge, always just kind of be aware that there is an urge that comes within. When there is a little pause in the Zoom, you're trying to fill the pause and fill the silence by trying to explain what you said a minute ago a bit more, and then a bit more, and again another bit more.
That's beautiful.
Where is that urge coming from?
That's very beautiful. That happened very recently also. Yes, Surangika, thank you so much for that advice. Please go ahead. Both of you.
And all that needs to be done is be aware that that urge is coming. There's nothing else to do, just be aware. So in that particular instance of presenting that problem, you might keep on going at it in various different ways. But the fact that you recognize the urge, that there was an awareness of the urge to explain more, will help in the next time it's getting presented. And then sometimes, even before you present to the Zoom, say you're listening to Andonatmaka in the night, the Zoom, and now following day morning, 5 a.m., you want to ask a question. So now, even in the night before you're going to bed, you're forming the question in your mind, isn't it?
Yes,
And you might
yes,
think, this is the way I'm going to ask the question.
yes.
And then now you're going off at a
And the most
tangent on
beautiful
that
thing
topic.
is everything goes wrong in front of advance.
Moment, yeah, that's true. Moment
Yes,
Advance steps into the Zoom, all the beautiful words that you had strung along and planned
like
goes out of the window.
he said, like cackling hens or something. I don't know. He said beautiful metaphor to refer to the way the ladies talked on that day. I was the most stupidest because I had made a certain incident real, sad thing real, and I myself felt that I am in the mind, and I don't know, I really felt ashamed of me. But what to do? Even seeing that it is the mind, I didn't have control over that. You are so correct when you said that there's an urge. Yes, very, very insightful. And
That urge actually, I mean, each time we speak from the mind, sometimes there is an awareness that urge is there, but we can't control it. And then sometimes the urge is there, and this is where RN Vanse has to step in and say, Suranka, you're talking from the mind. Because one is not aware. So
Yeah,
that
I think
awareness
Dr.
comes slowly,
Sakuntala
isn't it,
has
Dr.
had
Gopinath?
the fair bit of don't talk like a doctor, isn't it? I think I remember that once or twice he has told, isn't it, Sakuntala? I think because our patterns are also there. Yeah.
Yes, of course, I have been told so many times. He has said, you are talking like you are treating patients. You are just trying to give some medicine and send the patient away." So as you
Yeah.
said, what we have been practicing for so many years, I think just comes out as a gati nimiti, I suppose.
Yeah, but then we forget that you have to go by the feel. So
Yes,
you
yes.
can't really do that
Mm.
by force. It just has to come.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can see if we are struggling to do that, you can feel that. But if you just let go is the best thing to do. Just let go. If internal radio can't do anything, just let go. It's okay.
thank you so much for your advice, of course. Very important and very useful for me. Theruvan Saranai, we have Doctor 3 minutes more to go.
Yeah, Joel, do you have any questions? Anything to add in that sense?
No, doctor, thanks.
Oh, good. And yeah, anyone can add something. It's very beautiful to talk actually about this Dhamma. We try to do our maximum for Dhamma to our utmost ability, because whatever our flaws, Dhamma should not be tarnished. Dhamma is so valuable in that someone can actually feel the cessation of suffering, because suffering is not the part of life. Suffering is actually not needed to live. You can live in this dream without suffering. That's the beauty of this Dharma. You never knew about that. You can still do whatever you can do to help people, to look after people, to help your mother, father, to, do whatever you can. But it will be just one moment. It will be just, a episode in this dream. So there's no suffering. So living without suffering, living without ego, living without self-vibration, living without self-view. These are beautiful things that we will keep repeating every day. So we worship Paramahansa for his guidance, and thank you all Dhamma friends for coming to this Zoom discussion today. And thank you very much, Joel, for asking so good questions. And may Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All Dhamma friends.
Thank you.
Thiruvaren Saranai.
Everyone say namaskar.
free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado, Ariani. You show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Buddothpado, Ariani. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow. Buddothpado.
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
Dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth of birth and death made clear,
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado. Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast, step by step. not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle boats and
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, the most profound spiritual master at this moment on this planet Earth. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends, I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 10, self-translated Darshana Samapatti, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. As you all know by now, the main foundation and the greatest pillar of this true wisdom and the true path to realization of Nibbana is based on this true Buddhist philosophy. Because without the true Buddhist philosophy, there is no true knowledge of what is happening in us and around us. Because the true Buddhist philosophy means the true nature of the human life based on the world created inside the mind. As you may aware by now, after listening this true Buddhist philosophy and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's sermons through Buddothpada PeoTV, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse's teachings through this Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, thousands of years after Lord Buddha's Parinibbana, thousands of years, only wrong waves covered the minds of these human beings, led them into complete suffering. Nobody is able to come out of the suffering because Lord Buddha's true teachings were hidden because of the hatred things done by people in the past. So many people tried to destroy this true Buddhist philosophy from the beginning because they were very much jealousy because of this. But Lord Buddha, without expecting anything, always tried to spread this Dhamma by walking through so many lands by foot and send all his bhikkhus to meet people and tell them the correct true Buddhist philosophy and understand the way out of suffering, wheel of suffering. So Lord Buddha's true teachings were hidden so many thousands of years because of the jealousy and hatred people around this world. But Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has fully enlightened, undergoing those teachings, hardly learned those teachings through Sutra Deshana of Lord Buddha, Sutra Vinaya Abhidharma, three Pitaka. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has studied those things and found the Vidarshana meditation. What is the how to do the Vidarshana meditation and understand the true Buddhist philosophy hidden in the Sutra Deshana and revealed them to the world after fully realization of Nibbana in the year 2015. Though Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse enlightened in the year 2015, until 2019, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse never come out to give any kind of message. That Aryan Vahanse just stayed in the faraway jungles and remote areas and always tried to again and again see this Dhamma, awakened Dhamma, and thereafter Aryan Vahanse started preaching after year 2019 because Aryan Vahanse saw how the people are suffering without an end. In the time of coronavirus, then only Aryan Vahanse thought of revealing this Dhamma to the world. Until then, Aryan Vahanse just check whether somebody else is coming out and giving these true sermons, but nobody came out from any country of this earth, on this earth, to come out to show the true path to realization of freeing from the wheel of rebirth and death, wheel of suffering. Now, after describing 10 sermons, I have come to the last chapter of 10th sermon, and there's another sermon. I can very clearly see, and I have already described, only because of this true Buddhist philosophy. If somebody used to hear this, who are not speaking Sinhala, who are only speaking English language, only understand English language, whether they are talking another language, but they are able to understand English language, only after hearing this even, they can have a very good realization. That means a very good release from the suffering of will, because knowing how the suffering starts in the mind, how the world created inside the mind, all the perceptions around us, and through these 6 sense faculties in human body, all the perceptions are taken into consideration and making thoughts on them as names and forms, and then thereafter combining names and forms, thoughts are creating. The perceptions have power, thoughts have power, thought power. Then thoughts are transforming into mind consciousness. Mind consciousness has more power. Therefore, the wheel of sansaric journey is circling very far, very fast, because when a thought comes into the mind consciousness level, mind consciousness is creating so many stories in each and every angle on one objective thought, on one objective perception. So, perception based thoughts. So, there are so many thought processes happening upon one thought. Therefore, the aggregates are becoming more high, and the load of the thoughts are becoming very high, and it gives the mind will be very much frustrated due to these thousands of thoughts coming like a waterfall without an end, and that will give a very hard frustration to the person. Therefore, most of the people nowadays having stress. Stress is happening due to the main reason for occurring stress is the thought power of flowing of thoughts, speed of thoughts. Speed is very high, thoughts are so many, and the aggregates are very heavy in these thoughts. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, all those are combining with each and every thought, and there are heaps of thoughts, and that heaps of thoughts are very heavy to the mind to stay calm and stay relaxed. That is why the world is full of frustration. All are running around, just running around to relax, but they will never relax, because if they go to a gym even only for a few minutes, they'll relax. After coming out, after another 1 hour or so, then again the thought process is troubling them. Therefore, according to the teachings of Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, the only spiritual master who is correctly, fully enlightened and correctly showing to the world is Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse from Sri Lanka. Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is fully awakened, fully realized Nibbana, and having a very high spiritual knowledge and a very relaxed mind like a small child. Aryan Wahanse is explaining this true Buddhist philosophy and most of other sermons in a very simple manner. Aryan Wahanse nowadays going through village to village in Sri Lanka, throughout Sri Lanka, and personally meeting innocent people and giving this Dhamma, this true Buddhist philosophical knowledge and the 4 contemplations, understanding there is no self here in this body. Aryan Wahanse is personally teaching everybody around Sri Lanka to educate people and to relax them to come out from this samsaric journey any man or woman more than 85 years even they can understand this. So simple manner Aryan Mahansa is explaining. So this is the only way to come out from human sufferings. The main understanding is no self here. The main understanding in this true Buddhist philosophy is there is no person here. There is no person here and there is no existing mind here. And there is no world here. World is only creating inside the mind. Anything outside may be there, but all the human beings are creating their world is inside them, inside their mind. So the suffering is happening inside their mind, each and every human being's mind. So Aryan Mahansa is explaining this very nicely in the true Buddhist philosophy. According to Lord Buddha is now explaining the place where the Nibbana is. The final realization is like this in Dhamma. Tatrapaham bhikkave na agating vadami na titing na gating na upatting upatittang apatittang apavattang anarammanang me vetang esevanetang dukkhasami. Lord Buddha has revealed and Aryan Mahansa is revealing. Now, no sun and moon. In that place of Nibbana, I will say there is no coming or going there. Yes. The ultimate bliss, the ultimate realization, a position of ultimate realization. There is no sun, there is no moon. And Lord Buddha is telling, I will say there is no coming or going there. Yes, there is no coming or going means there is no birth or death there. No go away, no existing, no disappearing, no departure, no birth. Lord Buddha is telling there is nothing like that in this place of ultimate truth. There is no fixed support, no existence, no goal, no objective. That kind of situation is there. Lord Buddha is explaining and Aryan Mahansa is telling us the position of Nibbana, describing the position of Nibbana. Overcoming, redeeming from all the sufferings are at that point. Yes. Redeeming and overcoming from all the sufferings are at that point. Bhikkhus, like that Lord Buddha preached. This is the eternal truth, the way of redeeming from suffering, according to the descriptions of 10 sermons of true Buddhist philosophy. Finally, on Lord Buddha's teachings, Aryan Mahansa is explaining, this is the eternal truth, the way of redeeming from suffering. This is here in this mind, in this fraction of second. Can you believe? Yes. The Nibbana, the ultimate realization, the ultimate bliss is where this bliss is here in this mind. It's a mind position in this fraction of second. The Nibbana is there. Can you believe? Lord Buddha said, and Aryan Vansa is explaining, if you can destroy it like a shell, the light is coming in front, the pure soul. If you can crush the eggshell, you will be freeing to the nature. If you can destroy it like crushing a shell, then the light is coming in front. The pure soul is there. If you can crush the eggshell, you will be freeing to the nature. Yes, if you can crush the eggshell of this mind, you will be freeing to the nature. If you could do this, this is you are a great hero. Yes, Lord Buddha said, if you could do this, you are a great hero. He will become Mahamuni, great sage, eternally immortal. Yes, that immortality is near you. It is not easy for you to get it. Yes, it is not easy, but it is not hard also if you try. If you have Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimansa, if you have the liking, if you have the wanting to do it, and if you have the courage and the strength, and if you have the Vimansa means the contemplating, you can do it. We showed you, Aryan Vahansa is telling, we showed you the Buddhakshanya, the instant of awakening. This instant of awakening is not belongs to a form. Nature of Buddha, Buddha nature is in a higher realm than divine realm. Buddha nature is the highest realm ever in this nature. All those sages know about this. When they go to the starting point, they will reveal it to the world. Great sages in the past history knew all this and they used to reveal to the world. But it is very unfortunate and it's very pathetic. The people in this era do not know about these. They have not come to this nature. Therefore, they can't explain these things because of they are stuck like, yes, they are stuck in the shell of ignorance. Therefore, they are not able to describe the true reality of Nibbana because they do not know anything about it. They can't even imagine. They can't even imagine. Therefore, they say about eating, drinking, and becoming intoxicated and dying to the people. Yes, because the nowadays spiritual masters are not knowing anything about this Nibbana, the highest spiritual realm. They do not know anything about it. And what they do, they used to say stories, so many stupid stories to the people about eating, drinking, and becoming intoxicated and dying. That is those are the things nowadays spiritual masters are talking about. People are trapped into those words and ended up their lives by eating, drinking, and intoxication. Nobody knows about the truth. Nobody knows about the truth of humanity. Truth is truth. Sages are still there. Sages are still there. Knowing about the truth nowadays also. But people are living like they haven't seen them. They are just pretending they are not seeing. They are not seeing the true sages. Like that, people are ignorant. People are living like that. Sages are still there who become eternally immortal. Yes, we know our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the great sage of this era who become eternally immortal. That is the very truth statement. Making stories. Nowadays, spiritual masters and spiritual teachers are doing what they do, making stories, writing books, saying that one is coming. Just stupid shows. All those are false stories. Telling somebody some avatar is coming from one side of the earth. So all are looking at the avatar who is coming. In one side, in another side, somebody is telling God is coming. But nobody came up to now. So like this, they are telling made up stories to the people and misleading people. But these spiritual teachers do not know how bad it is. They will definitely suffer because of the misleading of these innocent people on this earth. Eternal truth is inherited to everybody. Every human being has the potential to understand it and become the eternal truth. Everybody could eternally immortal, but that has the way to become eternally immortal t- should, should have to tell them. You also can become the divine nature. You will become even the Brahma nature. You also realizing Nibbana. If you are a human being, then you have the potential to become the full realization of Nibbana. Whatever religion you may be, it doesn't matter. Whatever country you live, or whatever society you live, whatever your body skin color, doesn't matter. If you listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel, you will definitely be aware about this true wisdom and true path to realization. at this moment only, not after that. Yes. Realizing Nibbana will be happening at this moment only, not after death. If you happen to become immortal at this moment, who are you in the next moment? Yes, after listening to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's True Dhamma, through this pure Buddothpada PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel. Also, you can see the website www.wisdomofasia.com. When going through honestly, you can become a realized person. The realization will happen at this moment only, not after death. If you happen to become immortal at this moment, who are you in the next moment? Are you a human? No. After realization, you are not a human. Is your body is disappearing? No, your body is still there. Are you not eating? No, you are eating. Are you not maintaining the body? No, you are doing all those. Your realization, wisdom cannot be seen by anybody. Yes, there's no difference between a outer look of the realized being and the normal human being. Outer look is same, but inside the realized being has a realization wisdom. So your realization wisdom cannot be seen by anybody. It goes beyond the cosmos. Yes. Realized beings, wisdom. Realization wisdom is going beyond the cosmos. Nobody will be able to turn or frequency the consciousness element there. There is no death there. Nobody will be able to tune or frequency the consciousness element there. There is no death there. Others are thinking of death. Yes, in the mundane world, others are thinking of death, talking of death and feeling fear of death. But in that consciousness element, there is no death. He is laughing with light-heartedly. Losing or being deprived means having everything. Telling that and passing away from the world. A realized person will tell like this. Losing or being deprived means having everything. Telling this and passing away from the world. Losing everything in this world means having everything. All the great sages are telling same. Others are thinking of death, but in that consciousness element, there is no death. Yes. Losing everything in this world means having everything. All the great sages are telling same, but others can't understand because there is a hidden meaning. Receiving everything means losing everything. That is happening to the babyish person. Losing everything in this world means having everything. That sentence has a big meaning because losing everything in this world means that person is realizing everything. We are realizing Nibbana. Losing everything means he is going beyond the mind. Everything means everything added and downloaded in the mind. Stored in the data stored in the mind. That is everything. If this person happen to go beyond this mind, then what will happen? He will realize the Nibbana. He will go to the ultimate point. So that is why it is saying like this. Losing everything in this world means having everything. Because the world is created inside the mind. So losing everything means each and every thought, because you have everything as a thought. You have a car, you have a house, you have a husband, you have a wife, you have children, you have parents, you have big positions, you have a very good education background. All these are what? All these are thoughts. So your thought based, mind based world, when you go beyond this thought based world, mind based world, that means the past memory is stored. That means losing everything in this world. Then what will happen? Then you will realize Nibbana. You will realize Nibbana, the ultimate realization, the ultimate relaxation, ultimate bliss. Then what will happen? Then receiving everything, then what will happen? Then the whole, you become the whole, you will become the whole nature. So there's no you there, there's no different nature there. You become the whole nature. So you become the whole universe. So what? Everything is now, everything is belongs to you, because there's no division. There's no division. There's no you, as well as there's no different nature. You become the nature means you get everything again. And in this mundane world, receiving everything means losing everything. Receiving everything means building up everything in his mind, his pride, his all those are coming like thoughts. His pride, his jealousiness, his hatred, his lust, ignorance, and uh, craving, and everything he is collecting in his mind. That means receiving. He is collecting money with craving. He is collecting lands and property with craving. So he is collecting this and that power and money and positions and education and everything collecting. Collecting means building up memory, past memory store, and building up a very high mind full of thoughts, aggregates. And what will happen? Receiving everything means losing everything. That is happening to the babyish person. That means finally he will die without realizing anything, and he will go to the lower realms because of his proudness, And because of his craving and his jealousy and his competitive thoughts, he will go to a lower realm. The proudness is the most dangerous thing in this world. Proud people can't have a good life after death because that is the real dangerous part. So receiving everything means losing everything. That is happening to the babyish person. Not only Lord Buddha, some great sages came after Lord Buddha also found this place. After that, they say several things about it. Yes, not only Lord Buddha, like Arahants, some great sages like Arahants came after Lord Buddha also found this place. Nowadays, our Aryan Vahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse also came to this place and is teaching us so many things about the true nature of this universe. We always see some sages are talking about the birds flying on the sky. They are the ones who reach this place. Yes, we also see some sages are talking about the birds flying on the sky because when somebody is fully realized, his mind will become a bird, bird flying in the sky. Sorry. That means in a so free way, his mind can fly over and over beyond this nature without an end. That is why some sages are talking about the birds flying in the sky. They are the ones who reached this place because the sages who are talking about the bird flying in the sky, that means they are showing the way of their mind. After realization, their mind will be like that. That is why they are saying like that. So Lord Buddha said, stanza like this. Ye sang santi chayo natti, ye parinyata bhojana, sunyato animitto cha, imoko esa gocharo, akasena sakuntanang gatite sanduranya gocharo. Sakunya means birds. Flight of birds, the flight of birds in the sky who realized this eternal truth will fly in the sky. Nobody can find the road or the destination. The sage has gone. A sage who has fully realized will be like a flying bird in the sky and nobody can find the road or the destination that sage has gone. Like that, very freely, the sage is flying in the sky. With the sage's mind is flying in the sky. Another stanza, Lord Buddha said, Yassasava parikkina aharecha anissito shunyato animitto cha umoko yassa gocharo akasecha sakuntanang padantassa duranya gocharo. Some seekers who is redeeming from taints, fleeing all these foods, redeeming from attachment, defilement and wrong views, craving nothing like this in his mind, attaching for nothing and clashing from nothing. that Arahant's road is empty, signless, without marks, like that Arahant's paths, like a bird in the sky flight. This signless, without destination or path, journey of those great sages' paths are like that only. There is a big sorry. There is a big meaning in this. Yes, there is a big meaning in this. This is certainly the realized mind which has become the nature of that mind. For that kind of nature, nothing of this world is owned. Everything is lost because that kind of realized mind is not having connected to the mind based world. So for that nature of mind, nothing of this world is owned, everything is lost. This eternal immortality, or else the mind which has become Nibbana, the point redeemed from mind, there is nobody, no self, the selfless nature. The mind become the nature means the selfless nature, no self. Outsiders are showing him as an arahant. The mundane world people are showing him as a arahant, like our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. That is also a conventional concept. Certainly, there is nature only. Yes, though there is a human form, there is nature only. Finally, the mind will be accumulated to the nature. There is no rebirth or occurrence. Will never happen in this mind. That is called the Arahants came to an end, extinguished, ceased. Nibbana means this. Nibbana is there. Nothing will be meeting at Nibbana. In that, there is nothing as the mundane worldly mind seeking. Very simple story is there. Arahant is more like a baby, with a radiant mind and leading a very simple life. That means feeling very free, to experience the world without a problem, because his sixth sense system is still there. He is seeing, hearing, feeling, but there is no self and there is no consciousness to grab things. The Arahant has only non-manifesting consciousness. That means he can feel everything better than human beings, better than mundane people. He can taste everything better than mundane people, and he can hear everything better than mundane world people. An Arahant can hear a song and feel it very nicely, but there's no attachment happening in him. He can taste good food, but he is not going behind tasty foods. Whatever he has, whatever he is offered, Arahant happen to eat, but not eating much, not trying to full have a full belly all the time, very less, eating very less, and leading a very simple and light life. And also, Arahants can see everything in a very beautiful way than us. That is why Lord Buddha always, there is a stanza called Ramaniyani Aranyani Yassana Ramati Jano. That means the full stanza I can't remember. Ramaniyani Aranyani Yassana Ramati. That means the meaning of that stanza is the Arahant can very freely and very delightfully have the pleasure of seeing a aranya, the jungle. He can feel the jungle very well. But the mundane world people can't have the beauty and the feeling of jungle like an enlightened person, because he has so many things in his mind. Like that, an enlightened person is the person who can enjoy his life without an attachment or without aversion. Arhants are always like to live very quietly, and they love aloneness. They don't like to talk too much. Whatever they talk, that is Dhamma. All the time when they talk, most of their words coming out of their mouth is Dhamma, pure Dhamma. That means the pure nature. So if we are lucky in this era, we are very lucky to have a Arahant like Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. When we happen to sit in front of him, sit by the side of him, we can feel our mind is going blank because thoughts are disappearing because of the power of that Arahant's mind. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse's mind power. It is actually synchronizing to us also. That is the greatest nature. That is the greatest thing happening to us if we used to listen to an Arahant's sermons, his words. Then what will happen? Not only his words, that Arahant's nature of Nibbana, the realization nature of Nibbana, the power of Nibbana will synchronize us, and our minds become clearer little by little. It will become clear, and when we are listening to real Arahants sermons, naturally our defilements impurities in the mind are losing. So our minds become pure. So the people who knows hearing these Dhamma sermons, when we are hearing these Dhamma sermons and discussing these Dhamma sermons, when we do Dhamma discussions through this Buddothpada PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel. Anybody can listen to this through any part of the world, can have this miracle to a certain percent. That means their minds will, after listening to this pure Dhamma, their thought processes are slowing down, and due to that they will have a relaxed mind. They will have a relaxed mind. Who are listening to this great Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse will never have stress or anxiety in this lifetime, and everybody listening to this Dhamma will definitely achieve the path to Nibbana and proceed according to their level of feelings, level of realizations. So that is the miracle of this great Dhamma. So an Arahant and fully realized spiritual master is the most valuable thing ever we can have nowadays in this era. That luck, actually, that luck we have in Sri Lanka. As Sri Lankans, we can be happy, and we can send this Dhamma, transform this Dhamma from Sri Lanka to all over the world to end the sufferings of human beings with the help of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's teachings, the great treasure of this era. Lord Buddha's Dhamma is revealing again, and it's opening up. Nobody can shut it down. No any jealousy person, no any hatred person can do it again. But though they have done it in the past history, now nobody will be able to cover this eternal truth hereafter. So I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the fully enlightened Master, the great sage of our time, worshipping you. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Wahanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background activity be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of Buddothpado PeoTV discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So any Dhamma friend who is willing to join us, you are mostly welcome, because this is the forum that you can ask any of your doubts, any queries about the discussions that we are having or the sermons that we are having throughout the day. This is being conducted 24/7. So surely there must be various places, various points that need to be clarified. If the time is compatible for you, you can join now through this Zoom link. So we can discuss whatever the queries you are having. We know that this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, this was started in mid-February with an attempt to convey this message of true Dhamma to the world. Because we know, because of the time factor, there are many people who cannot join when it has a fixed time. So it was Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend's brainchild, to give this message to the world. So because of that, this 24-hour channel was open. So you have got a great opportunity. One might wonder, what is this true Dhamma is? What is special about Buddothpado sermons are? Actually, that was a question that we also had at the beginning, because we have been going from one set of deshana, one set of sermons to another. We have been changing. We didn't feel a great difference, and at the end, we happened to stop here. And since we feel that there is something really different here, something that we feel, something that can be applicable practically to the day-to-day life, we felt that this is what we have been looking for. So we can start our discussion if there is any point that can be brought up. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Venerable Aswananda.
Yes. Yes. Madam, may I know what is meant by Elinga Enimiti Uddesa and also Anuvyanjana?
Can you please repeat it, Venerable Sir?
Sure. May I know what is meant by Elinga Enimiti Uddesa and also like that other word Anuvyanjana also?
Anuvyanjana, and what is the other word you said?
Elinga Enimiti Uddesa, those three words.
Uddesa, Anuvyanjana. As far as I remember, those are three Pali words, isn't it? Yeah, they are actually something to do with metaphors and the examples. That is the meaning, if I can remember. Using various examples and metaphors to explain the Dhamma. That is the only way that certain things can be explained, because this Dhamma is something that is felt. So the Dhamma is something that you can't explain everything in the words. So therefore, Lord Buddha's time also, Nimiti, Anuvyanjana, and there's another word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what it basically all three means is that some form of examples or metaphors that is used to explain Dhamma.
Ha, ha. That word uddesa, that what is meant
Yes,
by
yes,
that?
Uddesa.
Uddesa
Uddesa,
is
Nimiti, Anuvyanjana. I can't exactly say which one has the which meaning, but
ha.
all three basically means that
Metaphors.
the examples and metaphors kind of things that
Okay,
is
right,
used
right.
to explain the difficult Dhamma facts.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Okay, lot of
Yes.
merits. Okay,
Yes.
right.
I'm very grateful, Venerable Sir, for asking the question.
Okay. Right,
Theron Sarnai, Champa, is there anything that you want to bring up?
Theron Saranai, Doctor.
Yes, Theron Sarnai.
Last night sermon, have you listened to it? It's also a
That
great
is
one.
the Andolnatmaka Deshana
Yes.
17:1.
Yes.
I think I finished it, yes. It's a bit mixed up now because I have been listening to so many because I have a backlog to clear.
Yes, I
Do you
also
remember
like
any points, any points that you wanted to bring up?
actually from last sermons also, in the same manner, Aryan Wahanse was telling, if we feel something is there, at once myself is occurring there. That is the greatest problem we have, no, Doctor? That is what I just mentioned you to explain a bit more about it.
Yeah. Yes, actually, this self is the greatest problem, as you said. The misconception about this self, existing self, is a major problem, which actually leads to the samsara journey throughout. So, and it is the thought that we find, it is the single most important thought that find it difficult to get rid of also. Because if that self thought is so strong. So, only way is to analyze and study and understand how this self feel is coming up. So, in other words, if you learn the trick of the magic, then even if the magic occurs, that importance or the significance or the surprise that it brings to you becomes less and less. So, wherever, as you very correctly said, wherever, if a thought is felt as true, thought means thought, under the thoughts you get the thoughts itself or the words or the acts. I'm sorry about my throat. So all our thoughts, isn't it? Now we know the sankhara, we have three categories of sankhara. Kaya sankhara, vachi sankhara, mano sankhara. Sankhara means something constructed, something aggregated or something that formed just now. So in other words, they are all thoughts. All three occur as a result of the thought. Now, when you are doing a certain act, the behind the act is also there is a thought. When you are talking, behind the talk also there is a thought. Then separately you can have the thought. So all things, all three happens basically because of the thought. So in other words, if a thought becomes real or if you feel that the thought is real, at that point, that itself is a self. Now, for example, if you feel, now I can see a banana tree in the garden. If I feel that the banana tree is real, even if I do not have a specific attachment to that, or even if I do not have a particular aversion, still, if I just feel that the banana tree is outside there, that means that is myself. So that is a basic sort of kind of golden rule. If you feel that a particular thought is real, if you feel that the thought is given a value, thought is felt real, at that instance, that is yourself. So it can come up in various levels. Now, the self feel is there, self perception is there, self view is there. So all three levels actually, it's gradually uh, the self experience is becoming stronger and stronger, because self view means you're thinking as a thought, you are accepting the things. This is my way of doing the things. I like it this way. I want this way. Even if you do not use the word mine or I, the hidden meaning is that the thought is related to myself. So that is a self view. That is a gross level actually. But even if you know that the thought is not real, thought is something constructed at this moment, still you have this self perception. Self perception means whatever the sensor uh, experience. Now you are seeing the things, you hear the things, you feel various things. At sensor level, each and every sensor level, each and every experience, always the perceiver or the self is there. You are, or if I say myself, I am seeing the things, I am hearing the sounds, I am feeling the skin sensation. So even that sensor level, always the self is there. So that is the level that the baby with the radiant mind experiencing. Baby doesn't have any specific thought about it. Still the thoughts are not formed, but the baby is experiencing the sense experiences, and always the division, uh, the word vinyana or the consciousness is used to indicate the dividing. That means light is there and the perceiver is here on this side. Sound is there, perceiver is here on this side. So there is dividing. That is the nature of the consciousness or the vinyana. So even at that level, the self perception is there. And when you go deeper, the smallest baby, maybe few days old, there is no specific sensor function that can be recognized, but still the baby still has this self vibration level, which is the most sort of deepest level, which is actually which cannot be experienced by us, because we are already having the thought level, we are in the thought level. So at each level, whenever that something is felt as if it is there, like the other side of the coin, the self is here. So that is the thought that is most important, which creates everything, all these other sequences. So that is the thought that which is most difficult to understand and get rid also. So only way is to understand how it is happening. So that is where the darshana is coming to play the important role. When you exactly know, when you sort of have a good understanding about the darshana, then you can understand how this self-feeling occurs. Actually, it is now Aryan Mahansi very clearly explains that it is nothing to do with the body, it is nothing to do with the mind also. But as a result of this sensor creation, because of the speed, you feel something, the system feels something. That feel is the one which is named as myself. So always it is a feel as if self is here. As Aryan Mahasi explained, yes, whichever the thought becomes real now at our level. If we had to talk about the thought level. So if the tree, you feel that the tree is real, really there outside, that is yourself. So that is something actually the system has to feel. You can use many words and try to explain, but actually it is a feel that the system should understand. System should experience that. Dr. Kokila Terwa Saranai, anything to add? She was asking about a statement that R.M. Mahansi mentioned in last night Deshana, that whenever a thing becomes real, or when what she said was that if the chair becomes real, that is yourself. That was the statement
Yeah,
that
that
she.
there
Yeah.
is he's trying hard to give this, to remove the sakkaya ditthi, to give you the essence of Dhamma. And actually, even today, I think he is trying very hard to convince everyone how to find your vibration. And if you really still feel that the body is your body is you, as we discussed yesterday, it's not even the first level has been understood. And it's not the body, it's not the mind. And then what is it? That is the actual vibration of the chair. And in the sense, it's actually it can be if it's a mind consciousness, it is the chair, the strength of the chair, in the sense power of the chair. But that to come to that, the self-view has to drop also as a thing. You have to fully realize that it was only the chair was available, and when the chair is not there, the life really is not there. That is the thing. Do you get it? I think we have talked about this a lot. I think we talk about it every day. When the chair is not a thing, a life really is not there, that means you were the chair, the power of the chair. It is just you have to understood it first and see how it actually works. Even the light, it is the same, the light consciousness, the sound consciousness, mind consciousness, anything in that sense.
Arya mentioned another thing. That means if something is not becoming a thing to us, they are not, then we will become that thing.
That's an arahant, yeah.
That's only happened to an arahant.
Why you asked that question even?
No, last night, Andolnatmaka Deshana, both the things he mentioned. The question I asked.
Yeah, but how else? So
no, sometimes
the moment of Buddha status, the Buddha or the Nivan or whatever the word we use, telepathizing it into a moment, you can feel this.
Yes, all the time, හැමදේම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ at that moment. If we see something,
හැමදේම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් අරහත් ස්වභාවයනේ. හැමදේම දෙයක් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම්. මොහොතකට හරියක් දකින්න එකනේ ප්‍රශ්නේ.
Oh, sometimes whatever we see, all the time that is not becoming a thing for us, no, Doctor?
Yes. After understanding that the right view, everything is lined up according to the thing now. Just imagine someone fully realize that there was never a self, and it was only the chair or the table what was there, then you fully realize that if the chair is not a thing to you, you don't have to worry about it anymore. But what then matters is your son or daughter or brother-in-law or brother or husband. Then these are the things that is going to be a thing. Yes, karmasthane handuraganna. That is the thing.
You mean, doctor, through the karmasthane only these things are happening?
No.
No. Yes.
Someone, now I'll repeat what I said. If someone's Sakkaya Ditti has broken, that means outside is not a thing to that person at all. At all. So if even one thing is you feel that they are outside, in the sense, if you feel anything outside as anything as outside, you can't call it Sakkaya Ditti is broken. So when the Sakkaya Ditti is broken, that statement is very valid. That's his problem why I am repeating it. When that is broken, then the path, the next levels, what matters is what your power is. That means what your power is, the power of the sun, power of the table, power of the gold, power of the money, power of the house, power of the land, whatever. That is kind of a guide. But it comes to the power of the light, power of the sound, power of the touch. There are so many things. So many things. I mean, it doesn't stop anywhere, remember? It's a long thing, yes. But Sakkaya Ditti, if the Sakkaya Ditti is the problem, that is the main problem here. Actually finding your own tense. Finding your own tense, or the finding this power, or detecting that when that power is not there, when the chair is not there, or cross sound is not there, in the sense when the cross sound is not a thing, self feel, this alive feel is not there, means a big tremendous effect on this system, because then there is no talk, there is no even discussion about it after that, because you fully know that this alive feel wasn't there when the stimuli was not a thing. When you come to that level, you fully have realized that this vibration is, this alive feel was never by any other thing. So that's where all the problems, all the doubts about Dhamma goes away. So you know what you mean by dependent origination. So after that, the Krutya Jnana, it starts the slow reduction of your defilements. In that, there's so many things to detect. You slowly detect your own problems. Where is the actual strength is, whether it's in the table. I mean, obviously you might say, no, table is not a thing to me. Yes, that can happen. But the initial problem is a problem, whether the Sakkaya Ditti or the power has been detected, whether the power has been fully realized. The power of the tree is as same as you have to fully realize the underlying, because in the mind you can't judge your power. When you go to the level of the internal level of the vibration, only you can find that how much power you have in that. After that, it will slowly reduce anyway. So why the karmasthana is important is it guides you, because at other times you will be like an arahant. because a lot of our mothers also say, nothing matters to me. And then ask the questions only, then they realize they cry, they have so many revelations only when question, why then you feel so tight and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yes, my husband is my karma sthana. Nearly I found it last week. Yes, I found it last week completely. Otherwise, I had no such thing. So that means he's the one who lives with me, So sometimes some clashes are happening, and then only I understood. Oh, this is my karma sthana. Now I know it, doctor.
Yeah, but there are much more deeper things than that. Now, if you detect that, after that you will detect, I thought it is my karma sthana, but then to realize that the life field is the karma sthana. There are so many deeper layers than that. But it is good to find something, at least then you can feel that how much power you have. But then when you feel that they are coming down only, you will feel how much power you still have for the other stuff, like your habits, your little things, how you do your the fashions, how you comb your hair, how you talk, how you value your freedom, how you want to be, how you want to talk, how you want to travel. There are so many other things which are hidden, which are not even obvious. But it's good to have something obvious. Then story begins. But the most important aspect is detecting, actually fully realizing that it is the power of the stimuli. Because just by knowing it, it doesn't matter. Just by knowing it, it won't be effective. You have to feel it too. That's why the experiences do matter. And that's why you should continue to do the Satyajnana, the practice, the listening to Dhamma, and the practice of Dhamma, and understand everything. Krutyajnana, you can't do anything. It will reduce anyway. When you fully realize that there is no self here, this power can't sustain. So we are not trying to understand that the husband is not there. Actually, through everything, we are trying to understand what gives you this alive feel. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, actually, I missed a little bit of your talk because I got disconnected for no reason. As you said, the Kamatahana means, in simple words, where the current is felt more stronger, isn't it? The strongest point where the current is felt. And also there may be more than one point even. Now, you might think it is only the husband, but there may be certain other points also which sort of really you feel that you have this burning feeling, current. So there may be more than one kamatahana, and also other thing to remember is the kamatahana also can change. What we had something some years ago may have changed to a different topic now.
Well, as a young child, even the going the bus stand will be very interesting. But
yes.
After that, maybe the job is interesting, and after that, maybe the baby is interesting.
Yeah.
After some time, maybe the grandchild is interesting, or the temple.
Yeah.
You never know.
And even dharma or nirvana, those also can be the kamatahana at the end.
Yes.
And as you very correctly said that, I think that point is very important that you mentioned about this Sakkaya Ditthhiya, the fact that if you are feeling one stimulus as real, but all the others you feel that no, they are creations of the mind only. But regarding one stimulus or one experience, you feel that no, it is there outside. That sort of fluctuations, you can't
Yeah, still
say
you're
that the
outside.
self-view is gone completely, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tricky.
It,
You're still
yeah, it is
outside
tricky,
then.
and yeah, because so that we have to, that is the most important thing. So for a person who is feeling 100%, there is nothing outside, all are creations in the mind. Only with that basic foundation, you can talk about this, the things where now Champa said that certain stimuli we don't feel that they are real. We feel that there is no Atma there is no self there. But that is applicable only for a person who is having this 100% strong foundation of not feeling outside as real. I don't know whether I worded it correctly.
Yeah, because Aranvanse is now actually properly putting it in the face-to-face sermons. I feel even today one was so fabulous. I stopped it somewhere, but
Today
can
morning
feel.
was there anything in the morning Zoom? That was
No. I was
no.
listening around 6 o'clock from this side. So like in the evening I was listening.
Right.
Like
So
now
that
it
means
is
a
going on.
practical experience one, I suppose.
Yeah, in
That must be the
Mahayangana.
time. Okay.
Morning
And
one, doctor, sorry, morning one is while going to Mahayangana from Badulla, Aryan Mahansa is showing the weaves and all, nothing much there. Doctor.
Okay.
did he talk
Even
about Dhamma today morning? I didn't listen to the morning one.
no, morning one he didn't do any Dhamma kind of discussions, and then I listened to the 9:30 Zoom, morning Zoom, that also he didn't take part. Probably he must have been on his way.
Yes. And from Mahayangana he was talking, and I can sense that he's trying to go to that side, but he was taking it slow because they when Aranhansa asked the question, all struggled because he asked the question, is this body you? And some hesitated, and when he asked, okay, then some said no. And then when he asked, then where is you? Then they said the mind. So Aranhansa had to start everything from the scratch because of that.
Okay.
So because he had to start telling the whole thing again, because this whole, even though we say it for last 5 years, I think this must be confusing.
Or maybe some people, maybe some new people, newly joined people.
No, even some who has listened and to Dhamma. He was asking Mayangane Meninwanse, didn't you tell Mayangane Meninwanse where the Atma is? And that is the thing. So if you fully aware, and you have to feel that also, no, that is the problem. The challenge is to feel that when the stimuli is not a thing, that self-feel is not there, is a great revelation in this system. But if you look at it that way only, you come to the correct view also, because this no self experience can happen in different ways. Without this Dhamma also, no self experience can happen. But then with Dhamma, it gives you such an insight. If you don't have an insight, I think I have told this to you as Dr. Sakuntala as well. If you have experience and there's no insight, from that, and then I don't think it just becomes another just a experience, because the insight is such a strong one when you fully realize that the life is not there, in the sense you are not there. This whole thing that, because Aranwanse asked, someone said, there is no you, Aranwanse. Then he said, no, you feel you. Don't you know that you feel you? And they said, yes, because these are the things that we can't deny. You feeling you. But he was nicely explaining it. You feel you when you look at something specifically, like focusing. He was telling about the focus. But then later he went on to tell that even without the focus, that's where the answer of Champa is there. Even without the focus, the self-view is there. Everything is under that spell. It's like a spell, isn't it? No, Aranwanse didn't use that word. It just came to me now. It's like a spell, like you're under that spell, even though. So just imagine you're going from Colombo to Kandy. You can't remember anything much, no? If you're traveling from Colombo to Kandy, you might remember maybe a roti kade. I don't know. I'm just telling something. Or a plain tikade shop where you were very hungry and stopped and you are like, wow, this is so good. Something like that. But then you might not remember any of the other things. But we can't say that there was no burning, because even in that moment, you are maybe thinking about something else. Because even though you are not noticing, because I can remember I have gone in the train so much, like it's a long train, like I can't remember, maybe 2-3 hours at least. So you can keep looking, and you might not see anything. In the sense you're seeing but not seeing anything. You know what I mean? Like it's just passing. But I'm not an arahant here, just because it's not becoming a thing, because I have the self-view. So that's where the importance is. With the self-view, whether there is a burning or not, it doesn't matter. The self-view is there. That is there even in dhyana.
Even in a person from a different religion, a completely different belief also can experience something like that, no?
Yeah,
They also
even
might
in dhyana. Even in dhyana. Dhyana is the same, no? That like the floating effect you had. You can float with the self-view. You can float without the self-view also. You can have a form dhyana, form meditative state with the self-view, without the self-view. You can have a non-form meditative state with self-view, without the self-view. So the importance is Sakkaya Ditti. Importance is correct view. If the correct view is not there, basically you are in a spell of self-view. That's actually a good word, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good word. Yes.
It just came from nowhere. Because so that example from I still can remember Colombo to Teethala. It's a long drive, like a long train drive. So I won't remember anything. Nothing. But does that mean I'm really I may be in a la la land? That's a different one, because it's so beautiful. But actually speaking, it is all with the self-view. Just imagine Aran Wahanse going there now. Now, if Aran Wahanse gets into the train from Colombo and go to maybe Padulla, just imagine. Can you compare even? You can't. You can't compare. Because he's seen the same thing and he might remember, he might not remember. What does that matter? If the alive feel is not a thing, oh, this is so complicated. If the alive feel is not a thing, it goes back to the normal thing. Then the final thing is you see as normal, you hear as normal, you touch as normal, you smell as normal, you taste as normal, you think as normal, but the life feel is not there. Just imagine. So it's a complete different thing, isn't it? The burning is not there. But see how complicated the story is then. Someone in the path also can say something, but I think what matters is self-view. What matters is self-view. With the self-view, without the self-view. So without the self-view, imagine someone has no self-view. That means outside is not going to be a thing. But whatever the perception that person has, because you can get into the train and keep thinking about your family, keep thinking about the studies, keep thinking about the future, keep thinking about the freedom, keep thinking about the money, keep thinking about what? Whatever. So whatever the past perceptions still can be a thing, yeah? Yeah. Now, the outside is not a thing to that person. Nothing is going to gain any momentum. But everything that is kind of circulating is still has some momentum, which is gained before. Like Champa's husband, brother-in-law, children, Dhamma work, whatever. But the importance is a self-view. Whether you have the self-view or not. Because self-view, that impacts a lot. If you have self-view, even if you look at something and you can't even remember, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because your self-view is there. You may be in a trance, you will be in a meditative state also. It doesn't matter because you have the self-view. So if the self-view is not there, then outside is not a thing to that person, but whatever the power which is there from perceptions is still there. And so it will slowly come down.
Doctor, I have something like this. I have a habit that is I need everything. The place I live and the outer garden everywhere should be very clean and in order. That always, if there's not like that, not in a proper way, it gives me some kind of problem in the mind. That is also maybe the self-view, no, doctor?
Depends. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you have an experience of non-vibration, then you will be 100% sure the garden is not in your in one of your perceptions. Garden is a perception. So your clean garden is also a perception. Unclean garden is also a perception. And who is getting agitated? Yes, 100% that is self. So, yeah, it is a bit tricky, isn't it? Whether I think the way you talk about it, yes. But in the other way around, if someone's self-view is not there, then now the difference is then this cleanliness perception, that is you. You fully understand that the cleanliness perception is you. And that power will come down anyway because you are not there. Cleanliness perception has some momentum. It will come down anyway. After that, you will clean with the habit, but you don't have burning when the whole house is a mess. What do you think, Sakuntala? I think.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I want to ask you something. You just mentioned about this experiencing the non-vibration, but can you talk about experiencing the non-vibration if the self-view is still there in a person?
It's a catch-22. You're asking the experience is there. So the
non-vibration, experiencing the non-vibration. You can't talk about
experience a non-vibration. Get rid of the Sakkaya-ditthi.
Sakkaya-ditthi, you know. So if the Sakkaya-ditthi is already there, you can't say whatever the experience was non-vibration. Can you?
Well, if you have misunderstood, are you talking like that? Like if you thought that. Yeah, I mean, if you have doubts, specifically, if you have doubts, yes.
Doubt. Yeah.
You can't have doubts. If you have caught your tense, if you know how much strength that tense has, and if you know the difference between that and the non-vibration, it can become an issue later, like in Ananda Thero's case, like that. But main thing is to actually fully realize that there is never a self. It is the self, the power of the tree or power of the flower or power of the sound of the crows, power of the sound of the car horn or anything. Experience in this is very premature thing actually. Even 7-year-old can experience this. But Aranwansi always says the 7-year-old can't attain Nibbana, like actually become the Nibbana. Because that happens when the fully defilements has to actually fully form for you to actually become the non-vibration. In the sense, sorry, that's not a right way to put it. There should be some burning for the burning to go down. So, burning will be, it's a very difficult thing to say, isn't it? The burning will keep happening. But becoming the non-vibration will be delayed, and because there's less experiences.
Burning will occur, but what were you saying? Please explain it again.
No, the 7-year-old now, 7-year-old can experience, can become Sotapanna, stream enterer.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's a marga though, because when you say Sotapanna, there's some entering to the marga. Because I'm not actually 100% sure about that, because when you say 7 million, oh, the Lord Buddha was staying, and it says koti hatin koti hatarak or something.
Five, I think. Yeah.
5
In Magadha region, no?
Magadha region,
It's
like most of them were
Mm.
stream enterers, but I don't know whether it's the marga or the actual phala. Because if it is phala, then they become the sakudagami marga. So I think it is the marga.
But if it is only the marga, is there an assurance that it will be anyway end up in the phala level? Or is there a possibility that the person might turn back or deviate from the correct path?
Aranwansa says there's a possibility of deviation, isn't it? Aranwansa has told that. But I don't know whether it is to say that the misunderstandings that I'm a Sotapanna Marga. Even that can happen, no?
Yeah.
I mean, we can say anything. We can say, I am Sotapanna Marga, I am Sotapanna Pala. This all actually becomes very useless talk when we fully realize Dhamma, because none of these perceptions are true. It's a joke, actually. I mean, in a way, it becomes a joke. This all after you keep understanding Dhamma, none of these Dhamma perceptions are not true. No?
Yeah.
When you come to understand that, the momentum the Dhamma gained also should come down now. How weird this path is. Because we have now deviated so much into the Dhamma path. Dhamma is gaining momentum, right? Like some heaviness is there in the Dhamma path. So then, if you fully realize, okay, now what is the perception keeping me from, they keep maintaining this power, then you might feel like, oh, maybe it is Dhamma, because it is the some it can be. Specifically, it can happen to even us. It may be the Dhamma points that are actually maintaining the thing, but it can be family, it can be anything, it can be anything. But it is important to understand that even the Dhamma points, these perceptions, stream enterer, then once returner,
Non-returner.
arahants, this is all kind of perceptions now, which has gained momentum through listening to Dhamma. These were not there before listening to Dhamma. Now, after listening to Dhamma, now, if you had million data, now it has become maybe million and maybe another 50,000. Yeah. Now 50,000 another data about Dhamma. Now how much to understand? Now there's a whole lot to actually, you have to scrutinize every perception to see what is the problem now. So it is a tricky area. But the main importance is now, your question is a bit tricky again, because you're asking if the self-view is there, that means you haven't experienced an unvibration.
Yeah, that's right.
So how do you know whether the self-view is there? These are all very tricky questions, okay? Now, how can you say my self-view is still there is through experience only. So as soon as, now remember the incident that you told that someone actually lied to you, or somebody actually tried to trick you for something. And At that moment, you felt the shock. But you didn't talk about a self-view there. You were shocked. But actually speaking, it is a new thing, isn't it? It's kind of a new thing that shocked you.
Yes.
In the sense, new thing, I can't say new thing, but you know that, but in a different way, if you look at it in a different way, no one should trick me is the perception we have. It's all perception. We know we have several categories now. As a child, as a young person, as an adult, we get so many things. No one should trick me. Everyone should be kind to me. Everyone should looking after me. I did the good to others, so they should do good to me. So we have so many perceptions. They may have gained momentum a lot, and suddenly you're shocked to see that someone has actually tricked you because you have never tricked anyone, and you expect others to not to trick you. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, true, yes.
Yeah, someone like you will be, the tricking is different, or telling openly is something, tricking is different. You trick them means you're something doing underhanded like that. But then if you are like a person who openly talk, you might say, don't come again. But then person who tricks might do something else to give the same message. So kind of in a very tricky way. So that's the thing. So if you have never tricked anyone, you kind of expect no one to trick me. These are like very innate, kind of intimate, opinionated opinions that we have. And they are like ours, kind of. They have gained so much attitude values. Some attitudes that have gained so much value. And when something else happens, then this attitude is the one which is hurt. So there are ways and means to look at anything. Just imagine, as a child, you get tricked all the time. This is a story I'm telling now. Just imagine someone gets tricked all the time. Just imagine you are in the street. You are a child of a beggar and you are in the street. You are getting tricked all the time. You are getting abused all the time. You are getting shouted at all the time. Then what? Then the kindness becomes a thing. What do you think?
Yeah.
Then someone shows some kindness. This person is crying because someone has shown some kindness, some kind words, some food, some, like without expecting something, they have given you something. Without abusing, they have done something good. Then that is a thing now. So this whole thing is very, very biased, isn't it? So if someone's self-view is broken, and now I'm answering in different ways to your same question. Now, someone's self-view is broken, but now there is a burning. You have to go deeper and deeper and deeper and find what attitude has been damaged now. What is the problem here? That's where you go back to the childhood, go backwards and see what's the problem. There are so many expectations.
As you said in that incident, that I shouldn't be tricked. That was, I felt that I shouldn't be tricked, and I have been so nice, I have been so genuine, or I have been so sort of thoughtful, and I shouldn't have been tricked. So that was what I felt. When you
Yes.
go deep down, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So any human being can have any different opinions. Like if someone tricks you, just imagine that person is tricking you anyway. 100% that person is anyway tricking you. You are very thoughtful, you know how they are. You are very careful also because they are tricky people. Then suddenly they do a good thing, you are surprised.
Yeah.
That's how it works. So the attitudes, our thinking pattern, and thinking that everything should be correct. So the right or wrong, good or bad, these are the things impregnated in us. Good should happen. Bad should not happen. Right thing should happen. Wrong thing should not happen. They are impregnated in our system. So just imagine, especially in these countries, young children are given this idea that males and females are equal. And females get so irritated if it is violated. So that idea they get as a child, they are equal, is so strong that it has gained so much power. If it is violated, that person can even kill. That's how it works. So detecting your own habits, it's not a habit even, it's a kind of a persona, kind of personality traits. How you got that idea? How you got that specific ideas? How they have gained so much power? How you can end up killing someone even, So there are so many things to think about in one aspect. So, but what I'm trying to say again, going back to your question, if someone didn't have the self view, that person's examination or the investigation will be to find out why this is having such a power, why one perception has so much power. Because even if we say, Champa said, no, it's my husband, you never know. Sometimes it is your own liberation that has so much power. Or my freedom that has so much power. Or my human rights that has so much power. We never know. It's only pertaining to that particular vibration, particular person or particular system, that no one can do that research for anyone. I don't know. Did I give you a hint what I was trying to say?
Yes, certainly. Because you explained from many corners. I have food for thought now. I can further investigate myself. Yes, that was beautiful.
Yes, because
Very good.
if you don't go backwards and backwards and backwards and see what type of right or wrong thoughts we have. If you have an idea that everything should happen good to me, I mean, of course we are in trouble anyway. Nothing will happen like that. Everything
Actually,
can go
I
wrong.
didn't think that. Yeah, I didn't think that deep as you mentioned now. it's really good that to find out exactly that feeling that I had at that time, that kind of shock sort of feel that I had. Underneath that, there is certainly lots of perceptions. I think lots of Purana Sanya. You can collect so many becoming now
Yes.
Sanya. Yes.
Yes, because it depends on the person also. So imagine, that's why husband and wife, they think the husband will not lie to wife, right? And wife should not lie to husband. Now imagine that person will be really ready for anyone else to lie to you. Suddenly, to find out that the partner has lied, this person is trying to kill himself or kill herself. Why? Because that's the strongest idea that that person is having, that everyone can lie to me, but not this person. How
Not
can
this
that
person.
happen?
Yes.
How can that happen? So the power is in that person as well as the idea that this person will not lie to me, or even he's not a lying person, But 31 realms are there, in any vibration. Any vibration can become a pereta. Any vibration can become a animal, right? So any vibration can become a god or Brahma, or even a ghost, or bad any lower vibrations. So what's the big deal? There's no big deal, but we have a big deal. We feel that, no, they should do good to me. I have been good to him or her. Then they should do good to me. There are little, it only pertains to the one person. Now imagine, Champa had been telling us, Champa was trying to find happiness. Now this finding happiness or some kind of escape, that is a big perception, which is so powerful. So we have to be very careful in any perception. Any perception, it can go into other way around. Like there's a person who is trying to escape, kind of escape, not to try and understand. There's no self, but trying to escape. So these are very human kind of actually any being, any human. These are the things that can happen, right? We don't like unhappiness. We don't like pressure. We don't like harassment. We don't like extreme working. Like we like to not to work. We like appreciation. We like honesty. What else do we like? We can write a essay, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, true. The basic perception is there, but around that, so many other perceptions are there, as you said. And longer the association with a particular stimulus, a particular person or particular thing, longer the association, the perceptions are so heavy and perceptions are so much, so complicated perceptions are there. So as you said, when I said that incident about myself feeling shock, underneath that, huge amount of perceptions are there, assuming that it shouldn't happen. And as you very correctly said, that I am a genuine person. I am very kind to them. I have helped them. All kinds of perceptions. I do not. I mean, it is not very obvious, but can now, when you dig deep into that, you can realize what a lot of perceptions are coming up as a single vibration at that time. And also one more thing I wanted to tell, actually, now when we look at the reflection of the mirror, we do not have to think, or we do not have a thought saying that there's nothing in here, but as a feel, it comes up as there's nothing. Similarly, when we see the mirage, even though it really looks like water, we do not need thoughts to sort of remind, but as a feel, straight away it comes as there's nothing. But for the rest of the world, now these are a handful of examples, but for the rest of the world, we do not have that similar feel, isn't it? It is, yes.
Yeah, true. That's beautiful. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. We feel like when we actually see the mirage. Actually, if you see glistening of the rod far away in the tar road, you definitely realize, that's a mirage. Where you can see the glistening of the road, but you feel like it is looking like water, but you know that it is not there. So you're not running, basically. Even though you are thirsty, you're not running. Yeah, but it doesn't happen otherwise, right?
Yeah.
So when that is about the sanya, the Rupanaya is Penapindua.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a different one. That's like, each one has a very, very beautiful meanings, actually. So, let's see, none of the perceptions, including the self-perception. So, you can't say, I don't have the self-perception when another perception is still true. Do you get it?
Yes. That's what I was asking. I mean, you can't be oscillating or sort of this way, that way, because one
but
thing
perception
can't...
is different. View is different. Perception is different.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Of course, yes.
Yeah.
Perception, as you said, for something, certain things you can have the self-perception. For certain things you may not have.
Yeah, but no, that's not the point I was trying to say. If you can't say that I don't have self-perception, if there is any valid perception that is giving you, that is
real feeling.
making some like as a thing. So
yes.
even the Nibbana, even the Dhamma, anything can't be a thing for an Arahant. So that's why Aranasi usually says Mugalan Hamduruvan, the Mugalan Thero was attacked by his people, and people say that Mugalan Thero was attacked and he died from the attack. What Aranasi says is, there's no Mugalan Hamduru there, actually, for the Mugalan Hamduru, but everyone else has the Mugalan Hamduru. So what he's trying to say is, if there's no self-perception, that means none of the perceptions are true. So so it's vice versa. All the time it's catch-22. Like if there is no perception powerful, there's no self-perception. But that comes from that Sakkaya Ditti point. Only in the Sakkaya Ditti point you realize that there was never a self, but the power of the tree the power of the tree is not there, a life field is not there. That's the exact point that you fully realize that. After that, the whole Dhamma is on that. So when you fully realize that, oh wow, this chair, what miracle the chair has done, the power of the chair is the power that I thought, I thought it is me, but it is actually the power of the chair, which is giving you the life field, right?
Yes.
Or the power of the light, power of the sound, any consciousness in that sense. So it can be mind consciousness, it can be sound consciousness, it can be light consciousness, anything. Aranhansi says, no, you have to fully realize all the 6 senses to understand this. So, but if you fully understand that, fully get the clearance that there has never been a self, because this, for the whole samsaric journey, this alive field that we have, even in the zygote, there's never been a break in that. There's no break, because when there is ending of a system, already there is a synchronicity. Even now there is synchronicity. Do you know that? Even now there is synchronicity. The 31 realms, the synchronization is there. It keeps changing. It is just the level of the level of the current, yeah, the frequency actually.
Yes.
Level of the frequency. So the power, yes. Even now, I can be an animal even now, right? But if the person has fully realized that the Sakkaya Ditthi is broken, Buddha gives you the reassurance that that system will not, because it's not projected outwards now anymore. Then lower realms will never be synchronizing. It is happening from now onwards. You don't have to die for that. Do you get it?
Yeah.
From now onwards. So you can't be a ghost or a lower realm and say, I know Dhamma. So these changes are really interesting. If someone
Another experience.
has,
Yeah. Please.
No, tell.
Another experience of mine actually. Now it was. It's about these sermons that we are doing now daily. We all are doing at given times. So because I am away for some time, that was I could feel the pressure within me. I could feel that how am I going to do it? What am I to do? Because I shouldn't put the pressure on another person. And that the time actually was not enough for me to do the recordings because it's a 2-hour thing. And I hardly have time in between to spend extra 2 hours for them. Actually, I could feel that tension within me. That was some time back in the sense maybe several weeks ago. By somehow I feel that pressure is minimal. Okay, let go. If I can do it, I'll do. Otherwise, let it happen in whatever the way. So I feel now I am feeling quite relaxed and sort of kind of easygoing type of feel is there.
So whenever I thought, okay, whenever it is possible, I'll do. Otherwise, just take it easy. So that concept, the words I am using, I don't know how it is being interpreted, but that tightness or that pressure that I had is no more there now. No more or least, I would say. How to do and what to do, that putting that responsibility to another person is not correct. All kinds of perceptions are coming.
Yeah. That's okay. The these these things
There, the
will
Dhamma has become a thing, isn't it?
no, I don't think so. I think it is normal for you to have some responsibility and to try and do it. But detecting that there has been some power in that is good. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It can happen to anyone, I think. But if it is not a thing anymore, it is good. So that is the thing. Anyway, if there is a full understanding about Dhamma, then the power goes down anyway, and we all can feel that to a certain level.
Yeah.
So Dhamma is beautiful, and I think everyone feels a difference. It's just that the actual Dhamma is a bit deep. When you say, do you know who you are? That kind of puzzles everyone, isn't it? If someone asks you, do you know who you are? They will be like, I'm Dr. Sakuntala. Then who is Dr. Sakuntala? You have to show either your body or you have to show one of your photos. And or say, this is my voice. Or say, this is my house. So it's either me or mine or something like that, right? We haven't actually understood that question even ourselves. We either show our things or either show our body. Or either we can say the thinking ability is me. But none of these things are you. Actually, that's the thing. The Lord Buddha went away from all the dhyana teachers, the teachers, the Karamputra, are they the teachers? Not the five teachers. Before that, he had two teachers.
Yes.
Yeah, those two teachers were like masters of the form dhyana and the non-form dhyana. Just imagine how much wisdom he has to understand that these are temporary. They are temporary. They are good, but they are temporary. That's the thing. So if you are to find out that they are, if you can understand that they are temporary, then that itself shows how much wisdom that system has, isn't it? Lord Buddha is the supreme. We know that. And as Buddhists, we should try to understand his philosophy, and which is about no self dhamma, which is about understanding dependent origination. And dependent origination is that thing Aran Hansa is trying to show. Do you know dependent origination means that question he's asking? Do you know who you are? That is dependent origination. What do you think?
Yeah, in simple words, knowing how the thought is becoming real, isn't it? The
Yeah.
process of thought becoming real.
Yeah. Even in one single thought, it is the same.
Yes.
Because thought becomes a thing now, just now.
Yeah, individual stimulus, yes.
Individual stimulus is having this power, and individual stimulus or individual thought starts from this mula, the root. That's the thing. This
yeah,
power,
that is a
when you
also
come to the
must.
tanha, it's already now has formed. The power has formed. But there's few things to understand even beyond power, isn't it?
Yeah.
And only with wisdom you can actually do these things, not in actual life, kind of. So just imagine the power you feel is the tanha, right? So if the tanha is there, upadana is there, upadana bhava,
Jati,
jati.
yeah.
I'm talking about one thought now. So the one thought, power is the chair. And the jati is you. So if the chair is there, you are there. That kind of thing. But deep into that, tanha is there, upadana is there. So the tanha is this power. When the power is there, the attachment is there. Power can't stay just like that. If there is a power, there's always an attachment.
Yes.
So just imagine you can feel the power, but what is lying behind the power? It is all these vidya paccha, sankara, sankara paccha,
Vijnana,
vijnana,
paccha,
vijnana
nama
paccha,
rupa.
nama rupa. This is all behind that. So that is the investigation. That is the vimansa. So if you are lazy, you can't really keep doing the vimansa. And we can be deviated a lot. The restlessness is actually, we can be very much deviated because of the problems, because of the leg pain, because of the knee pain, because of the trip abroad, because of children, because of family, because of everything. So much priorities, right? We get deviated. We miss the plot. So much deviation. But in another way around, actually these deviations can make you to fully realize how much power you have. Depends. You can use it in a good way or a bad way. So even the trip that you're going to go, you can use it in a good way as well as it might disturb you as well. But actually speaking, if someone has full understanding about Dhamma, it can be a guide as well. But your intuition has to be very, very deep to find out what is the what is the attitude that is being attacked, or that what is the powerful attitude here? Because you have already realized some of the attitudes, like everyone should respect me as the doing a job in the sector that you have been doing and all that. Then there is a perceived idea that you kind of know, you kind of should be respected, including everyone. I'm not talking about anyone specifically, everyone. Some perceived importance is there. That perceived importance is there even for the dog, even for the worm, actually speaking. I mean, there's no much big brain, big mind in the animals, but still, there's some perceived life feel.
Yeah, even the dog has
Important.
the about territory and all perceptions, isn't
All,
it?
yes.
Yeah.
And when someone enters that territory, to see how much growling is there. Same thing, if someone comes to your house and start shouting at you, you won't like it and say, this is my house. But if someone has no self-view, it is different. Then if you get a burning, you are trying to dig and see what perception is bringing this burning. That is the answer to your question, because you asked it in two different ways. I'm answering it in two different ways. You have to find out which one is matching you. If you thought it is me, then of course it is you. Self-view is there anyway. If someone is not aware about your own vibration or that it is chair vibration, then yes, self-view can be there. But if you have realized that, then the next investigation level is to actually have a kind of intuition or either to find out what perceptions are bringing you. There are some things like I can say, like, children should listen to the parents. Something like that. It can be so ingrained in you that you will feel very irritated if it doesn't happen. Or anything. I mean, I have done things to them, they should do things to me. Or I have so much other experiences from this westernized society. Some have the idea like they shouldn't do anything to me. There are different attitudes, So the Asian culture, the attitude is, I have done the best for you, you have to do something to me. That's the kind of the culture. But in the other way around, especially in these countries, they don't do much to them. Also, they don't expect the others to do anything. But none of these things do matter. If the self-view is there, that is enough. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Are you...
Yeah, true. I mean, it is the most important point, of course.
Yeah, see how the attitudes can change?
Yes.
So the attitudes about children can change from country to country. Attitudes about clothes can change from country to country. Attitude about having sexual partnerships can change from country to country. Attitudes
And we
about the
also,
family.
isn't it? Yeah, our time as children, the attitudes that we had about those things have greatly changed by now.
Yes, yes. And even having kids at this age kind of thing, there were attitudes at that time. Now the whole world is not having children.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, children? Oh my God, no children. We don't want children. That kind of attitude. So the attitude keeps changing.
And even, I mean, objecting to such decisions was our attitude long ago, but now that also has changed. Oh, it's maybe that's a present generation, and that sort of.
You know what has never changed?
Yes.
Self-perception.
Exactly.
That has never changed. That was fun. Yeah, that has never changed. Never ever change unless you have experienced the otherwise. Experience something different, that you losing new thing. Unless such time, the only thing that has never changed is this life field, believing in a life field as me. That's the whole samsaric journey. You believe that it is you. The life field is me. You never ever thought that it is the chair. Never ever. I mean, can you even imagine thinking like that? Few years ago. Like maybe after listening to Dhamma, but before that, just imagine understanding that it is the moon that is giving the life field. Never. It is always me. If I feel alive, then it is me. And I can't die because I want to feel alive. That's the horrible thing that gives us anxiety about the death. Wanting to maintain the life field. That's the most interesting thing, isn't it, Dr. Sakutara? What do you think?
Yeah, it is, because you can approach those things from many aspects now. More and more new aspects are being shown by Aryan Wahanse. More and more new sort of views. So actually studying and analyzing this Vimasa is very interesting.
He's actually trying to get everyone to feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration, because unless you feel it, there will be doubts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then actually the path starts. The defilements start to fade away from that onwards because there is no ownership. Until such time, if someone thinks that the defilements is coming down, that ownership is there. My defilements are coming down. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? My defilements are coming down.
Yeah, that is how we also thought earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, at least myself, I thought it's like that time. My defilements are coming down.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Even to understand that it is not the way, it's not the way that how it is. And definitely when the ownership is not there, everything is slowly coming down anyway. And then you have to find out what attitudes we have, like what what is the way we look at the life. And when the way we look at the life is mainly this good or bad is a very strong thing.
Yeah.
Right or wrong is a very strong thing. I mean, I don't think we are paying even much attention. Because as soon as someone does a bad thing, isn't it? So who says that's a bad thing? Bad thing is labeled by us.
Us.
By the definitions that we got from childhood.
Yes.
Otherwise, how do you know?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Now things like simply the killing animals.
Is it okay if I ask you a question?
Yes.
I know that in the Chattalisakara Vipassana Bhavana, there's a word called Parato. Parato means like, yeah, it doesn't belongs to me like that. Is it correct? That word Parato means.
Unfortunately, I don't know much Pali, Swamin Wahanse.
Okay, right. No, I just asked because the 40 parts are divided into three. 5 anatma, 25 dukkha, and 10 anitya. Like that. Okay, it's okay.
5 anatma. What are the 5 things?
I can't remember. Parato belongs to anatma, I think. Yeah. Shunyato. I can't remember that in the Sila Sutra, I think. Yeah. It's okay. Now, para means like.
Actually, it is a very interesting area, but
Para
Parachunato.
means like from another country, no? Para. Yeah.
No,
Para.
it is saying.
It doesn't belongs to me. I think that's the meaning. It was mentioned in the book of Rerukani Chandavimala Thero, but his Aranwasi told that some of his teachings are also not right. No, like they all of them are not correct. No, Aranwasi told no.
Yes, it doesn't
Yeah.
have the
Yeah.
some of the anatma actual. So this Sila Sutra. I will try and find out that and
Okay,
see.
right. Okay.
Aranwansi must have given the discussion. But if you can tell the 5 things, I can, because Shunyata is really, we have discussed that before. What are the other 4 things now? Parato, Shunyato, what is the other 3?
Anattato,
Anattato can't be separated.
Yeah. Other 2 I can't remember. No. Palokato means not belongs. No, doesn't belong to Anatma. Palokato belongs to, I think, Anitya. Yeah. I can't remember that, doctor. It's okay, right.
I'll
think.
look into that.
Okay, right.
Dr. Sakuntala, do you know anything about that?
Doctor, they are not searching these things. That's what I am trying to say. You have to our Tero has to first download this app of.
Yeah, but has Aran Wahanse done this sutra? No, I don't really worry about the other ones.
No, there is a English meaning for all these. We can get it through this chat GPT.
No. I'm talking about Aran Wahanse's Sila Sutra.
Then we have to go through the Buddothpado Sutra Deshana.
Right.
Yes, you have to check.
Because ChatGPT definitions are from older definitions.
Yes.
I don't take them. But I can actually explain it after. Actually, I have to get the things. So in ChatGPT, what does it say about the Parato?
Parato means other. That means the others means Parato means
Ah,
others.
yeah. Ah, yeah. Okay, right.
But see, that's the thing. So how can you say that when you say Parato is others, and how can you relate it to the Anatma?
No, because each and every Sutra Deshana is not still translated into our Aryan Mahanse's translation, no, doctor. So sometimes we have to get it from ChatGPT.
No, I'm asking, how is it related to Anatma?
Parato means Parato Gosha. You know, I checked
No,
that.
I'm asking not that. Now I understood what is Parato, but how is it related to Anatma? Because I can classically say about the Shunyata. Shunyata is no self-vibration. No self-vibration, no power. That is Shunyata.
I don't know that meaning, doctor. That up to that extent, I can't think. But
Yeah,
Parato,
we need to get into that and see, isn't it?
sometimes there may be a glossary of Aryan Mahanse. One day said we have to find out it, doctor.
Has he done Sila Sutra? You remember?
I think so, but I can't really remember. We have to go and see. Today I checked that Sutra Deshana and this Patana Karana thing a little. Sila Sutra may be there. So our venerable should go there and see. It's better, I think.
Ah, okay. Okay, madam. Okay, right.
Buddothpado Sutra Deshana YouTube channel.
Ah, okay, madam. Right. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, actually, but that's very interesting. I didn't know that there were five for Anatma, and what is the number for the Dukkha? 16, is it?
25, I think, doctor. 25, yeah.
25.
Yeah.
And 16 for
10 for Anitya and 5 for Anatta. All 40 total.
40.
25, 10, 35 and 5, 40. Yeah. Tattalisakar Vipassana
10,
Bhavana.
10, 25, and 5.
5. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything can be explained through non-vibration.
Okay.
But I'm a bit reluctant to say anything without knowing the proper meaning,
No,
because
it's okay. Totally fine. Yeah, it's
because
okay.
that can be bad also, no, if we give a
Yeah, it's
wrong
totally
thing.
fine. Yeah. Okay.
But we'll find out and talk.
Okay, sure. Right.
Teruvan Saranai Venerable. It's
Okay,
very
Sarna, yeah.
it's not good to follow that Rerukane
Oh, it's not good. I know that. Yeah, that's right.
I have read that book, what you are
Yeah.
referring to. But there's nothing. We can't get nothing. So you will have to focus only on Aryan Mahanse, not the.
Yeah. I read that book earlier, but I didn't read it recently. Yeah.
But actually, everything can be explained. Lord Buddha's Dhamma,
Yeah.
everything can be explained through the non-vibration. That means zero vibration. Zero vibration means zero self-vibration. Zero self-vibration means Shunyata.
Okay.
But we will come back to that. And Champa, if you find something, can you put it to our thing if you find about that?
Doctor, not. I will have to ask from Indrani, Miss, I think. But she is not there still.
No, Sila Sutra, if you actually find it from the
Right.
thing.
Then I put it to our
Website.
WhatsApp group.
The English one.
Yes, English one. I'll put it there. I think Sila Sutra may be there.
I'll check and see.
Yeah, because then we can read about it and we can even ask Saran once he finish this round. If he hasn't talked about it, we can actually ask Saran to say that as well after Patthana Karne. Because Patthana Karne has so much as well. Like
Yes.
so much like 22 or something. I don't know.
I just started today to listen to it. It has so many things. I just about
Yeah, if I can't remember Aran talking about this 40 thing. I can't. I have listened to so much sermons of him. I can't remember him talking about 40 things, but he may have, because some Sutra Deshana I have missed. So we never know.
Sutra Deshana also, Doctor, we should listen. I thought that and I just started today from Patthana Karana. That is very important, Doctor, for us to listen. It even a little by little per day.
Yeah, but most importantly, it is about, Aran says, Dhamma, you don't need all this to actually feel the non-vibration.
Yes, that's true.
But theory-wise, it is important as a venerable, someone has to know these things. But as a person who is trying to feel the non-vibration, you don't need all these things. But after feeling it, if you go back and read about it, then you can see, that's what I felt. That can happen.
Yes. But
Yeah, but the important thing is actually the feeling.
Yes, Patthana Karana will help us to feel, it seems, Doctor. That's what the practical side is.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what I started to looking at it.
Yes.
Not the other things, just what Aryana is telling. Only that part is important. Not the Pali ones.
Yeah, but he has told so many Pali ones also. Everything is coming into the line with the non-vibration. Everything is important. Because see, when someone like Venerable asking a question, because I don't have much association with the Pali, the answer is inadequate.
Yes.
So
I also think, Doctor, it's it means like it doesn't belongs to me and it belongs to others like that. I think doesn't belong to me. Like I just want to confirm, get it confirmed. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, if you talk about that in the meaning of that chair, because we always talk about the chair. That is aramuna. That is aramuna means that is the stimuli. So there is no self, but the actual the power that is felt is the chair power. The power which is there with the stimuli of the chair.
Okay.
But you have to feel this also.
In the sutra, Venerable Kottita asks from Venerable, I think Sariputta. I think how should a bhikkhu behave or something like that? And Venerable Sariputra says that he should think the five aggregates as anicca, like anatta, shunyata, palokato, parato, like that. That my mother sent that to me. It was telecasted on, I think, Jaya TV. She just sent that to me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We'll look into that. We'll come back
Okay,
with
right.
that.
Okay. Right.
It's an interesting one. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
right. Okay, Thiruvasanai, a lot of meaning.
Venerable, what is the name of the sutra?
Sila Sutra, madam.
Sila Sutra. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we don't have much time to speak anything new. So I'll simply touch on the Anicca Dukkha Anatta. Anicca Dukkha Anatta is actually, again, features of the non-vibration. So, the anicca in English is talked as impermanence. It is to say that this life field is actually, I'm trying to talk about the life field only. We can say the chair is impermanent as well. We are not talking about that superficial level. We are talking about this life field. The life field is actually impermanent. It's not anything continuous like that. And dukkha is actually it is not everywhere the self vibration is there. It is suffering, and this self vibration actually, it is not a self. This understanding that this vibration never had an actual self. Even though there is a vibration, it is devoid of self. Then we have to fully understand what it is. Then, if there is no self, then when with Dhamma, with fully explanation of Dhamma, we fully realize that it is the stimuli only. It's the power of the stimuli. If it is the light consciousness, it is the power of the light. That's the speed of light that is felt as you. If it is sound consciousness, that is Sota Vijnana, that is speed of the sound that is felt as you. So if it is touch or temperature, smell or taste consciousness, then it is the speed of this sensory organ that is felt as you. If it is the mind consciousness, it is this mind perception that is power of the mind perception that is felt as you. So this full Dhamma, if it really comes in there only, you really fully realize that there was never a self. This never a self is what is called anatta. Also, it is to say that this feel of separation, which is there in consciousness, is actually a mirage. It's actually a like a maya or illusion. This separation that we feel that chair is different to me is an illusion. And so there are so many aspects into anatta. Anicca, dukkha, anatta. Anatta is actually to say there is no self, but it also says about all the consciousnesses, how you feel that it is as a self and how it is actually, it is not a self. So you have to actually fully realize Dhamma to come in to understand that there is no self, because anatta has different meanings. The Dhamma, the actual Pali words doesn't, it's not familiar, but the actual meaning is that there's never a self here, so that there's never a separation here. What was there is only the stimuli, and that power is zero. You don't feel you. That means there's never a self. The power of the stimuli, if it is not there, the self is not felt. So then you fully realize that actually it is which was there was the emptiness. The separation is the illusion. So that whole thing can be described in 40 words. But finally, what you have to, the challenge is to feel this. useless to describe it. Challenge is to feel this. Challenge is to feel that the self vibration or the alive field is actually impermanent, not a permanent thing. It's actually, it's suffering. It's not a good thing. It brings suffering. And this separated feeling that we have is actually not there. There is no self. So the whole thing will, Aranwanse, if Aranwanse has done a sermon, we can listen to that again and catch up on the 40 words. But I'm again repeatedly telling, you don't need to know any of these things. Aranwanse's simple advice is enough for you to feel the non-vibration. If you fully understand that this self-vibration is how it is formed, and the power will be reducing in it. And the more you understand Dhamma, more chance of feeling the non-vibration. If you can become the light, then you can feel what power it has. And if then the power is not there, how you are not there. If you become the sound only, you can say this. So the becoming the stimuli is not happening until you are strong. So this self-view is a problem. So we'll talk about it another day. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you all. May thank you, Aranwanse, for your noble guidance.
Therwan Sarne, all the Dhamma friends, and Therwan Sarne, Aranwanse.
It is actually very rare to be able to hear this Dhamma, and there are, I think, more than 3 billion people who understand the English language. And yet this true Buddhist philosophy actually was discovered by the noble teacher in Sri Lanka. And so it is commonly delivered in the native Sinhalese language. Now you might think that this is different to what the Buddha said, which is practiced worldwide. Teachings are there worldwide, isn't it? What the noble teacher is sharing and what we are sharing as practitioners in this through this Zoom channel is the same Buddhist philosophy, the truth that the Buddha uncovered more than 2,500 years ago. But for some reason or the other, there have been, in the interpretation of the Pali, original Pali canon, the scriptures that were written, there have been some in the translation to the Sinhalese language, and then from that point onwards translation to other languages, predominantly English as well. There have been certain misalignments, misinterpretations, and that has kind of taken people along certain paths which are not really the exact truth that the Buddha unveiled more than 2,500 years ago. Now, even the Pali scriptures from which it was translated to Sinhalese language, one of the native languages in Sri Lanka, even putting it down into the Pali scriptures was done by the Arahats. So it's not that there were scriptures or anything in writing in the Buddha's days. That was communicated by word of mouth at that time, as you can imagine. And back in the day, the Buddha went in search of people who were open to receive the truth. I mean, he traveled so many miles to preach the Dhamma to one person, because he knew through his abhiññā knowledge and super wisdom that that person was an open recipient and ready to listen and realize the Dhamma. So the distance was irrelevant. And yet we know that would have been, so that there was a certain amount of challenge at that time to be able to impart the Dhamma. Even when people gathered at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha used to wait. The hall is full, and yet the Buddha waited for a particular person to arrive. And when that person came, only he started delivering the sermon. Now, why was that? It was because he knew, the Buddha knew, that from all the people, say 100, 200, 300 people that were gathered there in the hall that day, it was only that person who was going to actually realize the Dhamma. Isn't that such a beautiful thing? The ability to know, ability to feel that that person and that person alone was the one who was capable of actually taking this in. But that doesn't mean that the other people gathered there was not going to get anything out of it. What it just shows is that everybody is on a journey, and that there are people of different spiritual or different levels of wisdom where they are able to absorb and understand the Dhamma at different stages of, speed. Some can absorb it then and there. Some can feel it. And where they go with the feel, where the feel is more prominent or strong, it is easier to understand the Buddha's word. Then there are, as our noble teacher says, there are people who have undergone a lot of suffering. And where they have undergone suffering, it is easier for them to again take the Dhamma or understand the true message the Dhamma is, understand the true message that the Dhamma is giving. Because what is Dhamma? The Dhamma is actually how these things are, the true nature of things, the truth. It is not another dogma. It is not a religion. So that is why we actually even call it a philosophy and not anything else. But in the modern day, nowadays, when we think about different beliefs, Buddhism also has been put into one of those categories, isn't it? We call it a religion, just like Christianity and Islam and Hinduism. We have made Buddhism also another ism. But there is nothing like that there. What the Buddha propounded or realized so many thousand years ago is the truth that is applicable to everything. It's this it's the way things are, and understanding the way things are gives one the eye of wisdom to be able to get out of that suffering, to be able to see an end or transcend the suffering. So when we mention that it is the person who has suffered in life through various experiences who can actually then see a path out of that suffering, that is very true. That is something a noble teacher always says. Because if you know suffering, if you have undergone suffering, you don't want to go through that again, isn't it? You want to question the very fundamental nature of this existence, this human life, and this existence, because you think, can anybody actually take this kind of sorrow? You'll probably say, if you have gone through various tragic experiences, loss of a loved one, parting of somebody, tragic accidents, death, various things, entire families annihilated overnight. These are the things that would make you question. I mean, sometimes it doesn't even have to be that. It can be just one relationship that can turn a person completely the other way around from an absorption of this material world and living in a fantasy world. Just a breaking up of a relationship would be enough to take the person completely out of this, make the person wake up from a dream and realize, what is the meaning of this life? What is the meaning of this existence? So it is, it depends on the person and the way they kind of turn to the Dhamma. But some people, no matter what type of experiences they have, negative, they don't actually question this existence. They don't question the suffering. And the common belief, and it would kind of sometimes depend on how they have been brought up, the lack of access to the Dhamma, and sometimes societal values, sometimes what they have learned over time, knowledge-wise. These things can contribute to clouding their judgment, in the sense, not judgment for these normal things, but judgment for a way to find a path or to question this existence is not an easy thing. For that also there has to be some kind of almost, you can't say it's a skill, but something almost intuitively, there must be something within to be able to say, what is the meaning of this? All this suffering is there any point? Because one moment one is happy with a small thing, next moment everything has fallen down. Next moment it's all gone. And there is this complete burning, anxiety, dread, ill will. Or you're, hankering after something where you can't sleep or eat or anything until you get it. What is the meaning of it? So even to think like that, it's not an easy thing, and it is actually quite rare, because how many people are there in this world if you think about it from a conventional sense? 8 billion people, and then how many people are actually even thinking about some basic fundamental things like this? Why are we here? Who are we? Why do we exist? Even that type of thing. There was a person who, in the Buddha's days, had come to the Jetavana monastery. I think it was a young woman. And the Buddha had asked her a question. I think it was the Buddha, not his second famous disciple, Sariputta. And he had asked, I think, where did you come from? And the young person had said, I don't know. And then the Buddha had asked again, where are you going? And the young woman had again said, I don't know. Now, for all the other people in the hall, or even if you listen to that story now, you might wonder what is the meaning of that, because surely she came from somewhere, right? She came from a home, she came from some village, and she came to the Jetavana monastery, and she'll know where she's going after the sermon is over. What did she mean by that? What on earth, right? But for her, when the Buddha asked those questions, there was a deeper meaning, because what she actually said there was that she has no idea how she got this life. She has no idea how she became a human. She has no idea how she came to be at that place at that time. The origins of all that is unknown. And where she's going, whether it is in this life or wherever, is also unknown. So really, if we put that in today's context, we don't know either, isn't it? If there is no opening of the eyes of wisdom to this pure truth of how everything is, what is it that is what is it that makes this existence work? And is there anything of substance in it? Then one would also continue to just exist, isn't it? You may not think it is existing. You may not think it's a monotonous living, but that is what is happening. There is an oscillation between what you consider as happiness and sorrow, and then the in-between. You want it to be always in the positive side, happy side. At least you don't mind it being neutral, because that's fine. That also there is not much of pain, right? No sorrow when things are neutral. You can feel, you can feel neutral about things. So as long as there's no burning within you, you're still all right. I mean, everything doesn't have to be positive. You might think like that. But is it always the case? No, there's always an oscillation, isn't it? It's like a pendulum. If the pendulum goes to the left, you can't stop it from going to the right. It passes the middle, the neutral position, true. But does it stay there in the neutral position? No. It's always going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That is where the life is here. So the Buddha said that there are, the general living being's condition is that it has all those elements in it. The happiness, the sorrow, the prosperity and the lack of it, poverty maybe, profitability, loss, fame and then shame, that type of thing. There are 8 of those. So various things, just the opposites of each other. There can be praise at one moment and then defamation in another moment. What is a good thing that has been happening in the workplace can overnight turn to a bad thing. One moment you might think that everything is tickety-boo and everything is great at the workplace or job or something, and then next moment you might even get a, when I say you, sorry, it's not, I don't mean you, but general you. Someone might get a letter that one is made redundant, isn't it? So one doesn't know. Everything is like that. And then as a result, this oscillation of happiness, unhappiness, wealth, poverty, that type of thing is constantly there. From one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum, that oscillation is there. And every time it oscillates, one is almost subjected to this varying fluctuation of emotions, up and down, because almost like, what do you call those things, the boats without a mast or anchor or whatever, or maybe, yeah, probably without the anchor, always going around here and there. The wind can be the situations. The wind can be buffeting the boat here and there without any direction, without any steer, completely at the mercy. In a boat, you would say completely at the mercy of the elements if there is no proper anchor and steering. But in this case, mankind and living beings, not just mankind, are all subject to these forces, subject to the way this existence has been almost dictated by a phenomena. But the phenomena is fine, but because there is no understanding as to what that phenomena is and how it works, there is suffering. And this suffering is not, the suffering, we said at the beginning that if someone has really suffered, then they will want to seek an end to the suffering, true. But when the Buddha said what is suffering, the Four Noble Truths, which is the main thing that he preached, and is the first, I think the main thing in his first sermon, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutra, is that suffering is not this mundane or conventional, superficial type of meaning or interpretation that has been given in the current context. Suffering has a profound, deeper meaning, that was also, again, somewhat hidden. Everybody thought losing a loved one, right? Death, sickness, separating from a loved one, not getting what you want, getting something that you don't want. These are the things that are going to bring you suffering. True, I mean, in a way, you can take it like that. Even taking it like that, also there is some kind of understanding to a certain extent about some of these philosophies, at least to a certain extent. But the Buddha actually had a deeper meaning to what suffering was. I mean, the Four Noble Truths is actually hitting the very core of this existence, unraveling and analyzing the core of this existence as to how the suffering even occurs. So, I think we digress quite a lot, but I thought it was important to kind of say all that as well. But we were talking about the Pali scriptures. So, at that time, the Buddha obviously didn't, it was just word of mouth, or he and his disciples preached the Dhamma, and then that was just delivered face to face, that was it. But then the Arahats, or the fully realized ones, later on, I think after more than 500 years later, or no, actually I think 500 years ago, only or 500 years later, the first Sangha, the first kind of conference type of thing was there, where there was, after the Buddha's parting, the Arahats of the day, no, sorry, that was 3 months later, the first conference was there, and the Arahats came together to actually consolidate the teachings of the Buddha, to make sure that, there was no doubt and things like that. But coming back to the Pali scriptures, they were, I think, written much, much later by also Arahats who then kind of ceased to be from this world. So the Pali scriptures were the ones that were then taken and translated to Sinhalese, but it is written there in the scriptures that although the scriptures are there, it would take another fully realized one, 2,500 years after the Buddha deceased, parted. It will take another Abhijna experienced, self-realized teacher, having realized the Buddha's true message, who will then unveil that true message to the world again. And it is through that the Buddha's message, the truth, the Buddhist philosophy will prevail for the entire 5,000 years. We have heard that the Buddha's message, and when a Buddha imparts the Dhamma, the truth, that it always prevails, that it prevails for 5,000 years. But we didn't know how it prevailed for 5,000 years, and we know that the world has degraded to such an extent. Now, when you think about it and when you look around you, that you can't even think that there was such a beautiful truth out that has been preached so many years ago. But where is that in this world, right? It all depends on who has access to the Dhamma. It is such a tiny, tiny portion of people who ever actually gain access to this Dhamma, to the truth. Everyone else is drowning in misconceptions. It doesn't have to be people in other religions or anything like that. This is not about religion and separating that religion to this religion, as we said at the beginning. Buddhism is also not a religion. The Buddha's message is the pure truth. What is suffering? Suffering is something that besets everyone, every living being. So the Buddha's search for the truth uncovered what was suffering. What is actually, what do we call suffering? What is the cause of that suffering? And how do we end that suffering? There is an end to the suffering. And how do we end that suffering? Because there were lots of teachers at that time, back in the Buddha's days also, who was in search of the truth. And they were practicing so many forms of concentration, meditation, doing other kinds of rituals. Particularly in India, there were lots of seekers of truth. Even today, you will find, we call them Niganta. You will find various people practicing various types of rituals. Some people burning fire, praying to gods, walking around naked, acting like animals, groveling in the mud and the dirt, thinking that those rituals will make them see the truth, not for anything else. I mean, that is their belief. So that seeking of truth was there right from the start, from those days. But that doesn't mean every one of those things correct. But each one, because of the belief, they do those things. So the truth that the Buddha uncovered is something that is applicable to all, because it addresses the suffering, how the suffering comes about and how to end it, and the path to end the suffering. Because there's no point in the Buddha finding out the end of suffering if he actually didn't share the Dhamma with the world, then nobody would have known the end to suffering. So as the scriptures had said in Matalayalu Vihara, the Vidarshana-lavi, Abhijñā kind of self-realized person that would emerge after 2,500 years ago is, as our noble teacher says, the reawakening of the Buddha's message. And that is what you will find YouTube channels also where it is said reawakening of Buddothpado is to say that this is the reawakening and the sharing again of the true Dhamma philosophy of what the Buddha actually realized. So Buddothpado name is also not that it is being relegated to an individual. There is no individual here. The individuality and the thinking that there is an individual here is all the lay people's conventional world way of thinking, conventional worldview. Now everyone is there in that place. There's nothing to fault. It's a misconception that everybody has had, including the practitioners before they encountered the Dhamma. Everybody was in the same boat. So that's all right, but it is now understood that it is a misconception. And if one doesn't know the Dhamma, that's where one is. But the uniqueness and the benefit of the message is that these misconceptions are gradually eroded. Because as long as there are misconceptions, one can't come to the correct view, the right view. Because as part of the Four Noble Truths, it has been unraveled and expanded by the Buddha. And one of the ways of expansion is the Noble Eightfold Path, which has to be followed, which has to be practiced in order to achieve, in order to realize the state of Nirvana. Now, the state of Nirvana is also not some kind of sublime state that is out there somewhere where one has to have a goal towards. It is something that can be experienced here and now. It is something that is there within everyone. But because of ignorance, because of not understanding the truth, nobody finds it out. It's like you have had some kind of diamond or precious stone always in your, either in your garden, or you might even have it in your jewelry box. Or you might not even have it in the jewelry box. It might be some kind of stones that you are collecting, say like a hobby. And one day somebody comes and just goes through your, maybe a friend, or somebody comes and goes through your collection, and then realizes that actually this so-called stone is not just a stone. You might have kept it because it was a particular shape, and that shape intrigued you, and it had a particular color, and the color intrigued you, and so on. But beyond that, you didn't know anything about it. But the friend might have a more expert knowledge about it, and then he sees the stone and he says, "This seems to be not a usual looking stone. There is something to this," and then he, at least to that extent, he knows about it. He takes it to a real jeweler, and then they discover it is a precious gem which has been probably not found for so many years and is worth so many millions of dollars or whatever. So it's like that. That's just an example. But it's like that you have had it for so long, but you didn't know. So that is also because of what? Ignorance. So in a similar way, nirvana is not some state that one has to aspire to, in a sense where there is a thing, an object. It is a state of non-vibration, which is there, which is the fundamental nature of everyone. Fundamental nature of this system is non-vibration. But because of ignorance, the sattva, as we call it, living beings, are oscillating in the throes of emotions and feelings and perceptions because of the misunderstanding of how this system works. Because of ignorance, because of delusion, not knowing how this system works, this suffering has come about. So a fundamental tenet of Buddhism, or the Buddha's message, is that there is no self here. Now that by itself is very controversial. You'll hear various teachings of Buddhism where they keep giving different interpretations to the word anatma. Anatta, you might hear it as anatta in Pali or anatma in Sinhalese. And because it is either through their own ignorance of the teachers or through not wanting to kind of shake the boat where society is at the moment, that message is also slightly modified, slightly diluted, to say that anatta means if you don't get what you want, that if things are not the way they're supposed to be, things like that. So from personal experience, you can say that earlier there was not really much of a knowledge as to what that term meant even. And then later on, maybe 5-6 years ago, there was an understanding that depending on various teachings one follows, then there was an understanding that anatta means are things that it's not the way you want. That's what anatta meant. So then one goes off on that tangent, thinking that that is what it is. But fundamentally, when one actually finds the true Dhamma and finds the correct spiritual teacher, because there are lots of spiritual teachers out there, so finding the correct spiritual teacher is also a challenge. But when one does, and then not only just on the teacher and the Buddhist philosophy, the correct Buddhist philosophy. I mean, there is no correct Buddhist philosophy and incorrect Buddhist philosophy. The Buddhist philosophy is one Buddhist philosophy. It's just the interpretations have been different, and as a result, everybody thinks their way of imparting the Buddhist philosophy or their interpretation of the Buddhist philosophy is the correct one. But there is no several correct ones. So there can be only one thing, which is why we said at the outset that there is only one truth. And it is that truth that the Buddha realized so many thousand years ago. And that is why that truth is applicable to all. That if one actually realizes the truth, and it becomes self-evident. And that is something that it is something that is when one understands the philosophy, the understanding becomes a wisdom. First it's taken in as knowledge, but then it turns into wisdom. Wisdom is something that can only be felt, and it arises from within. It doesn't have words. Wisdom is something that transcends the mind. Mind is actually knowledge. Mind is something that we gather, just like education, learning, that we gather from the books and from people and communication and various things. Knowledge is that. Knowledge is something that is gathered in the mind like a system. It's like a computer. But wisdom is not that. Wisdom can only be felt. So the self-evident nature, sandittika, is something that can only be felt, and that is felt by each and every person if they have understood the Dhamma and practiced the Dhamma in such a way. Then that wisdom arises from within. Then no matter what other people say that Dhamma is wrong, or that teacher is wrong, or what the Buddha said was incorrect, that won't hold true, or that won't hold water, because you have then, the wisdom has arisen from within. The truth has been seen. And when the truth has been seen, no matter what anybody says, if they even shout from the rooftop saying, no, that is wrong, they can't mislead you again. I think even the Buddha had said that, if once the truth is realized by a practitioner, even if the Buddha comes and says that, no, what I taught was wrong and that's not the way it is and this and that, hypothetically speaking, the practitioner won't need to believe it, because the practitioner has, through the self-realization, realized that that is actually the truth. That message, the original message, was in fact the truth. That can't be, that doesn't get eradicated. So it is something like that. So coming back to the anatta thing, there can be those misinterpretations of that word, but even anicca is also the same thing. So anicca, dukkha, anatta, the three lakshana. Sorry, I can't remember the English word for it. Those are the three things that are used to describe this existence. Even that is again subjected to misinterpretation. Anicca is commonly taken as being impermanent. That things are impermanent. Things are subject to decay. And because it is subject to decay, there is no point in holding on to things. The clinging is useless because things are subject to decay. But that again is a superficial meaning of the true message of the Buddha. So the true message of the Buddha is that there is actually no self here. The anatta word is actually anatma. Anatma means no self. So it is actually a difficult pill to swallow. And because of that reason, people are kind of, what shall I say, avoiding and kind of going down different paths without facing the truth, or when that is staring in one's face. And why do we say anatma? Why does the Buddha say no self here? Because the Buddha realized that this, the reason for the suffering is because of the mind illusion. That this world that has got created, that you and I and everyone thinks that they are living in, is actually a mind illusion. A mind made up thing, a creation of the mind, a construct of the mind. And how does the mind construct it? Because that itself is a natural phenomena that is taking place. Natural phenomena are natural phenomena. There is no other way around it. But for human beings particularly, all living beings also have the same thing, but the mind consciousness or the mind is very strong and prominent and predominant, whatever you want to call it, in the human being. And because it is so strong in human beings, the suffering is also the ignorance, and what one does through the ignorance is also completely magnified by human beings, which is probably the reason, which is the reason for all these wars and conflicts and things that are going around this world, isn't it, at the moment? People killing each other, entire populations being annihilated, entire communities being annihilated because of one thought that arises in a politician's mind. Because of one thought arising in some leader somewhere where they say that no, they want to go out to war with this country, that country, for various reasons. For want of wealth, for want of power, for want of being the super power in the world, for want of, I don't know, all kinds of reasons. And even the reason changes from night to night. Why is that? Because it is a thought, isn't it? Does one think that the mind remains the same? The mind doesn't remain the same. One has to understand that. Also, one has to understand the mind. So this beautiful Dhamma is actually what the Buddha taught, is this how this whole mind gets created. And when you understand how this mind gets created, the whole thing unravels. Because then one actually realizes that it is the mind that creates this so-called world. That we have thought all this time that we are living in. So if we look at it objectively without the self and then observe it almost like a system, this whole thing starts unraveling. So the world that gets created, the Buddha, when he went in search of the truth, realized that it was actually manifesting through the senses, the sense faculties. Every living being has some kind of sensory organ. And those sensory organs, due to the vibration the vibrational energy that is there. There is any kind of living cell or microorganism is subjected to vibration, subject to vibration. And if there is vibration, there is some kind of manifestation through that sensory organ of there is that vibration that occurs in that cell or microorganism. Any living being is also subject to vibration, and the vibration then gives rise to a sensation. That sensation is coming about only because of the speed of the vibration. Now you won't even use the word vibration, isn't it, if it wasn't happening at speed, constantly, continuously, without interruption, right? Otherwise, how can you say something is vibrating if it was just one random talk, 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 talk? That's not vibration. Vibration, the very word denotes that it is happening consistently at speed, at a great speed. That is what vibration means. Now, when a plane is going up in the sky, sometimes the windows start rattling, isn't it? And then if you have had an experience of living near a railway line, very close to a railway line, you know that even those things are vibrating when the train goes roaring by. So what is that? That's also vibration. Some frequency is telepathizing on this side, and as a result, the train is on the railway track. But that vibration is happening here also. Some frequency is vibrating here because of the frequency matching, isn't it? So this vibration is happening at speed. And when this vibration is occurring in the sensor faculties, it gives rise to a particular sensation. Now these sensations differ from sensor faculty or sensory organ to sensory organ. For human beings, if we just take human beings because we don't have much time now, we're running out of time. For human beings, we have the 5 sensory organs: the eye, the nose, the tongue, the body, and I missed something. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the body sensor. So those are the 5 sensory organs. And for the 5 sensory organs, the vibration manifests itself in different ways. It's one vibration. One vibration manifesting itself in different ways, depending on the sensory organ. So for the eyes, what happens is the vibration that is occurring in the eye. Now this vibration we said is happening all over. So this vibration that is occurring in the eye is the thing that then telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations outside. It can be millions and billions of vibrations of similar frequency, just like the train going roaring past made certain things, objects in the house vibrate, or the plane going up in the sky made the windows rattle. The vibration that is happening in the eye also telepathizes with other equal frequency vibrations elsewhere. And if it telepathizes, if there's a synchronicity with other vibrations, that occurrence gives rise to a manifestation of light, gives rise to an illusion that a light is there, a spark happens. In other words, a spark, as our noble teacher says, the easiest thing to understand in the modern language terms is that a spark occurs in the eye. I don't know whether if you have had the experience of a dry ice. When you have dry ice, your eyes become a little brittle when you sleep at night. And before you wake up, sometimes through your eyelids, you can feel flickers of light. If you have had that experience, you will know exactly what we are talking about. So that kind of thing, that flickering, there is a light that actually occurs. Now that sparking happens because of the constant vibration. And now imagine if that vibration is happening at infinite speed. That vibration is then giving rise to a series of sparks which we then call permanent light. So the sensation is a spark. We call that sensation is given a name, and that is called perception. The happening of that, the occurrence of it at speed, because of the speed of the vibration, gives a feeling that light exists. So the eye consciousness is what we call the feeling, distinct feeling that light exists. Because of the speed. If not for the speed, it won't be considered like that. If we think about a ball of fire being rotated at speed, right now you don't see a ball of fire, you see a ring of fire. So that is what? But was there actually a ring of fire? No, it is because of the speed, the sheer speed of the fireball being rotated. Now the illusion is the ring of fire. So in the same way, the spark has now, because of the continuous vibration, become a light. That is the illusion. That is the belief, the wrong belief that there is light. And not only is that understood as there being light, there is a feeling that one actually feels that light is existing. So in the same way, the vibration happening in the ear is the feeling that sound exists. The vibration that is happening in the nose, telepathizing with equal frequency vibrations, gives rise to smell. Whether it is a good smell, bad smell, pungent odor, tangy odor, beautiful fragrance, or whatever it is, it's some kind of smell. But there was only one kind of smell. And then that is called, sensation is called smell, perception, and then happening at speed, one gets the feeling that smell exists. Whenever one encounters some kind of, food that has gone bad, the vibration that is happening will then give rise to the odor. And then that is called bad odor. So before we go to bad odor, that is what smell is. And then for the tongue, the sensation is taste. And for the body, the sensations are heat, cold, liquidity, temperature, and so on. Solidity and temperature. So these are the basic sensory perceptions that come about purely due to the sheer speed of vibration for human beings. But they exist in the form of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. But the mind phenomena, what it does particularly for human beings is that it takes these 5 perceptions in different formulas. It can combine 1 or 2 of it, or 3 or 4 of it, or all 5 of it. And then it combines and forms another vibration, a new vibration, which is called the mind consciousness, which is called the thought, the mind object, the stimuli. And the stimuli is not something that is the same as the perceptions. A name is given to it. Now the teacher would, now you know something like an apple. The apple didn't exist for the baby. The apple is a word that has been coined out of something being shown. An image was shown at the Montessori level and a sound was attached to it. At some stage in the past, you keep going back and looking to see at what point did the apple become an apple. Then you'd realize that the apple didn't exist for a baby. The apple is a word or term that has been coined by the mind because it does this combination. It combines various perceptions and then creates something which is actually not there. It's only a mind-made construct. So, in the same way, everything is a mind-made construct. The other basic perceptions are there in some form in that construct. But what do we finally associate? Now it is the apple, isn't it? And in this way, every object that is being associated in this world, if you think about it, if you look around you, if you're seated in your house, if you're seated in your living room, if you're seated in your bedroom, just look around you and see everything that you have taken for granted for ever so long are just objects that have been given names to. And how did these names come about? How did you know that a curtain was a curtain, that a picture was a picture, that the wall was the wall, that the couch was a couch, that the flower vase was a flower vase, the chair was a chair, the bed was a bed, the pillow was a pillow? Surely the baby, as you know, didn't know any of those things, isn't it? The infant, the newly born infant, is completely oblivious to any of these things. So when did we actually know that these things were whatever by those names that we call it? There was a learning at some point, isn't it? Somebody actually taught us. There was a teaching and there was a learning. There was an absorption. There were perceptions that were formed. So if you keep going back, this is what we call Pubbya Nivasa Anusati Jnana, the ability to go back and understand past minds. Then one would realize that that perception of an apple, the perception of a bed, the chair, the pillow, the couch, the curtain, the picture, was actually taught to us. And the commonplace, the milestone that we go back to is childhood day, maybe the kindergarten, the Montessori time, where the alphabet was taught. Where the 7 colors were taught and so on. So it is through these that these objects have been, perceptions have been given to various objects, persons, people, even mother, father, everything. But finally, end result is now a world has got created with objects. Even at that small age, a small world has got created consisting of mother, father, alphabet, colors, pencils, crayons, school bag, isn't it? The little things children deal with, that's the children's world, toys. And that world becomes bigger and bigger as more objects, more things and more labels have been added on over the years, more perceptions, isn't it? Everything that is taken is a construct from the mind. You don't understand everything is not differentiated as only as sound, only as light, only as touch. No, now it is. Light is all kinds of images, all kinds of shapes. The rainbow, the flowers, the fence, the trees, the sky, the clouds. Everything has been given a name to, a label to, isn't it? But they are all what? Fundamentally perceptions. The sound is the same. It's now the sound of the train, the sound of the planes, and the sound of somebody clapping, the sound of a vehicle horn. The taste is the same. There is sour taste, sweet taste, there is orange juice, there is apple juice, there is Thai food, there is Korean food, there is sour, there is spicy. Isn't it? How did that happen? All these are just constructs, perceptions. And the Buddha said that it is the magnification, the excitation of senses through these perceptions is what we call living. But if one actually understands, so let me go further just quickly through that objects, when the objects become the world, what actually happens there? Then there is an existent world, and then there is automatically there is a misconception that there is a person here that gets created, that there is a person here observing the world, experiencing the world. So a duality gets formed because that mind construct gets thrown out into the open, like the outside. It gets projected to the outside. The belief, the misconception is not that this is getting constructed as a perception purely internalized in the mind, but it is that actually it is something that is outside. So now the ignorance is the light was actually outside. Nobody knows that it's a vibration that is occurring like this, and that is the way it works. Because for that one has to know the Dhamma. So without the Dhamma, as we have said for 8 billion people, without knowing that, the belief is that the world is there. There is light outside and we hear the light. There is sound outside, we hear the sound. There is smell outside and we smell the smell. And so on. So the deception is quite complete, isn't it? So there is sound outside and I am hearing the sound. I am seeing the light. I am seeing the rainbow in the sky. I am seeing the plane going by. So this I thing has got created out of what? Purely the construction of the mind, isn't it? The perceptions have given rise due to the speed of the vibration to a feeling that these things exist, to a feeling that a world exists, and when the world exists, one gets that alive feel that I exist as well. I am part of this world, but I am also observing the world, experiencing the world. The I has been separated for some reason through ignorance. The I is there and I am very much part of the world in one way, but then I am also here and experiencing it, which is why when something happens, when something goes wrong, I am suffering as well, isn't it? If something tragic happens, I am completely gone. I am like a ruin. I am like a mess. How does that happen? Because they are so interrelated, so interlinked to the stimuli. Can you, in that case, even differentiate yourself from the stimuli, from the object that was taken to be real? No, isn't it? So that duality has been formed where there was no duality, as the Buddha said. When one understands the Dhamma, the duality is understood as non-existent. So we might have to stop there today because we've run out of time, but understanding the true Dhamma in this way will bring that wisdom that we spoke of, the inner wisdom, the knowledge, the perceptions and the deceiving of the perception, deceiving by the perceptions occurring only in the mind, gets transcended through the understanding and practical application of this Dhamma. So there's of course further steps to go with the practical application, but finally, with one moment of truth being understood in the thought that occurs in this moment, there is a Sri Mentara Sotapanna stage that is realized, and then being on the path will gradually reduce the defilements, and then the self-perception and the self-vibration, which is the reason for this samsaric cycle to go on and on. That self-vibration is that alive feel that we spoke of, that you get the feeling that you are alive, that you are there. But when you see the truth of this so-called object stimuli that is getting created nowhere else but only in the mind, that is the truth. And when that truth is found out, one actually realizes there was actually nothing called the self-fear. That this was just happening through a natural phenomena because of the sensor faculties, because of the vibration. These are manifesting, and because of the manifestation, the mind is constructing. And the mind is constructing thoughts which are always, there's only one thought that is experienced in any given moment, and that thought is also not real. So that whole realization is the thing that brings on or makes the wisdom emerge, arise. which then through practice and practical application leads to the reducing of the defilements of clinging, aversion, ill will, sorrow, despair, depression, all these things, because the object, the stimuli, the mind or the thought is no longer considered to be real. And that itself, that realization brings peace, that realization brings the inner wisdom and the inner transformation, which ultimately finally leads to the reduction of that self-vibration, that feeling, that self-perception down to zero. The vibration has to be brought to an end, to zero, to get out of that vibratory cycle. The seeing the truth brings an end to the vibration. And the so-called Buddha state is actually a reduction of that vibration, that self-vibration to zero, only by purely seeing the truth and self-realization. So we'll stop the talk there for today. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for listening, and I pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahansa for his mission and guidance as always. Thiruvon Saranai Aryan Wahansa and Thiruvon Saranai Dhamma friends.
Buddothpado Aryani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Aryani, Buddothpado Aryani.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado Aryani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Aryani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani.
Thirvan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. This is another hour for Dhamma talk with Buddothpado PeoTV. Those who are interested in true Dhamma, this will be an opportunity to listen to this true Dhamma in English language. So, if you are really interested in this true Dhamma, Buddothpado is the one and only place, only sermons you can get this true Dhamma. 2,500 years ago, Lord Buddha preached this true Dhamma, and after a certain period of time, it was really covered with dust. When Buddothpado Aryan Vanse started to give this true Dhamma to the world, most of the people understood this and they felt it, because this is what Lord Buddha preached 2,500 years ago. When we take the last few decades, we used to think that Nibbana is something which we have to go and find it. To find this, we went in search of this Dhamma from temple to temple, sometimes even to the listening to various types of sermons from different monks, nuns, and also we try to gain knowledge by reading various types of books written by different types of monks. And also, by sitting under one place, we started doing concentration meditation, or Anapanasati meditation. And we went in search of a lot of meditation retreats. But did we find anything? No, we did not find anything. We were at the same place. Our anger did not stop. Our sorrow, it did not stop. We were at the same place, although we thought we did something for the sake of Dhamma, but it was not so. Even we did not understand what this Anusote and what this Patisote, what these, even the meanings of these, we were unable to understand. So within this, the same time, we had the feeling that this is not what we were searching for. We had that feeling actually, because not a single thing helped us to stop our sufferings. It was there. Suffering was there. So we could not understand. Anyway, we understood that this is not the thing that we were looking for. So that's what. So fortunately, we met these Buddothpado sermons. So we instantly knew this is what we were searching for all these years. For years and years, what we searched, at last, we found these Buddothpado sermons. So while listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we came to know that Nibbana, or liberation of mind, cannot gain by knowledge. It is something which we have to gain from ourselves, within ourselves. It is some kind of a realization, some kind of a feeling that beyond that, coming from our thoughts, that beyond our thoughts. If we want to understand this, we understood that we have to understand how this mind is created, where nobody has spoken about this. So nobody has spoken about this. Because of that, nobody knows this. Only in Buddothpado's sermons we found this. Actually, while listening to these sermons, everybody understood that what we searched was in these sermons. So that is how we got to know about these Buddothpado sermons. At a stretch, we can listen to these because there are so many, nearly 12,000 sermons under different topics. Whatever the topic it is, all these sermons will lead to Nibbana. If you can understand one sermon, so definitely, if you have the wisdom, the right wisdom to understand one sermon, what Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi has preached, so definitely that one sermon will direct you to the Nibbana, no doubt. The wisdom should be within ourselves to understand what he is trying to tell. If not, it is not that easy. Understanding or getting that feel is not that easy. So to understand how the mind is created, we have to go back to that radiant mind of a newborn baby. So you have to identify these things from the very beginning. That is what Lord Buddha's philosophy, and it is reintroduced. Although it is introduced, nobody will be able to explain it with the practical side. That is really based on the practical. So although you listen to these things, although you have the knowledge, nobody will be able to understand this without the practical side. So in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Mahasi has arranged a very nice program for the followers to have that practical side. Most probably in Zoom discussions. There are so many Zoom discussions throughout the day, other than this English Zoom, English PeoTV, other than this English PeoTV, where Dhamma talks as well as Dhamma discussions are going on. Other than this, there are many aramas, Mitmal ashramas, Mitmal many ashramas as well as Mitmal ashramas and many aramas, where this practical side is taught under the well-trained teachers, Dhamma friends. So definitely it will help if you have that training constantly. If you do that practical regularly, you will be able to understand this. You will be able to liberate from the thought. You will be able to get the liberation, the realization beyond the thoughts. Nibbana or liberation. You will find it with the practical, where we will never be able to get it from the outside. That is within yourselves. Anyway, if you try to find this true Dhamma, if you try to find this Dhamma or Nibbana or liberation of the mind, so you will never be able to get it from outside. Don't go searching for Nibbana because it is always within you. Even Lord Buddha has said the same thing. Don't go in search of this Nibbana because it was already within you. It is already within you. It will be always within you. If you understand this statement, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago, even what Buddothpado Aryan Vahasi says, you will find it within yourselves. What we can say is that in this world, there are certain processes. So in this process, we seem to assign different names. That is what we have to understand. This process could be natural process or man-made process, one of these. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Maybe it is a natural process or a man-made process. We assign a name to them. For an example, if we talk about a newborn baby, the baby moves his or her limbs as he pleases. That baby breathes on his or her own way. Whatever is feeding that baby, he or she eats it. But that baby does not realize, or if I say no, anything what he does, he's not realizing, or he doesn't know what he is doing there. But the newborn baby does have process, and that baby does perform some actions. So when we talk about that breathing process, the breathing process, what that baby has and what you are having, the same. That is pure, not polluted. That baby is the same, although the same, that baby's breathing process, pure, and it is pure. Both yours, if I take it myself, so both the process of breathing are common. So when we talk about running, it is a process. when walking, you think that you are walking. So it is you who assign a name as if it is running, if it is walking, whatever it is. If we take running, running is a process. You think that you are running. It is you who assign a name as running or walking or eating, whatever it is. To that process, we give a name to that process. Whether it is walking, whether it is running, whether it is eating, that is a process. So we have assigned a name to that process. There is nothing as running. There is nothing as walking. There is nothing as eating. There is nothing as jumping. So likewise, we assign that name. So in different languages, different names are assigned in different countries, what the language they are familiar with. So they assign with that name. That name, it is a sound. Can you understand what I say? So it is a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. It is an action. If you remove the sound from the action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the name. Name in the sense that sound, erase that sound and was assigned to it by the sammuti. What is in sammuti it says? When we are on the path, this is what happening most probably. When we are on the path, this process of removing or erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. So these days, most probably, this is what as the practical these days, these followers of Buddothpado, they do this. They are just they are not just going in deep with that. When they are in the path, this process erasing by the name or sound, that what do you call it in English, Sinhala, that besaganna. So not going in deep. So this happens little by little when you are on the path. So you are not going to think about that the name assigned, the name of the name that is assigned to that action. So we are not going to think about that name or the sound. So this happens gradually. That is what I am trying to say. When we are on the path, so we are going to remove or erase the name or the sound, which will happen gradually. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. So once you start practicing this, you will see and feel that there is nothing. So you will realize that all what you see was made in the mind. So this is the place where you are on the path. So that is the place where you get where you feel this actually. Then you will realize that all what you see was made in the mind. So that is actually pure truth. So you can understand this pure truth using both awareness and wisdom. So when you have this awareness and wisdom, actually, you begin to see that the outside is not true. So realization comes with the development in awareness and wisdom. That is the philosophy of Lord Buddha, Satyajnana. So maybe if you are trying your level best to do meditation, and if you have thought that meditation is the only path for this liberation of mind, so that is not so. Not by concentration meditation or samatha meditation. It is not that easy, or it won't be possible if you to attain nirvana if you believe that this mundane world is true. Because you have to apply an effort and awaken your wisdom so that you could attain all four stages of awakening in this supramundane plane, that is Lokottara Bhumiya. Once you start realizing of this, the awareness and wisdom, you realize that all the heavens and hells are lies. You also will realize whatever outside, the names, all these things, all the things are formed only in just one thought. Everything is created within one thought. You will realize that. In order to develop the wisdom to follow the path, you need to listen to sermons. And also another way is that the best way of learning is teaching others. So if you want to learn something, try to teach it into somebody. So you also need to teach the Dhamma to others who are interested to know the pure truth. That is another way of developing wisdom. What you know, you have to give. You will need to teach them that all what you see and experience is only an illusion, and all what we experience is only a thought. You also need to teach somebody if you are giving, if you really want, you have to teach them that they need to see the thought and teach them how to enter this Lokottara Bhumiya. Because today this true Dhamma has risen. We listen this true Dhamma everywhere with the help of these Buddothpado sermons. not only in our country, all over the world, these Buddothpado sermons are rising as we are aware. It is even Buddothpado Aran is nowadays he is trying his best to give this message from place to place. He moves. He is giving in with the help of these Buddothpado sermons. He is giving each and everyone according to their level. He is giving this Dhamma with the gatherings of small groups. He goes to the different places nowadays. Each and every day he goes from place to place and giving this true Dhamma. And we can see most of the people are liberated. With their wisdom, they have liberated. Now most of them are in the path of Nirvana. When we look at thought very closely, a thought, it is only a fleeting moment. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases. As soon as it is formed, it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness. All what we think are mental formations. All of them are illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. Even Lord Buddha, that is what he said. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. You have heard these things several times. It means if you want to attain Nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, our mind, and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? Just imagine, Lord Buddha has preached, the world does not exist. Then, if the world does not exist, do you believe that heavens, hells, and everything else, do they exist? No. All these things become a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara. Even sankhara, we can say these mental formations, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of some kind of meditation, or the concentration meditation, or the samatha meditation. Suppose you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any posture and your mind stays away behind other thoughts. Then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in that moment. When we talk about this mindfulness, nothing exists in that mindfulness. The path of nirvana, in this liberation, nothing exists. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Being mindfulness is what will help you to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize your truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit. If I say yes, that is what. So you have to practice and realize. So you should always be aware that whatever thoughts that comes to your mind is a mental fetter. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Thoughts make you feel uneasy. So when we talk about thoughts, you know, it is very difficult. Thoughts are very heavy. It is very difficult. So if we sort out these thoughts, so there are many different kinds of thoughts are there. Sometimes so we do not get always a kind or a friendly thought. So sometimes you feel jealousy, angry, greedy, boredom is there, revengeful, frustration. All these things are there in that thought. It is always oscillates. It always oscillates between raga and dvesha, greed and anger. So when you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping of the clock. So coming up to that point is not that easy. As you all know, you must have a good practice. So the practice cannot be done within 1 or 2 days. You have to have it within yourselves. So every day you have to practice this. if you go for these programs to listen, so these programs are very valuable, done by these Buddothpado, done by these Nitmal, Vivekashrama and Mehini Ashramas. Even you can talk about your experiences. So the experience you gain from these Vivekashramas definitely lead to the liberation of your mind. It is the only path to the path you are looking for, this liberation and also nirvana. So in these programs, all the things are taught you in a very particular way. It is starting from the radiant mind, radiant mind. Radiant mind in the sense you may have heard this several times. The small baby, as we discussed, the way the small baby moves, the vibration gets. The world is not created to that small baby, the baby in the cot. He or she, the baby is having a radiant mind. It is not polluted. The world has not become true. But what is happening? Gradually, when the baby grows up, when he or she comes to this Montessori level, the teacher is teaching everything. That white sheet or that radiant mind is getting polluted there because all the things are taught by the teacher. As you are aware of this Buddothpado, most probably in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahase is giving this. The knowledge is given to the baby. So there, the baby's world is created. The outside world is created there. And that radiant mind gets polluted. So this is how it becomes. So all these I, my, mind concept starts from there, where we do not have when we are born. So it is not that easy to come out of this I, my, mind concept, because everybody thinks that this is my hand, this is my face, this is my leg. So I is always attached underneath. So removing this I-ness is not that easy. The world starts existing. In Buddothpado sermons, it clearly shows that this is not something like that. This is what Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago. So don't go around seeking for Nibbana elsewhere, because it is always within you. Actually, if you don't feel any burning within for anything, that's where you find Nibbana. At last, when you listen to these Buddothpado sermons carefully, And if you practice it carefully, the ultimate truth you will find, no doubt. Non-existing feeling is there. You will feel that the liberation of mind. You will feel that Nibbana. That is something you feel. So your burning sensation will become zero. Ultimately, you get that. Definitely, Buddothpado sermons will guide you to find this inner peace. So, if you are really looking for this truth, don't go anywhere else. You will find all this tranquility, peaceful, and the liberation, even Nibbana at last, if we call Nibbana, all these things, you will find it by having this internal transformation inside you. That internal transformation will happen to you gradually when you listen and when you practice this daily. It doesn't matter whether you are a beginner or a seasoned Buddhist, even how to become a Buddhist. How to become a Buddhist, all these things will be taught by Buddothpado sermons. You will understand the mechanism of this. The thoughts are not real. It is just a spark or vibration. This vibration always gives us the wrong idea of self-identity, but it is a natural phenomenon and no ownership for this series of sparks. So this is what you get at last. So if you want this real truth, if you want to know this real truth, please listen to Buddothpado sermons. Your nirvana is there, your liberation is there. It will stop or by listening all these sermons, by listening and while understanding this, you will stop all your burning sensation, no doubt. And also the heaviness to your thought will become zero. So this is some kind of a wisdom where you have to find within yourself. So no doubt you will find everything, whatever you need, you will find everything with this Buddothpado sermons. So this is the pure truth, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. So we have come to the end of our Dhamma talk. I would like to wish you all like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from suffering. I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Hanse, our Kalyana Mitranan Hanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. May the triple gem bless you all. Thank you.
Saticca Pariyodapana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental fetter, akusal sita. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your sati kamatahana, base of concentration that you are used to, so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this sati kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the base of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. Therun Sarna, everybody.
Therun Sarna, Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Therun Sarna Aryan Mahansa. And also we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. So, Therun Sarnai, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. When the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated. And then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome. And it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought, and also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are arising right at this moment, now and here. And also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the clinging and the aversion, or greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. Terusarnai, Dr. Kokila, we can start it.
We worship Aranse for his novel friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of actually it's like kind of pride, what I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, we feel the anger, we feel the, we feel so much things. At the same time, this is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take For an example, you went to a counseling session and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but you know, if we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways, in one thought. That's very important, in one thought, because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here, or the moment that you feel that it is there. Different ways. I'm trying to tell something. I don't know if it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition, because it's in one thought, and the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything, or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something that brings up me. In layperson's word, we can really say that, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true, because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to Dhamma. how you believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything like revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. Someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you will feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel. You get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of you. So that's the thing. So even the ego, it's actually very, very big usually. So just imagine we haven't understood that Dhamma, even though we hear it, if we haven't really felt it, our egoistic attitude will continue. It will continue. It's a kind of a attitude that brings us all these thoughts about me, what is happening to me, am I going to fail, am I going to survive, am I going to win this, am I going to be happy, am I going to go to next birth, will I be in a better world, I'm going to live with God, whatever, it doesn't matter. So the egoistic pattern, the thinking pattern can extend to that level because you feel something here. It's a feel. Ego is a feel, even though we talk about it so wide, vivid. So that feel extends into that story. I am. It's funny that to think about our own experiences, how we had this drive to make to be identified, to be what can I say? The good English words are there, like to be noted, to be identified. So kind of Sometimes the whole life you're fighting for that, you know, to be loved, to be identified, to be, you know, like it's weird this how this feel will make you to think, how it will mold your attitude, how you will feel intimidated easily. But you have to understand, every person is different. Every person is different. So some people, this egoistic power that feel is less. Some people it's very high. You might feel it very quick. It's easy to feel when you master on this Dhamma as well. How we can feel the other person's vibration. It's kind of a vibration. It's a vibration. You can feel your own vibration. Also, you can feel the other person's vibration. So this is the vibration that gets less and less. So the restlessness, the everything in this so-called world is revolving around one center. What is the center? You have to get this. What is the center? It's a field. You have to detect this, then only you can actually understand your power, which was even in your as a baby in the cot. Also, you had this power. You were never able to identify that at that time, but now, with the thinking process, when you take one thought, you can actually identify. If you go deeper, if you pierce this one thought with Dhamma, you can't do it without Dhamma, with this wisdom, you will find this, how did this feel come? And the absence of that feel as well. So that's the most important aspect of this Dhamma. It's kind of deep, but piercing one thought actually can pierce this as well. So even though we discuss it with kind of attitude towards like pride and stuff, that's actually when we put ego to the outside. When we put ego into outside, in the sense gross, I would say gross, I think, because this become finer and finer, then that's the important thing. But grossly, it can be interpreted as pride, it can be interpreted as, trying to be noted, or trying to be, to be loved, to be like just me here and there. It comes and goes, but no one can actually understand that. Now with Dhamma, we can understand that. Whenever it comes up, you will feel it. But there are deeper layers too. So the ego in a normal layperson who has never heard this Dhamma can be very thick. It's a field though. It's a field. So it can be very thick. It can actually prevent you from understanding this Dhamma, because you have so many views and you kind of hide in them, and you try to prevent you getting exposed. You don't like getting exposed. You don't like, but some people do it without much effort. Without much effort. Actually, some people's this vibration level is low. Originally, it was low, but with the time, originally in the sense in the baby level, it was low. But with time, there can be some augmentation of that. With the story, you tend to have a story after about 1 or 2 years, you start remembering stuff, and then only you have this dream. I have talked about this before. This dream, the dream starts to work, so that you are actually isolated, or actually you don't think it's isolation. You are actually acting in the dream. You feel that the dream is true, and in that you can kill them, you can kill anyone, you can steal, you can shout at someone, you can try to enjoy the senses by taking something. You can do anything. You can do anything. How do you do that? Because this self vibration has gone into that far, this field has gone that far that it has a whole kind of outcome. If you go to a argument, you can see, definitely if you see an argument between two people, you can really see how they argue. They would be arguing, I feel that you are doing something wrong. And the other one is saying, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. You are doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of two self vibrations, having a conversation. But that's how it was. It was a feel, but the feel is augmented in the way that you are brought up, in the way you have had achievements or whatever, that the way you looked at the life, basically. So I don't know whether the basic message was gone, because it's not coming in one way. But what I'm trying to say is, ego has so many layers. So the pride is also one of them. Pride is when this self vibration is a feel. You feel it. It's a feel. 100% is a feel. But then when it goes into that dream, or in this world, so-called world we are, if you are like 38, you have at least 37 years of memories, 30 or 35, whatever that. But from whenever you can remember, you have a so-called world, so-called dream. In that dream, you have the idea of me, mine, and that has gone into that level that you feel bit upper hand, like bit uppish, bit self-conscious, basically. But that is the extreme level. That level is extreme level. Even that you can feel, but it can get finer and finer and finer, where even someone who is in this path can feel it in the tranquility that you have. Even in that subtle level, you can have this, but that's completely in someone who has understood this Dhamma properly and felt this Dhamma properly, and has felt the non-vibration at least in one thought, so that they know what is self-perception and they know what is non-self-perception. Because it's a fail again. Self-perception is also a fail, and non-self-perception is also a fail in that level. Because you have to know it. Then only it becomes a perception. You have to feel it, then only perception comes. So if we hear Dhamma and we get some kind of extra mean that also, then we can understand this ego is everywhere, so it can hide anywhere. It's just a self-vibration, basically. Did I tell something properly? What do you think, Joel? Did you even get something?
Yes, doctor. Like another question was like, how do we cope or manage egoistic people according to Dhamma?
Well, I can only tell you about that, Joel. You are going to manage your problems, not others. You are going to be awakened from this dream, and you will feel everyone's ego, and you will try to help them. That's all. Did that answer? Suit you?
Yeah, I felt that vibration from you. Thank you, Doc.
All good. Yeah, it's a bit difficult topic actually, because ego has so many variations in that. We can talk about ego in gross way as well, where the pride comes, where the whatever. But when it comes to the deeper levels of Dhamma, it is a feel, and it is because this spark or the stimuli, or just that one particular thought has become a thing that is felt as you. That is how that has come. So it's all fully understanding Dhamma is what we can do. Understanding how this ego was created. The second question here is that which actually Joel didn't ask. How does ego come then? Yeah, we feel it. Yes, how does it come? It comes from a view. It comes from self-view. That is the terrible view we have. The most wrong view we ever have. But how does this self-view come? Self-view, again going back to because this is a vicious cycle, you feel something, and because you feel something, you have a perception, and because you have a perception now, you have a self-view. So you feel, you have a self-perception, and you have a self-view now. And this goes on. Because you have the self-view, whatever you feel is augmented. It's doubled, it's tripled, it's tenfold. It can be thousandfold. You might even attack another country.
Sorry, Doc, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I just need an example for self-view.
Well, that is the view that Joel is existing. I'm here. You are in Candy. You did so many things in the past. You got a little bit upset about those things, and you wanted to be happy. So this view is hidden there. there is I there. So self-view is also hidden everywhere. We talked about, the hearing birds singing. Before knowing this Dhamma also we heard birds singing. But even in that, this self-view is hidden. It's kind of a hidden agenda, hidden view, hidden idea, hidden assumption or misunderstanding. It's not out there, kind of. I'm not telling, do you know that I'm the one who heard the bird singing? I mean, sometimes you might say that for an argument, but what I'm trying to say is, we never keep saying that I'm the one who heard, I'm the one who saw the thing, I'm the one who felt the warmth, I'm the one who felt the happiness, I'm the one who is thinking, my thinking is the right thinking. We keep telling these things. It's all hidden. This self-view is all hidden underneath. Even in Dhamma, if you start listening to Dhamma and if you feel like you can understand that and haven't felt this yet, you can actually get this self-view even in that. Because you can say, I'm not directing to you, just telling you here as a broad idea, so that you might even enjoy learning Dhamma. So this whole thing, even listening to a bird, before learning this Dhamma, before actually feeling this Dhamma, self-view is already hidden there. It's in sideways. It's there. How? Because you heard the noise, you saw the beauty of the morning, you felt the morning breeze, you felt the sun's warmth. So the self-view is already there, but it's not spoken out. It is spoken out in an argument, yes. You can argue and say, you didn't see that, I saw it with my own eyes. How come is that? Like when we argue, when we try to say something to a colleague, we are saying, well, you didn't understand that, but this is how you do that. And this self-view is hidden there. Self-perception is hidden there. And this power of ego is hidden there. But it's very evident to a person who is going in this path. Hereafter, when we try and understand this, Joel might even start feeling this. Wow, this is how you feel. Yeah, because we were not aware about these things before. You were not aware that every thought you arise. When the thought is real, you arise. All the morning you were not having a problem. You just was hanging around, but then suddenly, just one thought made you so agitated. How come that happened? It's extreme, but what I'm trying to say is, even the self-view is still there, because that thought, that one thought, made you to bring that up, that vibration so hard that you feel it. But even in the other times, self-view is always there. Unless you hear this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, until you feel non-vibration, we can't be so sure that we know non-self Dhamma or non-self vibration or non-self perception or non-self view in that case, because you have to feel this, because we always felt existent, we always felt alive, we've always felt as I'm here, we always felt the duality, so it's the normal for us. Dream was true, we walked through the dream, but when an awakened one, we say awaken, fully awakened, then he's still, I'll take an example as like Karan once said, he still walks inside the forest. Layperson also can walk inside the forest. One is fully awakened. One is inside the dream. How beautiful is that? If you can feel this, even in one fraction of a second, this is so beautiful to feel. And feel that this ego is just brought in one stimulus. And when the one stimulus is not a thing, it's not felt as a thing, this, whatever the feel we have, that continuous feel we have that we are here, is broken. It is actually not there. But immediately you might go back to the normal again, that normal pattern. But that particular moment is enough for you to understand, okay, when the stimulus is not a thing, you are not there. The feel of self is not there. But before that, we hear this Dhamma, we understand this Dhamma, we enter into a path kind of trying and understand this Dhamma until we feel it at least once, but we keep feeling that afterwards. So self-view is hidden everywhere before we listen to Dhamma. Even that's what I said. We can walk through the forest, we feel everything, but it's we feeling everything. If you don't know Dhamma, if he actually hasn't fully awakened. The fully awakened word itself has that meaning. You are awakened from the dream, but you're still inside the forest. As with the layperson, imagine Narayanans is walking alongside with someone else. Same thing. One is fully awakened, one is not, but both are talking as normal. Can someone predict? No. Once Lord Buddha was in a ambalama, like a small hut where people meet in long journeys for shelter. And a king also stopped by. King was actually trying to find Lord Buddha to ask for Dhamma. He didn't recognize Lord Buddha. He didn't know. He just was talking with him. And after the discussion only he realized, this is who am I searching for? Who I am searching for. So we can't really predict by outside. We can't really predict by the way they talk. We can't really predict by the way they act, but we can feel the difference. We can feel the difference if we actually tune into it. We can feel the genuineness. We can feel the, the directness. We can feel the truthfulness. We can feel the non-egoistic way, and we can feel if we have practices Dhamma, you can actually tune into non-vibration. That's what it is. This Dhamma is actually tuning into non-vibration, because we have never done that before. In whole samsaric journey, or this thought journey, we can say it's thought journey, because it's a journey of thoughts. Even in this, whatever the 40 years of your life, or 30 years of your life, or 100 years of your life, it's a journey of thoughts. Each thought felt true, and we felt alive. That's all. That's what happened. And we haven't felt non-existent. But if we feel it, it will be because it's a massive feel that different feel that, because we felt all the time that we are there, kind of alive feel. The absence of that alive feel is felt, and that will change your perception to self-perception to non-self-perception. And view will be shattered without doubt, because we have doubts now. When we learn Dhamma, we have doubts. Why is she saying there's no self? I can feel it, I can touch something. But we know now it's just a function of the sensory organs. But then we still have this egoistic attitude. How come that happened? That happened because of the self-will. It is so engrossed in us, we didn't even think about it. It's everywhere. Before we understand this Dhamma and before we feel this Dhamma, it's everywhere. Even while listening to Dhamma, even if you don't know, that's how we begin. But then when we understand that this view comes from taking the stimulus for granted, we learn how did this, if there is no self, okay, you tell me that there is no self, then what are we feeling? Because we feel existent, we feel like alive, we feel angry, we feel upset, we feel agitated, we feel intimidated, we feel angry, jealous, we feel sad, we feel happy. If there is no we, who is actually, because the question you asked, it's a beautiful question. We can discuss it in future too, actually, again, because you asked whether these experiences are personal, and that's a massive question, even though it was discussed in a smaller way, because that's what it is. You feel as every experience happening here. But that came from self-view. Why did that self-view happen? Is because that you feel it's happening here. But in one particular moment, if you feel otherwise, this view is shattered. No one can do anything about that view anymore. It's so beautiful if you can understand how this self is going to get shattered completely. It can get shattered, it can get affected when we talk Dhamma, because as sensible people, we all understand Dhamma. We all understand, yes, actually, who am I? You keep arguing with yourself. You can contemplate, who am I? Who am I? Who am I? But that's in thinking level. But you have to actually feel this non-self perception, or you without you. If you feel that, you definitely know now that you is a thing that is there with the stimulus when the stimulus is a thing. That's what it's a beautiful part of Dhamma we have learned. It's actually the practical aspect. So, when the self-ego is broken, you have no self-reflections again. You don't put anything into that bucket again. The bucket of self. You don't put anything in your life. You feel sad, like it's a mind sensor. You feel happy, it's mind sensor. Until you have this sensory function, you will continue to feel things. You don't attribute that to self anymore. That's the value of completely shattered self-view. completely yeah, that's not there anymore. But you know how the power has come. Power will be felt, but you know that it is the past vibratory effect, and it will slowly go down. Did you understand, Joel? Or how did you feel about that?
Yeah, I got it, doctor. When you said when you feel that you is not you, you come into that mode, and after that, everything like sad or happiness or anything, any feeling that you get, is that it comes through the sensory organs, and you just don't take it inside. You don't take it personal. Yeah, I got it. I got that point. Yeah, thanks, doc.
All good. And I think we have gone into, but I think Aranwansi said we can have a few minutes extra. But is there anything else to add, Surangika or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, I think you did a detailed sort of explanation. As you said, it's not easy to explain this because in English, the meaning that is given to the word ego is slightly different, isn't it? And in Buddhist teaching, what we learn is there is a
No, yeah,
vast
the different in the sense it is superficial.
Superficial, yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's a vast area that covers, and then it is understood at different levels. As you said, the very superficial level is there, that sort of having the ownership to everything, and then going deeper and deeper, it becomes finer and finer, and then the slightest burning sensation that a system feels again is considered as the way of reflecting ego. I don't know, I may not be able to sort of give a detailed thing like you did, because it's at different levels, as I said. Maybe Joel will be able to understand this better when we go on with these discussions and the
we have to put it to the normal life issues. Then only we can actually practice this. So from today onwards, Joel will feel this, and he will talk to us. Doctor, this happened today.
Experiences, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's the experiences that matters, because randomly talking something theoretically doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
The
So
experiences
Joel can tell us the experiences day to day, the things that you sort of faced. We can sort of find and explain this more in a more practical way.
Oh, any one of us can do that. It's really, really beautiful. And Suranka, do you have anything to add?
Dr. Kokila, I think yes, in both ways it is quite challenging, because in the English language, I think when you say ego, it's mostly pride, isn't it? It's commonly associated with the word pride, as if it's something just attached to pride, and that's it type of thing. And they in that sense, it feels as if you existing is fine as long as you are not a proud person. So it was so in that sense, the way the Western society, and I mean, if we use that word, you kind of get that impression, whereas that is not what it is here. I mean, as Dr. Kokila explained quite extensively, the ego is just a facet of this I sense, isn't it? The self vibration, the self view, and all these things. But what both Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Kokila said, Joel, is the easiest way to, now that you've got a good understanding of it, the easiest way of detecting it is in your day-to-day activities. And these are things that we have all encountered from our childhood days, but we quickly dismiss that notion, that burning feeling, the sense of when we get affronted, offended by something, it is the I that gets upset. It is that self-vibration that comes to the fore. Even a simple thing like, you're in the queue at the bank, waiting to get to the counter to, get some cash or something, and somebody comes and stands in front of you, and you've been there for like half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, won't you get agitated? You do, right? So, things like that. And then you're going on the road and someone calls you a day tamuse or something and goes off, just completely out of the blues. It might be for a joke, but now suddenly aren't you extremely hot and bothered? So even those aspects, these are little things, but there are lots of ways in which the I comes to the fore. This vibration gets agitated. And all that is this whole I, me, myself concept, identity, persona that has been fattening from the time these thoughts started becoming a thing. Arden once gave a wonderful explanation last night in the groundbreaking Zoom discussion. I'm not sure whether you listened to the Sinhala Zooms, but maybe we're running out of time today, but maybe there's some of those aspects Dr. Kokila can touch on tomorrow when we discuss, because it just shows how this whole fabricated world starts with the thought process, and that starts necessarily from a point in time in our childhood days. It doesn't mean that the vibration, the self-vibration was not present before that, but it becomes absolutely magnified. So when the thought world comes into being. So maybe we can talk about it again on another day. Therwan Sannai.
Yeah, Therwan Sannai, we worship Aryan Wahanse for his noble friendship, guidance. Can't say how much gratitude we have, and thank you so much for Dhamma friends for coming for the participating in this Zoom, and thank you, Joel, for so beautiful questions, because it inspires the listeners, it inspires the Zoom discussion, and we actually try to bring up the non-vibration, basically, and it is the most beautiful thing to know in the whole life. So thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll hand over the Zoom to the other Zoom. Thank you so much.
Therwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sannai, all
Dhamma
Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 64, second paragraph. We are trying to teach you how we practice following the path to Nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai ape gedara. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thoughts means unskillful mental fetters, which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over, and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness or nothing. It means shunyatave. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to Nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal sit or unskillful mental fetters. Saticca pariyodapana. Therwan Saranai, everybody.
Therwan Saranai, Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. Book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. As usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet. Therwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. And we all welcome, we welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion via different ways. Therwan Saranai. And also we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with technology. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is our English Zoom discussion. As usual, we are starting it daily basis from 2:45 to 4 p.m. And we have been gradually discussing and going from the simple level to little by little to the deeper levels and trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, what is the nature of this mind, what sort of behavior has it got, and what is meant by self-perception. So these are the questions, or these are the problems that we have to little by little disentangle and then get clarified. So just briefly, if I summarize what we read from the book, it mentions about this mindfulness. The word mindfulness is very broadly used to describe many new concepts that are being practiced in the Western world, but actually what is described in Buddhism is slightly different. In other words, mindfulness means actually kind of nothingness. In Pali, it is called shunyatavaya. Really speaking, there is no thing called mind. It's just a fast flowing thoughts. And thoughts are the collective function of the sense activity. So basically, when you go deep and analyze, you end up having nothingness. There's nothingness at the end. So that is what is meant by the mindfulness in Buddhist teaching. Well, the thoughts, it gives some description about the thoughts. Here I want to clarify something. The thoughts are actually products of the mind sensor, like the picture, like the light and sound and taste, smell, and the skin feel. They are all creations of the sensor. So in other words, actually the sensor means the creation of this. It's more or less same. There is no sensor separately and created feel, but they are both are same. Creation of the light means the creation of the sensor, rising of the sensor, or rising of the eye. Creation of the sound means rising of the ear sensor. So like that, when you take thoughts as a simple thing, thoughts are creations of the mind sensor. But when you describe the things, the mental fetters like lobha, dvesha, and moha, which means the lobha means the greed, dvesha means the ill will, and moha means the delusion. These are actually mental fetters, and then they are actually the ones, the thoughts, which are taken as true existing ones. So when the thought is taken as real, it has a value. There is a weight to that, and those are the thoughts which we try to identify. They are the ones which initiate some form of current in the mind, which gets carried away from birth to birth. So they are actually called unskillful mental fetters, or in other words, akusal sit in Sinhala. And also another word is defilements. So that is a summary of what we read actually. I think yesterday we sort of ended up the discussion planning to talk about the sensor function today. So maybe we can start that discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, will worship and answer. Yeah, I think it's a good one because Jolie also is here. So it's just basics we try to cover because all the time we get confused about this sensor function. We can understand that the mind sensor is actually is a product. It is also difficult to feel it, but at least we understand properly that chair is just a mind formation. But the actual, touch of water or touch of the wood or warmth or coldness, these things we feel as real. So there is a bit of a trick in every sensory organ. So that's where we have to try and understand whether they are actually real or what's happening there. So when we try to talk that, I think it's better to go back to the baby again, because baby also felt everything. Baby felt everything. So baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel, baby can smell. Also baby can taste. But you will know that whatever the outcome of the mind sensor is not yet there. But there are feelings. So, but we don't attribute any burning, like a massive burning in that baby's level. But there is a misunderstanding of the sensory organ is there because it hasn't been addressed. Misunderstanding in the sense that the feel is happening here and happening here basically is a feel that the baby has, and baby can't address that because baby is not aware about anything like that. So any animal like a worm will feel the same, that everything is happening here in this place, kind of your bodily functions. So but beauty of human life is humans have a sensory organ which developed a bit later with the co-vibration of the same at the same time, like kind of simultaneous vibration of the sensory organs. So the mind is formed. When the mind is formed, we have the kind of the ability to think. It's a massive, beautiful sensory organ. We know the different organisms have different sensory functions. They are beautiful. If you watch Animal Kingdom, some sensory functions, they are really unbelievable. The way they can change the color according to the sensory organs. They can do various and so many stuff. So, but the problem is here. What is the problem? Every organism, every animal, every human in that case, they feel that it is happening here, kind of in this system. And the idea of self is originated naturally. It's not originated just because someone tells you. It's not originated by yourself. It just originates because of the way the sensory functions act, the way they work. So after the sensory function of the mind occurs, we learn through this sensory function of the mind, we kind of understand. We hear this Dhamma, we have to hear it. And we hear this Dhamma, we hear that actually this, whatever the sensory functions are, they're actually there because of the very fast vibration of the sensory organs. So how can we understand this? Just try and understand. You can do the research yourself. Actually, the I, this is not the capital I. I'm talking about the vision. So I'm talking about the vision. So when we talk about the vision, actually we are not talking about this eye ball. We are not talking about the eyeball. Actually, we kind of when we talk about the eye function or the vision, it's mainly the feel of the light that we talk about, and it's a feel. Even though we talk about the light, that's in the mind. When you come to the mind, it's all described. It's a red color, it's black, it's white, it's it's bright. So we have several understandings about the visual effects, but actual visual function is called eye, EYE. So the eye function works beautifully. Yes, the function itself is the perception. So it's very difficult to separate them. Perception is again the vision, the feel of light. Because of the fast vibration, if you research about the light, you will understand why light has a frequency. It's the fastest kind of. So when you understand, the light comes first, the sound comes later, like that we have understood. So the light works very fast. But the main problem we had was, we thought that light is coming from outside, falling onto my eye, and then I get a visual image. That's how we are taught. But actually speaking, what we are trying to understand here is how the perception of the light has happened. Because the description doesn't matter. Description doesn't matter, but trying and understanding how this occurs, how the visual effect happens, is to understand, trying and understanding and stretching or slowing down the process. If you slow down, you will understand. You will never be able to appreciate a light. Why? Because it's fast vibration that we see as light. So if you look at a bulb which is dying, good olden day, we had bulbs like that. When they are dying, they kind of start to flicker. Then we can't see a light. Can we see a light there when they are flickering? It's flickering, and there's no light. But then similarly, if we actually slow down this process, we will never be able to see anything. So the fast vibration of the eye is the light. This we have to understand, and we can feel this. If you try to feel this, you will be able to understand what is happening, because this is kind of something like a sparking. So the spark happening so fast is bringing up a perception of light. But how it happens is, when there is a vibration here, why we focus on like this way is to understand how we synchronize to anything in this world. So how do we synchronize to light? Is we just, when there is a vibration here, we can synchronize to any vibration, similar vibration out there. That's why humans have a narrow level of vision. So whatever the function of the eye, only that level only you will be able to see. Just imagine you have a hawks. I think it is a hawk or the Rajalia. I'm not sure whether I use the proper English word for Rajalia, but you know, like eagle, yeah, eagle, yeah, eagle.
Yeah.
So the eagle has a different eye. So the eagle's eye is different. The function of the vibration of the eagle's eye is different, so that the outcome is different. If you can understand, the vibration of the cow is different, and the outcome is different. If you Google and if you can find out what because their perceptions are different. Eagle can see so far away, so small stuff, and they will see us as ants because we feel very big in front of an ant, but we will become like an ant to the eagle. I think it's even much more smaller than that, maybe, because everything is different. And also some animals, the vibrations are so different, they see only at night. So then we can understand. So at the same time, if you are blind, whatever the if there is no vibration in the eye here, you can't synchronize to any vibration out there. So the main thing here to understand is, if there is vibration in this system, there's always the ability to synchronize anywhere. Mind you, this is the same mechanism that you are going to be born anywhere as well. If you have that self-vibration, it's the same thing. If you have the self-vibration, there is always a chance that will synchronize to any other form of birth, any other zygote or anything. It can be animal, it can be anything. That's how it happens. It's not like anyone is going from here to here. It's just the similarity of the vibrations that it will be just the similarity. So if it's happening here, it is happening there as well. This has been proven by the new theories of scientific theories too, that like the quantum theory and stuff. And it's now actually even they are surpassing that theory, and they are bringing a lot of so many theories. But they have found that if the vibrations are similar, it can be similar in like completely different place. And when they are similar, they act similar. They become similar. And they can switch. So understanding this co-vibration is very important to try and understand the light perception. So the light perception occurs when there is a vibration in this system. So the eye system. Eye anyway has types of cells. We don't really need to know them because that's useless. But if you just understand there are specific cells which vibrate in the with different way, and the other cells are vibrating in a different way. So when one cell is vibrating, you kind of get the can synchronize to the white light, and when the other one is vibrating, you just slightly can vibrate into different form of light. But that's what I'm trying to say. So that if there is a vibration here in the eye, there is the ability to synchronize to anything. But the world we perceive, some animals, they don't have this 7 color variation. We know that some animals have only red color, some animals have only green color, some animals can see only hectagonal outcome. We know that the dog has kind of, I can't remember exactly, but like their is kind of like
black and white. Black and white.
Black and white, yeah. So even though we try to give them a red toy, I mean, we try to give them a red toy because it appealed to us, but it's different. It's different. So the outcome of the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations. If there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate, synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say, the piano, even though the word piano is not aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That's something. Even that formulation is there because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes, it's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. But the main problem with the baby is baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very, very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds, they slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there's similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the baby, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. If you even in the womb, if you have this frequency, it's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent feel. So the existent feel is the feel that we get. When you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent feel is actually there. Existent feel is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a eye-born thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, is the two hands coming together, is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin, that you can feel, kind of feel. And that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out that the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So the even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent field. Existent field has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that the existent field is actually there. Existent field is there due to the speed. If the existent field, if this world actually slow down, and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent field is there. But the problem is not the existent field. Existent fields gives us a different idea. Existent field gives us a different vibration, like a live field, which is kind of the one that R.N. Vansi was trying to tell that day. Because a live field is the one which gives us it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception. Because of the existent field, because we feel the touch as existent, we get the live field. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent field as real, then we get the live field. But it's not actually real, it is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too. Because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent field as real, then comes the live field, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being, in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality, that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if you do this research, you will keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sense. That is okay. It's a mind sense. It's not true. We know that. You know. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the alive feel is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the the touch as real, we felt the sound as real, we felt the vision as real, and then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon, natural phenomenon, or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jeevi Sabhavaya, I think it's the life field, happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the life field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand. Actually, it is just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There's no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence field will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer, or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things, that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but this is complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake, and it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something, and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, So this is the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree, you are feeling the sounds of the animals, you will see things, and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent field can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent field, but they can't solve this problem. They can't, because they don't know. They can't solve their existent field. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So that being a human is so privileged because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem, that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and when you keep understanding that the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self-vibration is not there. When the self-vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate, even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening, because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just kept. I just let it flow. So, Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there is any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala? Do you want to add something?
So Rangika, if you are free, you can talk.
Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakunsala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Kokila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Kokila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kokila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other five, which is why when I think about a week or two ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized